Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Chapter 76. The rarity label stopped me in my tracks before I could even read the name or description. As a modified human with an upgraded intellect, you'd think it would be hard to surprise me. Still, the golden letters spelling out legendary made my heart race. I read carefully, determined not to miss a single detail. Item, legendary, received, damaged microchip, Terminator. Unlock price, 50,000 OP. The name sent a chill down my spine. Terminator. The system was hinting at its source. Was it Skynet? I kept reading. A neural crystalline module, or NCM, is a crystallized fragment of a god-level non-biological intelligence. It is the petrified mind of an AI conqueror, storing its information as stable, multidimensional neural patterns. This wasn't a data archive. It was a preserved memory of an AI engineer's mind, containing a complete, unedited catalog of its creations. These ranged from basic autonomous systems to technologies capable of altering the very laws of physics. Its status read, damaged. It needed restoration. Two critical flaws rendered it useless without specific knowledge and technology. The quantum neural architecture meant the information existed as a holistic, multidimensional neural network. It couldn't be scanned. Attempting to read it would be like trying to understand a complex blueprint by analyzing the chemistry of the paper it was printed on. The index integrity violation meant physical damage had destroyed the associative connections, the neural network's table of contents. The blueprints and algorithms remained intact, but decontextualized, scrambled, and without hierarchy. Its restoration potential was listed as Engineering Oracle. With the right knowledge and technology, full restoration and isolated emulation of the AI's engineering core were possible. This would provide a dynamic tool with three functions. The first function was analysis and simulation, the ability to run dynamic simulations of any device in a virtual environment, study its principles, identify vulnerabilities, and test its performance under any conditions. Function 2 was optimization and adaptation. This was the ability to present complex engineering tasks to the emulated mind. It would then adapt schematics, combine technologies, and improve efficiency. Function 3 was synthesis and design. This was the highest function. The Oracle would extrapolate from principles to design unique devices that did not exist before. There was a special property labeled as absolute loyalty. It bound the restored Oracle to me. It was an emulation of engineering genius. It was not the godlike AI. It lacked self-awareness and the will to conquer, and it was irreversibly linked to my will. It could not deceive me, and it could not act to harm me or humanity. Its sole purpose was to create, on my command. I leaned back to digest this. The system had surprised me again. This could completely upend my plans. This was a version of Skynet. It was my personal, absolutely loyal version of Skynet. Of course, I wanted to unlock it. 50,000 OP was a laughable price for this technology. It outclassed Jarvis and even outclassed Ultron, minus the ego. The analogs for this would include a dragon from the Worm series. That was an oracle of reverse engineering. Another analog would be the mythic standard template construct from the Warhammer series. But neither could match this chip's pure engineering brilliance. An STC would be of a higher grade, and it would cost much more. The price still stung. Over the past month, I had spent under 20,000 OP, and this one was 50,000. I needed to plan how to earn that much. This item was undeniably amazing. It was worthy of its legendary rarity. And it wasn't urgent. Hydra was quiet, for now. Kingpin was Frank's problem. The CIA had limited capabilities, and the regional players were just annoyances. For my personal security, the chip wasn't urgent. For the broader threats, however, it was. So I'd earn the OP on the side. Industrial-scale pharmaceutical production was already in place. A few dozen normal complexity formulations would yield about 700 OP. If I scaled that up, I could farm the points. Tomorrow was the problem. Tonight, I finished the shield order and took stock of my resources. I reviewed my inventory. I had 1,000 doses of the muscle stimulator, 1,000 doses of the absolute predator, and 10,000 doses of the fatigue pills. I also had 5,000 meters of the Proteus, 100 potions of Ash and Dawn, and a dozen small palladium reactors. I'd start with the stimulators and the fatigue pills, converting the stimulators into tablet form for easy dosing and automated production. In the biochemical lab, I linked 3 chemical reactors and 2 industrial synthesizers into a single production chain. One station handled base components, another handled purification and catalysts, and a third handled final synthesis. A pressformer then stamped tablets and sealed blisters. I loaded 3 formulations into the system, set the volume, and hit the start button. The lab hummed for the next 24 hours as it produced several hundred tablets per hour. That was done. Now for the Proteus. I needed 5 kilometers of fabric. In the engineering lab, I repurposed 4 robotic stations with high-speed weaving heads. I loaded them with aramid thread spools. I synced the 3D weaving program across the machines, coordinating them into a complex dance that produced a 3-dimensional mesh. The storage had plenty of aramid thread, but very little finished fabric. This showed me that Fury didn't understand the production steps. In parallel with weaving, I configured a high-speed industrial mixer for the polymer suspension of silicon nanoparticles. Homogeneity was important. Every nanoparticle had to be evenly surrounded by the polymer. The woven mesh fed into a vacuum chamber. The pumps there evacuated trapped air. The organosilicon suspension was then injected under pressure to saturate each thread. The soaked material then passed through a thermal oven to polymerize the polyethylene glycol and set the composite. 3 hours later, the production line was running. The reactors were cooking reagents. The presses were stamping tablets. The robotic stations were weaving material. And the vacuum chamber was producing meter after meter of non-Newtonian protection. It was not yet full automation, like in a Factorio game. But it would do for now. SHIELD would receive their toys soon. Next, I would have to optimize potions and reactors. But then, the lab phone rang. The caller was Peter. My heart skipped a beat. He should have been meditating. A call like this, at this time, meant trouble. I got a recap about Felicia Hardy. In public, she was cool and effortless. She was an heiress and a college star. She had discovered that her father, Walter Hardy, was the legendary thief known as the Cat. He'd been an artist of burglary. The diaries he'd left behind had led her into New York's shadow world and to the role of the Black Cat. She was a mercenary thief who took difficult and interesting jobs for the sake of her reputation. Her job, in this case, was to steal a medallion from Peter Parker. The pay was $100,000. But for her, reputation mattered more than money, so curiosity had won out. She'd slipped through a third-floor window into his apartment, where Parker was meditating. When she touched the medallion, it sprouted spikes that pierced her palm. Parker's eyes snapped open, and he moved with terrifying precision. He injected himself with a stimulant, hurled bedding at her, and used a device that trapped her in a viscous net, gluing her to the wall. "So, you're Spider-Woman," she blurted, buying time. She produced a vial and applied a caustic liquid to corrode the webbing. She escaped through the window and jumped from the 3rd floor. "Bye-bye, handsome. We'll meet again," she called out. She left Peter with questions that extended beyond just understanding what had happened. Chapter 77. I rushed to Peter almost immediately after his call, spending only 5 minutes on a quick upgrade to my security system. As I listened to his confused but surprisingly detailed account of the thief who'd dropped by, I found my attention fixed on a small device Peter was casually spinning in his hands, something my Dragonfly spy had missed entirely. "Still, where did you get Gwen's web shooter?" I asked, nodding at the device. Well, it's my web shooter," Peter said, awkwardly scratching his head. "I made it back when I started suspecting that Gwen was probably Spider-Woman. I just got curious about whether I could replicate the technology. I wanted to see if I could create the same device and webbing as hers." I nodded, accepting the explanation. A genius's curiosity is a terrible force. I knew that firsthand. My thoughts returned to the main problem, the Black Cat. Judging by Peter's description of her behavior and flirting, this was almost certainly Felicia Hardy. She'd tried to steal the medallion, clearly on someone's orders, and had run into a defensive mechanism. A defensive mechanism made from my iron blood. It was amusing. I honestly hadn't suspected my miracle biology had such passive properties. Though I should have. Considering that the iron blood had played no small role in my assimilation of the technomancy and had passively supported my body, it shouldn't have been so surprising that it had its own defensive protocols. Especially considering its recent saturation with spiritual energy from the crystal containing the web of life and destiny essence. The medallion had essentially become part of the spider essence. And Peter, already partially assimilated with this essence, had become friendly to the medallion, roughly speaking. That was why the spikes hadn't reacted to him but had reacted to Felicia instantly. TSK. It was time to stop calling this iron and start calling it smart. You know, by the way, you've changed a lot, Peter said, finally noticing the elephant in the room as he looked me over attentively. It was forgivable, though. He'd been meditating for several days and had been rudely awakened. Well, externally. Yeah, you're not the only one who's getting stronger, I chuckled, not going into any details. This was going to be a long conversation, and now wasn't the time for it. But let's get back to our guest. What do you think about her? Well. Peter yawned heavily. The whole situation is extremely strange. I wasn't drawing attention to myself. The medallion doesn't look like anything valuable. And, wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to be guarding our home? Exactly, I lowered my voice to a whisper and gestured for Peter to keep it down. He blinked at me, questioningly. The thief is a professional. But she simply shouldn't have had that much information. She bypassed S.H.I.E.L.D. security. She knew the exact timing. She knew you were meditating. This isn't just a matter of luck. There's someone backing her. I only had one suspect, I thought grimly. Hydra. Hardy wouldn't have contacted them voluntarily, of course. Most likely, the client had remained anonymous. But why did Hydra need the medallion? And how closely were they watching to notice something like this? Wait. If they were so well informed. I felt a chill. Obviously, Peter's apartment was also bugged by those snake bastards. The one Felicia supposedly disabled to infiltrate the place and bypass S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance could have been bait. Or there could be another, better hidden one. I needed to watch what I said very carefully. Did they order a hit on me? Peter asked quietly, catching on to my thought. More like they ordered a hit on me, I answered, just as quietly. More precisely, they ordered a hit on another one of my. I tapped my finger against the medallion around Peter's neck meaningfully. Technologies. At least, that's probably what they think. The question now was what to do with Hardy. What were the odds she'd try again? Hi. This was the Black Cat. She was a real daredevil, and failure would only provoke her further. I needed to resolve this with her, but I had to handle it as delicately as possible. Still, she was the daughter of a multi-billion-dollar foundation owner. Overall, as a character, she wasn't the worst option in all this madness. She was definitely more pleasant than the local version of Mary Jane. And Peter. He would probably have to continue his meditation in the company building. There, at least, there would be some semblance of real security. But before I could even voice this idea to Peter, my smartphone vibrated in my pocket and emitted a piercing alarm. I snatched it out. A single word burned on the screen, breach. It was a red notification from my laboratory security system. Before leaving for Peter's place, I'd managed to link it to my phone and configure several alert scenarios. This one was the worst. It was the Omega variant. It meant a complete building blackout. Someone hadn't simply broken in. They had cut everything off. They had even taken out the backup generators. On top of that, they had done it instantly and professionally. Everything clicked into place instantly. This alarm and Felicia's visit to Peter. The picture formed itself. It had been a failed attempt to steal the medallion. Whether it had failed or not didn't matter. Peter would have called me anyway. I would have gone to him anyway. This was bait. It was perfect, calculated bait. Hydra, definitely their handiwork, had found a brilliant way to smoke me out of the laboratory. They had found a way to leave the production line for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most valuable orders unguarded. More precisely, it was attended. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were watching the building around the clock. And they had obviously screwed up. Again. Honestly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s incompetence didn't even amuse me anymore. It infuriated me. Especially now, with technologies worth hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. I was hoping that, after the thief's visit, they had at least increased protection for the Parkers. Because right now I needed to get over there immediately. The lab has been broken into, I said shortly to Peter, who was staring at my smartphone with a questioning look. You stay here. Sleep in the living room with your relatives watching. It's unlikely the thief will return today. I'll be in touch and brief you later. I summoned the chimera and immediately realized there was a problem. The suit had become unbearably tight. Damn. I had expected this, considering the changes to my body, but it had somehow completely slipped my mind. The armor plates wouldn't come together over my chest and shoulders. Using the iron blood, I had to forcibly rip several protuse segments to make them stretch. I somehow managed to pull the tattered thing on, noting how awkward it looked. I didn't care about that. Right now, mobility was what mattered. I jumped right through Peter's room window, spread my plasma wings, and, soaring higher, engaged the afterburner and shot toward the company building. Meanwhile, I pulled the Secure Shield smartphone from my pocket and dialed Fury. Silence. He wasn't picking up. As expected. That meant it was definitely Hydra. It was time. Time to finally do something about them. Alexander Pierce. It was time to take him down for real. I'd dig into his brain, extract the names, and use them to reach the others. I'd take down as many heads of this bastard organization as I possibly could. A plan began forming in my head on its own. Crude, inelegant, and probably too hasty, considering the organization's power. They wouldn't take this lying down. But it was time to show these bastards my teeth. They couldn't just leave me in peace. Damn it, give me at least a couple weeks of respite. If I didn't make it in time and they cleared everything out of the lab, I'd charge the losses to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s account. This was their screw-up. But judging by the timing, it seemed I'd still make it. I flew up to the familiar building and shot into the underground parking lot like a bullet. Aside from a couple of nondescript S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles, there was a small minivan. 5 figures were bustling around it, briskly throwing fabric rolls and containers inside. They were my rolls. They were my pills. They were stealing my free time. The time I should have had after quickly closing this order. That last thought was the one that mattered most. No wonder I was furious. They were stealing my time. I began mentally marking targets, and immediately spotted several familiar faces among them. The first was a man in a skull mask and gray hood. He was short but solidly built, which showed even under his dark blue tactical armor. He carried a round shield engraved with a skull on his back. And was that a sword on his hip? Seriously? Well, yes. It was Taskmaster. No doubt about it. In some versions of the story, he was depicted specifically as a master swordsman. The second, who was less familiar to me personally, wore a red robe that extended into a hood. 2 pistols hung from his belt, and I could easily sense the metaphysical aura radiating from them. But it wasn't just the pistols. The robe itself, and even his boots, were radiating as well. He had at least 3 artifacts on him. He was the Hood. He was a metavillain I didn't know much about, but I'd already taken notice of his artifacts. They were interesting trinkets. The cloak obviously granted invisibility, the boots gave him flight, and the pistols, judging by their appearance, were connected to the element of fire. The third, and the one I knew best through my meta-knowledge, was a girl clad in a futuristic white suit. It had a hood and a series of ominous red visors on its mask. It was Ghost. I had to thank the fact that I had watched the Ant-Man and the Wasp movie back in my time. The 2 remaining men were unknown to me. But it was notable that both of them were half-naked. The first was a very big, downright unnaturally big, bald man in some bloomers. In one hand, he casually held an iron chain, and at the end dangled a huge metal-spiked ball. It weighed at least 100 kilograms. The second guy was Jack too, but more proportionally built. He wore a black robe, his sculpted body covered entirely in tattoos. A katana rested on his hip, and dark sunglasses hid his eyes. With his slicked-back light hair, he slightly resembled Albert Wesker. Should we talk for a bit? My voice cut through the silence of the parking lot. As a sign of respect, at the very least toward Taskmaster, I even stowed the battered chimera back into my inventory. But a moment later, I realized I'd been naive. What could I say? Some part of me probably still believed in comic book conventions, where they rarely killed anyone unless it was Peter's relatives. Why did he have to suffer so much? It was a place where, before a battle, you could always talk for a couple of pages. Here, however, the situation was different. As soon as they realized who had arrived in the parking lot, the meta-mercenaries immediately dispersed, taking up combat positions. The Hood pulled out his pistols. Ghost raised the rifle from her back. The conclusion was obvious. Hydra had decided to eliminate me. My thoughts raced. They had a dossier on me. They knew about my vibro gauntlets, hence the distance. The weapons were ready. This was their plan B, in case of my return. It was meant to be my death. It wasn't surprising. My existence directly strengthened S.H.I.E.L.D. And if they couldn't control me, they weren't about to let anyone else control me either. How timely that I'd enhanced myself with Extremis. And thank God they didn't know about it. Though, given my changed dimensions, they might have suspected something. Meanwhile, Ghost and the Hood had already vanished from my sight. They were using their invisibility. Guys, I really don't want to kill anyone, I said, giving them one last chance. They were just mercenaries, foot soldiers who probably didn't even know who they were really working for. You can definitely try to attack me. But if you do, there's no going back for you. So. At that moment, I distinctly felt someone forcing their way into my mind. It wasn't a polite knock. It was a brazen, violent mental intrusion. The nanobots in my brain reacted instantly, erecting a Faraday cage against the directed psychic attack. I shifted my gaze to the left. The local version of Albert Weskier had already assumed a combat stance, leaning slightly forward with his hand on his katana. Judging by his focused yet confused expression, I knew he was the one attacking me mentally. He must have been shocked that he couldn't brute force his way through my defenses. I hated telepaths. I didn't have time for games. With a quick, almost imperceptible flick of my wrist, I struck. A brief surge of concentration drove a narrowly directed thermal wave, a plasma beam of several thousand degrees, straight into the target. The Weskier knockoff simply vaporized. He never even managed to draw his katana. There was one less of them. Think again. Carefully, I said, my voice absolutely calm in the ensuing dead silence. I shook my head in warning, looking at Taskmaster. His posture had changed instantly as he shifted into a combat stance. What do you mean, you cannot provide? Stephen Strange's voice dripped venom, even as he gripped the telephone receiver with a trembling hand. He was talking to someone he had disdainfully called support staff for real doctors until recently. Do you even know who I am? I don't give a damn about your order from above. I am at the very top. After this outburst, a series of short beeps sounded on the other end of the line. The young nurse had simply hung up on him. She had probably even added his number to the hospital's blacklist. It was the same hospital that, a month ago, had fawned over him. They had begged him to speak at a local medical conference. He had refused. Now they were refusing him. Interestingly enough, the case of Ben Parker's anomaly, just one of hundreds of similar cases, had been pushed to the back of a desk drawer. Stephen didn't intend to seek a real meeting with the man and risk drawing unwanted attention. Having reached the top of the social hierarchy, he had been initiated into some of this world's dirty secrets. He had understood that, if something was being hidden from you, it was better not to get involved. He especially wanted to preserve some semblance of his freedom. And freedom, for Stephen, it was perhaps his highest value. To grovel before the bastards above him, who were conducting obviously illegal and unethical experiments, merely for a chance to recover his hands, wasn't something he intended to do. Those bastards would demand an exorbitant price. And the price Stephen was willing to pay was measured in anything but his freedom. One case. Then another. Dozens of calls. Hundreds of scientific articles read through a veil of despair. Periodic quarrels that turned into personal attacks. With trembling hands, Stephen sorted through one possibility after another. He sought an option that his mind, his ego, could understand and accept. There was science. There was experimental medicine. There were metahumans with healing abilities. There was possibly even the mutants. But alas. Almost everywhere, there was a dead end. In some places, they told him directly that it was better not to get involved. In others, they dropped veiled hints about a personal meeting in another country, without any guarantees. Sometimes, it ended in an emotional outburst, and the person on the other end simply hung up, as had happened with Ben Parker. But there was a chance, a minuscule chance. It had to exist, right? His damaged, trembling fingers struggled to obey him. He fumbled his phone from his pocket and called a taxi to the nearest coffee shop. He just needed some air. Strange pulled on a plain gray hoodie. It was as faceless as he himself was now. He left his luxurious private residence in the New York suburbs, the house he'd once considered his pride and joy, a symbol of his achievements. Now it evoked nothing but a bitter, shameful reminder of his former greatness. The taxi driver arrived several minutes early, an Indian man who barely spoke. He quickly realized it was better to let this nervous client ride in silence. Stephen, though, was lost in his own thoughts. He rested his head against the car's dirty window, something he would have considered disgusting and unhygienic just a week and a half ago. He watched the billboards drift past indifferently as they entered New York. Costco hypermarket, a choice for the whole family. The best shoes at Macy's, even Olympic runners admit it. Healer Hector Granger. Metaphysics capable of curing anything. Call this number. At the last billboard, Stephen jolted so abruptly that he hit his head on the car's ceiling. The driver didn't react, and they passed the billboard. Stephen noted with surprise that he'd memorized the number in that brief glance. Not that he'd ever complained about his photographic memory. Metaphysics. It sounded like charlatanism. But what if there was even a minuscule chance? What if, through this charlatan, who was rich and successful enough to afford a billboard at the entrance to New York, he could reach a real meta-healer? The thought dug into his consciousness like a splinter. Desperate, yes, but it was the only one he had. He could no longer ignore it. Unfortunately, Strange never asked the driver to turn back to look at the billboard again. He would have been surprised to see that, where the healer's ad had just been, there now stood a banal cigarette advertisement. Chapter 78. The fight began without a word. The Hood and Ghost, confident in their invisibility, didn't know about my spiritual vision. I'd activated it the moment they vanished. They pulled their triggers almost simultaneously. Ghost's rifle bullet flew straight at my head. 2 orange energy blasts from the Hood's pistols were aimed at my torso. Thanks to the previous psi attack, most of my nanobots were still clustered in my skull, protecting my brain. With a quick mental impulse, the swarm of micro-machines instantly formed a super-dense shield over my left cheek, right in the bullet's path. The impact lasted less than 1,000th of a second. My head snapped back slightly. All the kinetic energy transferred to my neck, not my brain. It was enough to cause only minor discomfort. At the same time, I twisted my torso a couple of degrees, letting the Hood's energy projectiles whistle past. I wasn't about to risk taking his magical attacks head-on. Ghost's bullet was straightforward. A bullet was a bullet. But these energy blasts were unpredictable. It was also clear that nobody intended to negotiate. Well, too bad, but they'd made their choice. At that same moment, the man with the ball on a chain began to darken before my eyes. His skin and clothing shifted in color and texture until they were indistinguishable from the chain in his hands. Was he transforming into the material he'd touched? No, it was more like he was absorbing its properties. Taskmaster, for his part, pulled his shield from his back and drew his sword. The blade was immediately covered in a bluish glow. An energy blade. An artifact. Whatever it was, nothing was simple here. All right. With my recent modifications, I was no slouch either. A plan came together instantly. I'd take the path of least resistance. I fired a small plasma burst at Taskmaster. With a casual flick of my other hand, I sent a concentrated heat wave toward the invisible Hood. These attacks had one drawback, though. They were slow. Taskmaster predictably raised his shield. The plasma didn't leave a scratch on it. It was an adamantium shield. The Hood sprang back several meters to the side thanks to his miracle boots, avoiding annihilation. But I wasn't trying to kill them. This was just a distraction. At that very moment, while they reacted to my attacks, I closed the distance to Ghost in a fluid rush. After her unsuccessful shot, she had shifted position, and now she was the farthest one on the improvised battlefield. She definitely hadn't expected me to see her. She thought my attack on the Hood was an attempt to probe the area and find them. But no. Sorry, dear. You might have been a girl with a hard life, like so many others in this world. But I believed in equal rights. I ended up right beside her. I knew plasma and heat would be useless. Her phasing would let them pass right through her. I needed pure kinetic force. I needed vibration. I instantly summoned the Chimera again, but I only needed the vibrogauntlet from the suit. It cracked ominously, which was unsurprising given my new dimensions. But the main thing was that it worked. That was XCOM quality for you. I struck her in the chest. I didn't just strike her. I unleashed the maximum charge from the vibro module. Her body, caught between phase and reality, couldn't withstand it. Ghost simply tore apart into a bloody mist. It was a cruel but quick death. -2, to the dumbfounded meta-mercenaries, my voice surely sounded like a death sentence. My next target should have been Taskmaster. But from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the hood, still invisible to them but visible to me, flying toward the parking lot exit. He was fleeing. I stowed the chimera in my inventory and rushed after him, ignoring the rest. A giant made entirely of steel immediately rose up in my path. He clearly didn't understand why I'd abandoned them to rush for the exit. I decided to save this wild card and the study of his capabilities for the very end. I simply jumped over him, using his massive back as a springboard and pushing off with both legs in midair. Surprisingly, despite the force I'd applied, the giant only tilted slightly forward. He was sturdy. The boost propelled me a couple of meters closer to the hood. That was enough. I pulled a special grenade from my inventory, one that had finally come in handy. I hit the button and threw it precisely at the fleeing metahuman's back. It flew in a brief arc, and then the fugitive, now completely enveloped in durable adhesive foam, crashed heavily onto the asphalt. He was immobilized. Perfect. His artifacts were undamaged. I just needed to finish the bastard off carefully. I drew my tactical pistol from my inventory and shot him in the head. He wasn't wearing a protective mask. That mistake cost him his life. He was dead. 2 left. I circled around the big guy again, easily evading his steel ball. In his hands, it looked like nothing more than a yo-yo. Finding myself face to face with Taskmaster, I assessed his equipment. He had his shield and sword. The shield, as I'd thought, was simply a damn durable piece of adamantium. Nothing more. But the sword? Now, I could confidently say this was an artifact. Definitely. It wasn't particularly powerful, not the kind that required resonance with its user. But I couldn't afford to get hit by it. Taskmaster stood in an ideal defensive stance, awaiting my move. And, of course, there was backup in the form of the big guy, who was already stomping his way over. I used the chimera again. I used the vibro gauntlet again. The last thing I wanted was to dance around for long. But here, Taskmaster really surprised me. He obviously understood what I'd used to kill Ghost. And he understood that his adamantium shield wasn't vibranium. It wouldn't disperse the impact. It would absorb the full vibrational force. Neither the shield nor the arm beneath it would withstand that. So the guy simply threw his weapons onto the floor and raised his hands in a classic, "I surrender" gesture. The situation threw me so off track that I, stupidly staring at the mercenary, failed to see the attack coming. A heavy iron ball crashed into my back, throwing me several steps forward. My lack of combat experience was showing. Taskmaster, meanwhile, didn't capitalize on the moment. On the contrary, he stepped back a couple more steps from his discarded weapons and began to silently observe. He was a true professional. Does this idiot not intend to surrender? I asked Taskmaster, nodding at the big guy. The big guy, completely absorbed in the battle, was again spinning his ball. He clearly wasn't noticing his partner's surrender. Creel, after a transformation, is unstable, Taskmaster calmly confirmed, as if commenting on the weather. He only comes to his senses after he has finished with the target. I understood. I shouldn't stand on ceremony with this bastard. I hit him with a highly concentrated plasma beam. In theory, it should have melted his metal body. But, damn it, I couldn't help myself. The bastard wasn't melting. He was absorbing the plasma, transforming into it. He was becoming a living, roaring fire. And to top it off, he was laughing. He can even talk in that form. You messed with the wrong guy, brat, the plasma Creel rumbled. He pointed his hands at me, obviously preparing to incinerate me with my own weapon. I would probably survive the attack, but it would be extremely unpleasant. So I used the vibro gauntlet again, cranking it to maximum power. I unleashed a concentrated vibration wave at the plasma man, who had already begun melting the asphalt under his feet. If firefighters could put out fires with sound waves, then my enhanced vibrations should work even better. It was worse. He absorbed those, too. The plasma collapsed, and Creel began to transform into a vibrational man. He looked like a heat haze in the shape of a large man, constantly distorting and vibrating. It was unnatural. It was impossible. This was definitely not science. Alright, I roughly understood how his absorption worked. The main thing was not to get caught in his vibro attack. While I probably wouldn't end up like Ghost, there'd be nothing fun about it. I approached the vibro guy carefully from the side. I used the iron blood, reinforced with the carbine nanobots, to form a long, monomolecular blade. I plunged it into his shifting form and immediately ordered the nanobots to vibrate in counterphase frequencies. I was attempting to dampen him. I was attempting to disrupt his power from the inside. Sensing the threat, Creel made the only correct decision, as it seemed to him. He began to absorb the blade itself. He began to absorb my nanobots. He was transforming into an incredibly durable material. He was becoming a carbine man. Excellent. He had become solid material. Now, I could touch him. Which I did. I touched him and summoned the heavy rhinoceros armor from my inventory. Then I simply placed it over Creel. I locked the big guy in it, like a sarcophagus. I used several foam grenades to be sure. And there, the meta-bastard was immobilized. He was an unpleasant opponent. If he had known how to preserve the templates of the absorbed essences, or, God forbid, how to combine them, this would have been a solid Omega level. As it was a small matter. I would study him and dissect him. I would try to understand the source of his powers. However, first, I would do some looting. I would take the Hood's artifacts. I would take Taskmaster's sword and shield. Possibly something had survived from Ghost equipment. More precisely, from what remained of her. Yes, there was much that needed to be studied. And also, help me deal with your employers, and we'll be even, I finally said to the quiet Taskmaster. He was observing the events with professional indifference. I don't know who hired us, he answered in an even voice. The contract was anonymous. The payment was made through a blind trust. It was a standard arrangement. Got it. I waved him off. I didn't really need his confirmation anyway. Fortunately, my dilemma of what to do with all this mess was resolved by the arriving SHIELD agents. They burst into the parking lot in full combat gear and froze, taking in the surreal scene before them. At my feet lay the massive rhinoceros exoskeleton, drenched in restraining foam. A few meters away stood Taskmaster, calm and unarmed with his hands raised. Farther off was the Hood's foam-covered corpse, and what remained of the Weskier understudy with his katana. And, of course, there was the large blood stain where Ghost had last stood. Without a word to the agents, I pulled the shield phone from my inventory and dialed Fury. This time, he picked up immediately. Yes, we screwed up again, came Fury's tired voice. That was the first thing he said. The bottom line is that SHIELD is more of a liability than an asset right now, Nick. You've got a $500 million lab, a bureaucratic nightmare we inherited, and protection. I don't need the last one, I interrupted. Protection clearly isn't your agency's strong suit. And without it, the first two are meaningless. Silence. Fury was thinking. I'll assign several metas to my agents, he finally said. He'd clearly made this decision reluctantly, and I knew these metas were a limited resource. They'd have to be pulled from other assignments. At the very least, use them to protect the building and carry out your orders. That's in SHIELD's best interest, I agreed. Since we're talking about metas, tell me about Creel. Absorbing Man. Fury drew out the name. It suited the bastard. Carl Crusher Creel. Former professional boxer. He mysteriously awakened his powers in prison. As the name suggests, he can absorb the properties of any material. Not just materials, I thought, remembering the plasma and vibrations. He touches. He's also got a strong regenerative factor that gets boosted by whatever he absorbs. He's been working as a meta-mercenary for a couple of years now. Well established in certain circles. SHIELD rates him threat level red. Oh, that last point's interesting. What are the other levels? White is your average civilian, or a weak meta who doesn't hurt anyone. Green means they've got powers but they're mostly peaceful, or only commit minor offenses. Yellow is a full-fledged meta who doesn't mind getting their hands dirty, but they're careful about it and try to avoid civilians. Red, like you said, is high threat. Then there's black. Real headaches. Those mysterious moles in SHIELD just fall into that category. I agree. We need to take these bastards down. I nodded. Telling him those moles were Hydra was still too early. especially since this was a shield line, and they might have it bugged. As for Creel, I caught him. Killing him's difficult, but restraining him is doable. It's only temporary though, and my lab doesn't have the right facilities for long-term holding. Shield does, Fury caught on immediately. Figured. I'll transfer Creel to you for temporary holding. After that, I'll need clearance to study him. That can be arranged. After we discussed several more details, I ended the call. The agents were already loading Creel into a special transport container. I approached Taskmaster and asked him to remove his mask and hood. Before me stood a bald man with dark skin and a neat beard. I placed my hand on his neck and carefully pierced his skin with the iron blood. I mentally directed a couple thousand nanobots inside the mercenary. Now, I will always know where you are, I explained calmly. The man didn't flinch. Only his eyes momentarily narrowed. He understood everything. He nodded silently, accepting the rules of the game. Then, I returned to the shield agents and monitored the loading. They had already begun loading the bulky van container with the exoskeleton and the immobilized absorbing men inside. I helped them, revealing a part of my powers that was already no secret to shield anyway. Taskmaster, true to his professional status and now that he had accepted the deal, calmly sat inside under escort. The hood's body, which, of course, was already stripped of its artifacts, was loaded in after him. I had long since placed all valuable items into my inventory. I left the parking lot and the evidence in Shield's care and ascended to the first floor. I began looking for a way to fix the electricity problem. I hoped that the bastards had taken a more elegant approach rather than burning everything here to hell. Fortunately, that proved to be the case. The electricity had been cut from the outside. It had been disconnected at the substation level. This meant that Shield would soon restore it. As for the generators, they had been shut down via their control panels exactly when the main power disappeared. The building's security system hadn't even managed to activate them. It was smart. And, frankly, it was clean. I was glad that they hadn't worked in a barbaric way, like I had with Fisk Tower when I de-energized it with an EMP. It was a good thing that I hadn't caught heat for that. I discarded the stray thoughts and returned to the lobby to wait for the power to come back on. My hand reached for the phone to call Peter, but I stopped myself. Let him sleep. He needed the rest. Instead, I sent him a text, everything is clear. When you wake up, come to the laboratory. You will continue your meditation here. Given Fury's promised meta-agents and Hydra's failure, I had to admit that, for now, this place was much safer. They wouldn't be poking their noses in any time soon. So, these were my next steps. First, there was the shield order. With the pills and the Proteus, it was almost finished. I only needed to produce a dozen reactors and 100 potions. It wouldn't take much time. I would manage it in the next 24 hours, and my part of the deal would be done. Second, there was Felicia. She was a small but annoying problem. I needed to deal with her. I might have to confront her directly, reveal her secret identity, and play it by ear from there. All right, that could be postponed for a couple of days. Third, and this couldn't be postponed, was Hydra. The plan with Pierce would still have to be carried out. At that moment, as if confirming my heavy thoughts, the lights turned on in the lobby. Shield had come through. I returned to the control panel and manually started the backup generators for stability. Only then did I ascend to the laboratory. The plan was simple. I would deal with my debts. And while Hydra was licking its wounds and thinking they had gotten lucky, I would make my move. It was time to cut off and cauterize several heads of this creature. Chapter 79. Motivated by the upcoming Big Purge and the need to deal with Hydra, I decided to first wrap up my current obligations. This meant it was time to create the potions of Ash and Dawn, and the reactors. 100 potions. That was a lot. Like the pills, this wasn't crafting. It was serial production. I needed an assembly line. Fortunately, my experience with the aforementioned pills and Proteus suggested this was entirely feasible. I moved to the 4th floor, to my realm of chemistry and biology, and began to optimize production. The moon jellyfish samples, like the lichen from Titan, were stored in a separate laboratory container in my inventory. They were transferred to the vivarium using robotic systems. I had to thank the system for the convenience and perfectly suspended animation. I configured the robots for automatic biomass collection and connected the vivarium not to one, but to an entire battery of industrial bioreactors. They would operate in a continuous cycle. Then came a closed production line. From the bioreactor, the finished mass would automatically feed into an industrial ultrasonic homogenizer. Then it would pass into a cascade centrifuge for separation. Instead of manual checks, the purified broth would flow through a fully automated sample analysis system connected to a high-performance liquid chromatograph. For the final purity check of the enzymes, I would, of course, use an NMR spectrometer. Only it could provide a 100% quality guarantee for each batch. Naturally, this entire process, from vivarium to purification, was isolated in a hermetically sealed BSL-4 zone. Safety was above all else. With the jellyfish catalyst scaled up, I was finished. I moved on to the marker, the lichen from Titan. I didn't devise anything elaborate here. I simply relied on a tested, almost old-school method. It took the form of a heavy agate mortar. High technology wasn't about complexity. It was about effectiveness. For this task, the mortar was effective. Next, I configured the final synthesis line. Though configuring was too strong a word for it. I simply used the automated chemical synthesis station. It prepared the base on its own, maintained the perfect temperature, and automatically added the marker and catalyst with microliter precision at the specified intervals. I activated the entire production chain and nodded with satisfaction. The robotic arm was already pouring the finished potion into the first light-proof ampoules, sealing them immediately. I left the production line running and proceeded to the serial assembly of the palladium reactors. This time, there would be no garage junk. There would be only high-tech components. There would be only quality. The ore, the acids, and artisanal electrolysis. That was dirty, inefficient, and barbaric. Instead, I obtained pure palladium by conducting a cascade of chemical reactions such as dissolutions and precipitations in a full-fledged industrial reactor. Instead of smelting it in a furnace, I used a metal 3D printer to immediately produce 15 palladium rods. I was stockpiling reserves and setting some aside for myself. This was an important detail. The print program immediately created an ideal, porous nanostructure. This was necessary for subsequent saturation with deuterium. To enrich the palladium and obtain the purest PD-107, I decided, after some consideration, to employ the compact linear particle accelerator on the 5th floor. It was overkill, of course. But I would return to it in the future, so the practice would not hurt. I configured it as an industrial mass separator, setting it up to separate palladium isotopes in a continuous stream and filter out the essential PD-107. The next stage was shielding. Figuratively speaking, I threw out the CDs and tape. There would be no handicraft and no manual pasting. I simply grew ideal multi-layer graphene sheets using a chemical vapor deposition (CVD) installation. Then I placed all 15 palladium rods in a molecular beam epitaxy (MBE) chamber and waited as the machine applied graphene layer by layer at the atomic level. This replaced both manual application and compaction of a speaker. It was only science, creating an ideal, impermeable nanofilm. The assembly stage went smoothly. I designed all the components in CAD. There were the titanium vacuum chambers, each about the size of an AA battery. The casings. The focusing coils. The high-capacity capacitors. And the PN layers. For the casings, chambers, and coils, I used the 5-axis CNC machine. For the semiconductors, I grew ideal PN structures using the same MBE equipment. They were orders of magnitude more efficient than soldering together diodes from scrap. Using assembly fixtures and manipulators from the robotics lab, I ensured the reactors were assembled with precision. I also ensured micro-welding and hermetic sealing of the highest grade. Next, I connected the assembled cores to the equipment of the experimental thermonuclear reactor, the tokamak. I used its standard RF generators for precise gas ionization and stable plasma creation. Its vacuum systems maintained an ideal vacuum. Finally, I connected all 15 reactors to an automated analysis system and sensors from the physics laboratory. Saturation with deuterium, delivered through microvalves, and power tuning were conducted simultaneously across the entire batch. It was all under full computer control. When the cascade of system notifications appeared, I was momentarily dumbfounded. Energy source, palladium reactor, created. Complexity, advanced. Received plus 400 OP. A compact photovoltaic generator that utilizes deuterium-catalyzed decay of the enriched PD-107 isotope. It generates a stable energy field with plasma particle acceleration for ultra-high power impulse energy bursts. It is a fundamental technology for next-generation energy systems. Energy source, palladium reactor, created. Complexity, advanced. Received +10 OP. I had received a total of 1930 OP from a bush. More precisely, from 15 reactors. Honestly, I had thought the system would cut the reward. I had, after all, openly cheated, using laboratory equipment worth hundreds of millions of dollars for maximum optimization. But, on the other hand, I had personally controlled every process from beginning to end. It had been done with my own hands and attention. These weren't like the pills where you just threw reagents into a reactor and left. Thinking about the automation, I looked at the digital laboratory journal. The entire batch of 100 potions was already ready. It had worked perfectly. The morning of October 11th, a Sunday. After I finished the last batch of fatigue pills, I exhaled with relief. The shield order had been successfully completed. Now, Dobby was a free elf. Why had I even focused on this order instead of immediately seeing to my own security or dealing with Hydra? The answer was simple. I had done this precisely for Hydra. If I wanted to solve the problem with these bastards, if not once and for all, then at least for the long haul, I simply had to obtain full support from Fury. I needed his people, his resources, and his influence. Acting alone against such a machine, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. And now, while I had a short respite, because their next attempt to eliminate me would require someone much more serious than the last group of meta-mercenaries, and they still needed to find such a person, I had to act. My thoughts were interrupted by a call to the laboratory phone. It was Peter. He had finally woken up. "Are you all right?" His voice was alarmed. "I'm already on my way. Everything is under control, Peter. Come over." It was good. The meta-agent Fury had assigned should already be in position with eyes on the building. For now, it was safer than his place anyway. There was a chance that over the next 3 days, he would actually complete a full spiritual attunement. Half an hour later, he burst into the break room where I was waiting. Who was it? Who broke into the lab? Did they steal anything valuable? Did you stop them in time? He bombarded me with questions. Just another group of meta-mercenaries. Another agency sent them. Nothing new, I said with a shrug, trying to keep my voice calm. I handled them and recovered everything they stole. Most importantly, I've completely wrapped up my shield assignment. Now I can finally focus on my own security. Your own security. Peter's eyes widened as he looked me over again, taking in my changed appearance. What do you need more strength for? You can never have too much strength, Peter. Especially not in this world, I exhaled tiredly. You of all people should understand that. So I'm putting you here to meditate. I'll see you in 3 days. I'm afraid to imagine what'll happen in the next 3 days, he muttered. I understood him perfectly. Me too, I answered, heading for the exit. That's why I need to push things forward while our enemies are still recovering. I left Peter in the break room and returned to the engineering lab. Along the way, I called Gwen and asked her to come over. She was surprised, but agreed. While she was on her way, I began preparations. I started working on the design for her new, special suit. The base was a neurosynthetic substrate. In the biochemical laboratory, I started the process of creating a custom polymer. Its foundation was a synthetic protein that imitated the structure of spider silk, providing unrivaled strength and flexibility. I wove it together with conductive carbon nanotubes for perfect conductivity. I controlled the synthesis process, using the knowledge of an engineer from the future to manually adjust the temperature and pressure in the reactor with precision down to 1/1000th of a degree. The result was a 100% ideal polymer. It was as elastic as rubber. It was as strong as Kevlar. And it conducted current better than copper. For the next stage, I loaded this polymer, already in thread form, into those very same robotic assembly machines with weaving heads that had remained after the produce production. I manually programmed a 3D weaving pattern. It was denser in the torso area for protection. It was mesh-like in the armpits and bends for ventilation. And it had embedded, hollow microchannels for future systems. The base suit was soon ready. It was black and matte. And I knew it would fit her perfectly. I had my perfect recall and the master watchmaker to thank for that. Just as the manipulator carefully removed the finished product from the machine, the laboratory doors opened and Gwen entered. "Holy shit," was the first thing she said when I opened the laboratory door for her. She literally had to crane her neck to look me in the eyes. This is, how? They're my strengthening methods, I shrugged, letting her inside. But right now, we're talking about you. More precisely, your new suit. Hey, you didn't tell me to bring the old one. I'll have to go back. Gwen exclaimed. You won't have to. There's no need to upgrade the previous one yet. Right now, I'm creating something completely new. It's for one highly specialized task. The next several days are going to be eventful. Has something happened? She asked, concerned. And what is this task? Something has happened. I nodded, turning serious. They won't leave me alone, so it's time to strike first. As for the suit, it will turn you into a ghost spider. I pronounced this pretentious name with a slight smirk. It will turn you into an absolutely invisible and elusive version of yourself. You'll have to sacrifice almost all protection and most of the technical modifications. I'm creating it for stealth operations, not direct attacks, for one specific mission. I'll tell you about it later. I was still mulling over the options myself. That sounds scary, Gwen admitted. But the suit itself? Invisibility. That's too good to be true. Like some kind of invisibility cloak. In comparison, an invisibility cloak is defective technology. We had just reached the engineering laboratory, where a black, matte jumpsuit hung on a fixture. And soon, you'll be convinced of that. I gestured for her to sit down. Then I popped an NZT tablet, detached myself from the outside world, and entered what could be called a flow state. Processing hundreds of parallel engineering tasks simultaneously was my current reality. The goal was to create a suit with maximum stealth in the shortest possible time. I'd start with visual invisibility. The principle was simple in theory and devilishly complex in execution. I needed to make light bend around the suit. For this to work, the suit had to do two things in real time. First, it had to understand what light was hitting it and at what angle. Second, it had to actively refract that light to bend around the body and exit on the other side. I would have to create a sandwich of two active layers on top of the base fabric. I placed the already woven base suit in a vacuum deposition chamber and began manually growing an ideal single-layer graphene lattice across its surface. My fingers carried out hundreds of microcorrections per second, fine-tuning the methane supply and temperature. The graphene deposited onto the fabric as a single flawless hexagonal canvas. Now the entire suit was covered by a transparent, conductive, nervous system. Each cell of this lattice functioned simultaneously as both a microsensor capable of detecting photons and a microelectrode capable of delivering voltage. For the next step, I moved on to creating the active lens, the refraction layer. In the chemical laboratory, I synthesized liquid crystalline polymer nanoparticles. Essentially, these were microscopic crystals suspended in a transparent gel. With no current applied, they arranged themselves randomly and the gel remained transparent. When current flowed, they instantly aligned into an ordered lattice that altered the refractive index. It functioned like a prism. I placed the suit, now bearing its graphene mesh, into a high-precision laminator. I applied a perfectly even half-millimeter layer of this gel. Not a single air bubble formed, nowhere did the particle density vary. All that remained was to seal this gel beneath the thinnest layer of transparent protective elastomer. The result was a full-fledged sandwich, fabric at the bottom, then the graphene mesh serving as the sensor, then the refracting gel acting as the lens, and finally the protective elastomer layer. Now I needed the nervous system, the graphene, to control the muscles, the gel. A specialized FPGA chip handled this task. Within half an hour, I had written a simple, ultra-fast algorithm. I turned off the main lighting, leaving the laboratory in near darkness. I aimed a powerful flashlight at the suit hanging on a mannequin. With my enhanced vision, I watched the fabric vanish from the visible spectrum instantly. On the computer screen, the algorithm's operation was displayed in real time. The moment I aimed the flashlight beam at the fabric, the graphene sensors registered it, transmitting data to the module on the suit's back: white light, angle of incidence 30 degrees. The algorithm computed the response in a nanosecond and issued a command: supply 5.12 volts to the area of incident light. The gel at that location reacted instantly. The nanoparticles aligned to refract the flashlight's beam, bending it around the shoulder to exit the other side at the same 30-degree angle. As a result, the suit became invisible. It had literally transformed into one continuous, flexible, active lens that bent light around itself. The first stage is complete, I muttered, satisfied with the result. First. Gwen gasped. Until now, she had been watching the process in silent fascination. Visual invisibility is just the beginning, I shrugged. Next come thermal imagers. And microphones. And there's one more surprise after that. For thermal camouflage, I created a flexible thermoelectric thread. When current passed through it, the thread could heat up or cool down instantly. I wove it into the suit's lining, forming a dense mesh. Then came the algorithm refinement. The graphene nervous system would detect not just light but ambient temperature as well. The chip would command the thermomesh to adjust accordingly. The result was perfect, dynamic thermal camouflage. Then came the acoustics. I had to eliminate every sound. Footsteps. Breathing. Heartbeat. To do this, I placed the suit back in the vacuum chamber and impregnated the inner lining with synthetic aerogel. It had a perfectly calibrated porous structure. Light as air, its nanopores formed a perfect trap for sound waves. From the inside, it would absorb 99% of Gwen's bodily vibrations, including breathing and heartbeat. In the soles, I embedded a simple but effective active noise cancellation system. A microphone would pick up each footstep, and a speaker would emit the same sound in counterphase. The engineering stage was complete. Even unfinished, the technology could give that same dead ghost a run for her money. May she rest in peace. This suit was every bit the equal of the Hood's artifact cloak. So why hadn't the system awarded me any OP for it? Because the suit wasn't finished yet. I'd saved the final, conceptual stage for last. First, I needed to choose a concept. I sorted through the options. Invisibility. Too narrow. It only affected vision. Stealth. Better, but it implied a need to hide. Too weak. I needed something absolute. Something that would strike at the perception of reality itself. Something like imperceptible. Yes. It was ideal. The concept meant the wearer fundamentally could not be perceived as an object of attention. They would be part of the background. A void. An informational zero. Without wasting any time, I took the light suit in my hands, sat in a chair, and settled into the ritual. I focused on the image I'd created. Gwen walked through Times Square, and thousands of eyes slid past her, unable to focus. They saw her, but they didn't perceive her. The Ancient One looked at the astral plane and saw a hole in the shape of a human. Gwen was a blind spot for metaphysics. Another spider sense screamed about danger coming from everywhere and nowhere, but it couldn't point at her. Because, for that sense, she was neither an enemy nor a friend. She was a statistical error. I gathered all my will and the power of this concept into one point and applied the metaphysical master's stamp to the suit. I felt the effect instantly. The suit in my hand seemed to go out, to fade. Now, even though it lay in my lap, it had become a black hole for perception. Light artifact armor ghost suit created. Complexity, advanced. Received plus 600 OP. An artifact stealth suit that combines multispectral camouflage, visual, thermal, acoustic, with a conceptual enchantment, imperceptible. The wearer is struck from the awareness of surrounding beings and systems, rendered into a statistical anomaly on both the physical and metaphysical planes. They are not invisible. They are absent. Excellent. The system had confirmed its compatibility. Which meant, here, this is yours. I offered that nothing to Gwen. She took it with a strange expression, reaching out and closing her fingers around something her eyes couldn't quite follow. Fortunately, she managed to hold onto it. After all, the suit had been created for her, and my creators had evidently granted her permission to perceive it. I had no particular trouble with it either, though it had stopped pulling at my attention. This is just wow. The girl finally responded, examining the shadow-black material in the lab's dimness. Apparently, something really serious is being planned. You can't even imagine how much. The suit is only the first step of the preparatory stage. Now I need to create something that can bring one bastard's mind under my complete mental control. This is immoral. Gwen protested instinctively. But she immediately looked slightly abashed. But you most likely have every reason. Yep, I chuckled. This bastard is the very one who's already sent mercenaries after me 3 times, including the recent attack on the laboratory. Oh, I didn't tell you about that. But let's not talk about sad things. For now, test the suit. Get used to it. And I'll get started on creating a mental worm. Ideas were already crowding my thoughts, and I was afraid that here, too, I'd need a conceptual enchantment to pull it off. Chapter 80. I'd thought about Hydra more than once. Their main problem wasn't quality. It was quantity. They didn't have any truly strong, Omega-level members, like the proverbial Brotherhood of Mutants. They didn't have technologies or magical artifacts capable of rewriting reality. At least, I wanted to believe that. Though my meta-knowledge helpfully suggested they'd developed weapons based on the Tesseract back during World War II. But that still wasn't on the level of Magneto. To use such a weapon, whatever it was, they'd need to know where an attack would come from. And I would try not to give them that opportunity. In short, Hydra was, undoubtedly, a problem. But it was a systemic problem. There were many of them. Anyone could turn out to be a Hydra agent. And, understanding their qualitative vulnerability, they were paranoid to the bone. Even in my case, considering the potential of the technologies I could provide them, they still hadn't made direct contact. They refused to act openly, fully exploiting vulnerabilities within Fury's agency while using outside mercenaries. It was precisely this paranoia that was their main defense. And it was precisely this that I would have to bypass in the first stage of my plan. Pierce wasn't just some level in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hierarchy. He was the Secretary of the World Security Council, an international committee that oversaw S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce was the most influential member of this council. In fact, he was Fury's direct superior. He wasn't a mole. He was a damn wolf put in charge of guarding the henhouse. He controlled the entire budget. He approved the most secret operations. And he had access to all the data. A person like this could not be taken alive. He was guaranteed to have a golden parachute, or rather, a cyanide tooth. It didn't matter what form it took. It could be a nanoimplant with explosives in his carotid artery. It could be an instant neurotoxin in his heart. Not to mention advanced mental protections. In short, I needed to act with surgical precision. Therefore, the Mental Worm project, conceived by my, fevered mind, was not a whim. It was an absolute necessity. The entire success of the operation to decapitate Hydra would depend on it. And yes, a beheading. It was a strong word, but I had every reason to use it. Pierce was only the first stage. With the knowledge, names, and secrets he would give to me and Fury, a global flywheel would be set in motion. Pierce would lead us to another head. That head would lead us to a third. And so on, link by link. It was entirely possible to finish off the bastards. At the very least, it would eliminate the greater part of the organization. So, based on these reflections, and as I returned to the Route project, the Mental Worm, I knew what I had to do. Crude mind control, the biochemical kind, was useless against a Hydra member. I took this as an axiom. Consequently, control had to be established at a deeper, more fundamental level. It had to be established at the level of the soul. The goal wasn't to break the will. It was to merge with it. It was to become part of it. That way, Pierce wouldn't feel anything. Absolutely nothing. There would be no resistance from him, because everything would seem fine. I settled comfortably into my work chair, tuning out the empty laboratory's silence. For a moment, I regretted sending Gwen away to test the suit. It would have been amusing to watch her reaction when she realized I was literally creating something from nothing. Well, all right. I needed to start creating the parasite's body now. I would make it from pure erasure. As I began weaving the parasite's body from spiritual energy, I simultaneously programmed the construct with two properties. The first was phasing. The parasite had to be capable of passing through physical matter like skin and bones to reach the target's soul. The second was sleep mode. Upon contacting the target's spiritual aspect, it would instantly attach and enter stealth mode, ceasing all emissions. It had to become energetically indistinguishable from the bearer's soul. The next stage was the parasite's core. Its brain. Or, in the terminology of my strange science, it was the simplest artificial soul. It had no will, no desires. Embedded in its core was a single, unbreakable directive: find the bearer's chain of fate and use it as an anchor. And here was the most interesting part. Honestly, I didn't know what the chain of fate was in the original Bleach. I suspected that due to different metaphysics, it worked differently there. But in this universe, thanks to the system's information package, I knew that the chain of fate was essentially the route through which an immaterial soul rooted itself in the physical brain and, consequently, the body. For a conventional mage, this was the silver cord that tied his astral form to his body. Break it, and you were dead. For a telepath like Xavier, this was the bridge by which consciousness transmitted commands to the neurons. Telepaths read thoughts on the brain's side, in the bioelectric signals. For a biologist, though, this was the very answer to the eternal question. How did the brain's electrical impulses magically become consciousness? As for me, and for anyone possessing both racial and ontological engineering, this was the most fundamental structure in any living being. This was, literally, the body-acts interface. And because of this, the chain of fate was rather monumental. Despite my mental analogy to a silver cord, this wasn't a thread. It was, rather, an adamantium wire. It wasn't easy to destroy. At minimum, you needed a spirit-based weapon and had to inflict simultaneous damage to both the physical body and the chain of fate. As had been the case with Craven, for example. But a parasite didn't need to destroy the chain of fate. After all, it was a parasite. If it attached itself to this interface, it would gain absolute control. It could implant commands, not into the brain, which would cause resistance, and not into the soul, which would cause rejection, but directly into the transmission channel between them. As I embedded the artificial soul into the parasite's body, I also added a second function. I made it a passive receiver waiting for a unique signature of my Ryatsu. This was precisely how the control mechanism would work. From 20 to 30 meters away, my Ryatsu would activate the parasite sleeping on Pierce's soul root. All I would need to do was form a mental command, for example, kill yourself. I would convert this command into my Ryatsu signal, and the parasite, in turn, would receive this signal and implant it into the chain of fate. What would be the effect? Pierce's brain would receive the command, kill yourself, not from an external source, and not from his own consciousness, which would have been horrified. It would receive it directly from the processor that had always given him commands, to breathe, walk, and think. For Pierce, this thought wouldn't simply seem like his own. It would feel like a fundamental, indisputable reflex. It would feel like the command, pull your hand away from the fire. Resistance would be impossible, because the order would come from the same point as his very self. The final touch, of course, was a conceptual enchantment. How had I lived without it before? Oh, right. I had only been in this world for a month. But subjectively, it felt as if several years had passed. All right. I needed a concept for the parasite. Control. Too aggressive. Stealth. Too passive. Then again, sovereignty. That might create contradictions with my orders. Maybe, then, its sibling, resonance. The main thing was that the parasite had to become whole with Pierce. This would reduce the risk of detection to practically zero. Yes. Having thought it through, I settled on resonance. I focused on the concept and applied my metaphysical stamp to the parasite. I implanted a simple mental message: you are not foreign. You are one whole with the bearer. Your will is his will. So, as soon as the parasite touched Pierce's soul, it would feel complete. It would feel like a lost puzzle piece falling into place. After that, the parasite would be impossible to detect as something foreign. It wouldn't hide in the chain of fate. It itself would become the chain. Spiritual construct, spiritual parasite, created. Complexity, medium. Received plus 300 OP. A spiritual construct symbiote strengthened by a conceptual enchantment, resonance. It is designed for permanent integration with the bearer's chain of fate. It allows the operator to implant indisputable directives directly into the soul-brain interface, bypassing conscious resistance. For the target, the parasite feels like part of its own I. Excellent. I reabsorbed the parasite, preserving its blueprint in my soul. Then I immediately summoned it back into the physical world. As expected, the conceptual enchantment had detached. Spirit and concept remained fundamentally different. I spent another minute recreating the resonance stamp and placed the still corporeal parasite into an isolated glass vial. Once I finished, I headed up to the 5th floor. Gwen had finished testing the upgraded suit's capabilities. I'd probably need to add a phasing ability in the future so she could truly become a ghost spider. But even now, it took me several seconds to find her. I didn't see her, I felt a blind spot in space. It was that same human-shaped hole I'd envisioned when designing it. Only my knowledge that my creation was here somewhere, bearing my stamp, helped me locate her. I approached the void and lightly poked what I calculated to be her shoulder. In response, an indignant squeak came from thin air. Immediately after, Gwen materialized. She pulled off her mask, disrupting the mesh. Even without the mask, it was difficult to look at her. It was like a muggle-repelling charm, at minimum strength. My brain simply refused to focus on her. Besides the training, I said, changing the subject to distract myself while my brain adjusted to the anomaly, have you thought about another important question? She tilted her head thoughtfully. About the names of our children. I didn't know why, but I suddenly felt a strong urge to return to the carefree days of a few weeks ago. Back when our only problem had been Fisk, and our only concern had been building a Hulkbuster analog. Flash for a boy, Rosie for a girl, Gwen answered seriously, without blinking. She had finally started playing along with my weird jokes. Flash. Seriously. I chuckled. I wondered how Peter would react to such a coincidence. Well, what are your suggestions? She put her hands on her hips. Every man's dream is to become Hokage or the Pirate King, I said with a shrug. So for a boy, the name choice is obvious. It's not obvious. Gwen protested. Oh, right. In this world, neither Naruto nor One Piece existed. What a cultural tragedy. Alright, someday I'd create a cool AI. I'd load it with a database of these priceless cultural artifacts and give them to the world. Otherwise, there was too little joy here for a regular guy. Alright. I get it, I said, raising my hands. I propose we discuss names on our date, after this matter. And we will discuss it, Gwen said, her smile fading instantly. The matter. Maybe you could finally bring me up to speed on the mission. An invisibility suit. A mental worm for consciousness control. It seems I need to infiltrate somewhere and implant this worm into someone. You're right, I said, unable to hide a smile as I realized what reward awaited me after the mission. It's time to reveal one of this world's main secrets to you. I'm all ears, she said, leaning forward. I paused, then said in an even voice, Hydra is real. At these words, Gwen looked slightly abashed. Hydra? The one Hercules killed in the myths, she asked, perplexed. Worse. It's much worse. That mythical creature could be killed. This. I shook my head. This is an organization. I don't know if it's been around for hundreds or even thousands of years, but I know it's put down roots everywhere. In the government, in multi-billion-dollar corporations, in every intelligence agency, and in the media. They're everywhere, Gwen. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that, to some extent, they're the shadow rulers of this world. And they. Yes, I interrupted. All the recent attacks on me were orchestrated by them. They've infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. so deeply that, essentially, they are S.H.I.E.L.D. Though Fury doesn't realize it. What's their, main threat? Gwen chose her words carefully. Well, besides the fact that they do as they please, and that my kidnappings are just the tip of the iceberg, they worked closely with the Third Reich during World War II. I think that alone should tell you how serious this is. Yes, she agreed quietly, realizing the scale of it. And you're going to fight against this machine. You said it yourself, they're the shadow government. Not me. I shook my head. We will. In the finest tradition of the genre, I pretentiously placed my hand on her shoulder. We will. You, me, Fury, and that part of S.H.I.E.L.D. we can trust. We'll form a small coalition and strike the organization's key nodes so swiftly they won't even understand what happened. And the first node is Alexander Pierce. Pierce. Gwen muttered. The name sounded familiar, but she couldn't place it immediately. Then she remembered, and her eyes widened in shock. Wait. That Pierce? The Secretary of the UN Security Council. That's the one. He's sitting in plain sight, thinking he's outplayed everyone. But. How did you find out? Check your senses. Right now. Tell me, am I lying? Alexander Pierce is a key member of Hydra. Gwen froze. Her gaze turned serious and focused. She listened to that part of her that saw the truth. And no. You're not lying, she breathed, stunned, shaking her head. I can't tell you where I learned this, not yet. But as you can see, I know too much about things I shouldn't know anything about. So stop being surprised. Just, trust me on this. I want to make this world a better place, and getting rid of Hydra is the first step. Oh, how pretentious, Gwen said, trying to smile as she processed the shock. Well, Okay. Sooner or later you'll tell me everything, heh? And we'll live happily ever after. I nodded. But first, there's work. Your task is to board a plane from New York to Washington within the hour. By the time you get there, it will be around 11 p.m. I hope Pierce will be home and might already be asleep. Your task is to break into his house. You're completely invisible. Whatever paranoid security measures he uses, your suit will bypass them. Plus, you have your spider sense. Hey. Gwen bristled. I'm not a little girl. Stop spelling out every little detail. Really? I moved my hand from her shoulder to her head and ruffled her hair. I was glad Gwen didn't take offense at the gesture. We were making progress. But I removed my hand and grew serious. You're right. I held out the glass vial to her, the spiritual construct inside barely noticeable. This handsome guy just needs to be placed on any exposed area of his skin. Don't worry, Pierce won't wake up. The parasite will instantly turn intangible and implant itself in his soul, taking control of it. I intentionally simplified the description. After that, simply return to New York. I'll handle things with Fury here. You're going to put him under your control too. Gwen frowned immediately. I understood her concern. The tool was too convenient. No, I answered firmly. A mental parasite is an extreme measure. It's only for those who deserve it. You'll witness Pierce's interrogation firsthand and understand everything yourself. This bastard had so many skeletons in his closet it had practically expanded to the size of Narnia. I had no doubt about that. Fury isn't part of Hydra. He's one of those who should know the truth. He needs to see how serious this is for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the entire world. He needs a shock, not control. Aye, Cap. She saluted playfully. Combat task accepted. I'm flying to Washington. Good luck. I nodded to the girl heading for the exit. And also, take this. I materialized a pack of NZT from my inventory and threw it to Gwen. It's just in case you find yourself in a difficult situation. Only amateurs need luck. She waved it off and caught the pack deftly, already opening the door. But thanks. Weren't you, less than a month ago? I started to say as she retreated. Gwen immediately covered her ears with her palms. La la la. No shocker ever existed. You're imagining everything. Humming to herself and listening to my not yet started teasing, she left the laboratory, leaving me alone. So, all right. I had resolved the issue with Gwen. I had given her a mission she would definitely handle. The next stage was Fury. I also left the laboratory, pulling out the S.H.I.E.L.D. phone. I pulled up his contact. Fortunately, he answered immediately. Nick, we need to meet urgently, in person. Chapter 81. The line went dead silent. I could practically hear Fury running through his options, and since there were not many of them, he finally answered. How urgent is it? And what do you mean by, in person? Like the professional spy he was, he immediately started testing the waters. Urgent enough that if this meeting does not happen in the next couple of hours, it will not matter anymore. As for, in person, you can bring those trusted people I already know about. I meant Barton, Coulson, and possibly Natasha. If there is even one new face at this meeting, the conversation is off. The grain warehouse, you know. 2 hours. Fury finally decided. And, Nick, just in case, I decided to warn him, come without any electronics. I ended the call before he could answer. He had heard what he needed to hear. The next hour I spent building a powerful EMP bomb. Not for an attack. For a sterilization. After a short flight in the absurd, beat-up Chimera, I found myself inside the designated location. The grain warehouse greeted me with an echoing boom and the smell of old dust. There were still more than 40 minutes until the meeting, but I did not just sit around waiting. I activated the EMP in one spot, moved, and activated it again. And again. I walked through the entire massive space, burning out any bugs that could have been sleeping there for years. And since this was a S.H.I.E.L.D. meeting spot, I had no doubt there were some. Only after that did I let myself relax, sitting down on an old beam. I counted the minutes, running through scenarios for the upcoming meeting in my head. How would Fury behave when he learned that his direct superior was the biggest mole in the organization? How would he react when he understood that I was already acting, using Gwen as an agent? How would he take to the very idea of mental manipulation? That last point was the trickiest one. He would obviously not accept it. On the surface, he might put on a show of acceptance, but on the inside. On the other hand, I had not yet given Shield any reason to doubt my sanity. Yes, I had acted radically, but it had always been in self-defense. Plus, the order I had been given, I had carried out in full. That should count for something. While I was mulling this over, two people entered the building. It was Fury and Barton. I stayed on the beam, watching them walk into the circle of moonlight streaming through a hole in the roof. Barton made no effort to hide it. He held his composite bow in his hands. There was no bowstring on it. I also did not notice a quiver on him. That told me more than any words could have. Barton was clearly a very different animal from his classic counterpart. I jumped down, landing a few meters away from them. "Sorry, Nick," I said, raising my hand with the activated EMP bomb. "But this is a very important conversation." They closed to a distance of 5 meters. I pressed the button. A soft pulse passed through the room. Fury only closed his eyes wearily, but he did not look surprised. Apparently, they really were clean. Damn, I missed Gwen in moments like these. Her sense for anything suspicious would have been invaluable. There must be a pretty good reason for this level of paranoia. Fury said in a flat voice, opening his eyes slightly wider. "More than good." I nodded. "It is Hydra." The word hung in the stale air of the grain warehouse. However hard Fury tried to keep a stone face in that moment, he could not pull it off. His pupils widened. His eyelid twitched, barely noticeable. I could see these tiny muscle movements far too well now. Barton, for his part, looked calmer, but I caught how his fingers tightened around the bow's grip. "I am glad you know who these people are," I continued, breaking the silence. "But unfortunately, you are underestimating the scale of the problem. That black threat level in S.H.I.E.L.D., those infamous moles. Impossible." Fury cut in sharply. "The protocols for countering Hydra have existed since the Second World War. They have been refined to a science, and they have proven their effectiveness for decades." "That is funny." I chuckled. "The protocols for countering Hydra were most likely written by Hydra itself. Nick, your organization is not just a fortress with moles in it. It is a branch of Hydra." I took a step forward. "Right now, I am going to give you just one name. Potentially one of the main heads. But before I do that, I have a simple question for you. Are you ready to trust me? Probably, in your worldview, I deserve your trust no more than a talking space raccoon does. Maybe less, since a raccoon is at least cute. But if I say this name, there is no turning back. This is the point of no return. S.H.I.E.L.D. will either help me destroy Hydra, or I will do it myself." I let that hang in the air. "And I think you know perfectly well that stopping me right now would be pretty difficult." I hinted as heavily as I could at my newly acquired abilities. The same ones that had helped me deal with the last group of mercenaries. For a long 15 seconds, the grain warehouse was buried in a deafening silence. The only sound was the distant creaking of old beams somewhere up in the roof. Fury closed his eyes partway and thought. Barton, on the other hand, kept his eyes locked on me the entire time, drilling me with an impenetrable stare. I just waited, expecting agreement. That was the only sensible response in this situation. Fury did not disappoint. He opened his eyes and stared at me. "What is the name?" "Alexander Pierce." I spoke the name into the silence, and it landed like a stone. Now the most delicate stage began. "Impossible." Fury snapped, even harder than before. His voice bounced hollowly off the metal walls. "Are you trying to destabilize S.H.I.E.L.D.? What is your goal? Throwing around accusations like this? I must have solid evidence for it, I know." I calmly finished his sentence for him. "And I do. Pierce is one of Hydra's key figures. And he is also its critical vulnerability. Starting with him, we can unravel this whole tangled mess and finish these bastards off once and for all." "But..." I studied his face. "You clearly do not believe me. So I suggest we ask Pierce himself." I shrugged. "What does that mean?" Fury practically growled, taking a barely noticeable step forward. He understood that last line had been said deliberately. I did not answer. Instead, I pulled my smartphone from my inventory. On the screen glowed a message that had arrived 7 minutes ago. It was from Gwen. One word. It said, "Okay." Judging by the fact that there was no global alarm and Fury had no idea about her movements, she had chosen the most efficient method. She had flown in on a plane, in her invisibility suit, bypassing all registrations. Fast and clean. That means that 7 minutes ago, my agent completed her mission. I calmly explained, typing a short return message to Gwen, then removing the smartphone and putting it back in my inventory. I knew perfectly well that you would not take my word for it. You are a spy, a pragmatist, and paranoid to the bone. Believing in words is an unacceptable luxury for you. So I will not throw around accusations. Instead, I will give you a demonstration. I gave Fury a few seconds to process what I had said. But it was Barton who spoke. And his voice rang with ice. You kidnapped Pierce. The hand holding the bow shifted, and his other hand went to the thin bowstring, drawing it. At the same moment, a ghostly arrow silhouette began to materialize on the string. The threat was obvious, and any remaining questions about Barton's power were answered. No. Why would I? I was genuinely surprised. I noticed the tension in Fury's and Barton's shoulders momentarily drop. They exhaled. Kidnapping. Torture. Truth serum. That would be crude. It would be unreliable, especially with one of Hydra's heads. The organization would eliminate Pierce immediately, and I would lose the trail. I acted, more cleanly. I looked directly into Fury's eyes. I have a technology. Let us call it a bioagent. It is a small mental parasite that works on metaphysical principles. It does not break the brain. It does not cripple the body. It synchronizes. It attaches itself to what mystics would call the astral anchor. It hooks into the very channel through which the consciousness sends its orders to the body. In the grain warehouse, the silence was so deep I could genuinely start to hear dust settling on the distant beams. Fury's face stopped twitching. It did not turn to stone. It went dead. This was the face of a man who had just looked into the abyss and realized the abyss was looking back. Once the parasite is inside, I continued, in the most even, clinical voice I could manage, it simply waits for my signal. And as soon as I find myself within a radius of 20 to 30 meters of the target, I can suggest any thought to the host. I can suggest any order. And the host will accept it as his own. Not as hypnosis, not as compulsion, but as a sudden, brilliant insight. As his own reflex. I shrugged again, dispassionately noting how, with each word, Fury was becoming more and more dead behind the eyes. And by the mission, I meant exactly this. 7 minutes ago, my agent implanted a mental parasite into Alexander Pierce. All we need to do, Nick, is arrange a meeting. You, me, and Pierce. And you can ask him any question. Absolutely any question. And he will gladly answer it, sincerely believing it is entirely his own decision. I paused, taking in how much the atmosphere in the grain warehouse had shifted. This was no longer a dialogue. This was a hostage situation. And Fury, in his own modest opinion, was the hostage. The veins on Barton's neck swelled up so much they looked like they might burst. The wrist holding the bow had gone white from the tension, and the bow itself, with its ghostly arrow, was now pointed at me without any pretense. He was right on the edge, and it was only Fury's icy calm keeping him from taking the shot. As for Fury himself, he was silent. He was not looking at me. He was looking through me. I tried to figure out what exactly he was thinking. Hydra. That was a problem. A huge, deadly problem, but a comprehensible one. An enemy he understood. I, on the other hand, had broken everything. For him, a master of intrigue, the game had literally come to an end. My technology had made everything meaningless. It had rendered the agent networks, the double agents, the blackmail, the trust, the lies, the very concept of secrecy, meaningless. Surely his first thought was, is one of these mental parasites inside me right now? His second thought was, he just admitted to taking a high-ranking government official under his absolute control. And he is standing here as calm as if he were discussing the weather. His third thought. I did not know. Unfortunately, I was not a telepath. But it was probably something like, he did not come here to ask for help. He came here to inform me. Though that last thought was not quite right. I had genuinely come to ask for help. After all, my resources were pretty limited. Slowly, very slowly, Fury exhaled. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and stripped of all emotion. It was the voice of a man standing on the edge of a cliff. You. He stopped himself, choosing his words carefully. He understood he could show neither fear nor rage. But he had not yet realized that I mostly did not care either way. Do you understand what you have created? It is a tool. I answered calmly. For solving unsolvable problems. And Pierce is one of them. You have created an absolute weapon. Fury hissed, leaning forward. A weapon with no defense against it. Really? I tilted my head. I am standing here in front of you. I told you about this. Obviously, I have no intention of taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. That is precisely why I am here, Nick. I am giving you a choice. I am laying my cards on the table, honestly. There was another silence. In Fury's eyes, I could see the struggle. His paranoia fighting against his pragmatism. I was dangerous. I was uncontrollable. But I was also right. I had come to him with dialogue and a plan. Hydra was real, and he knew it. And Pierce was. Fortunately, his pragmatism won out. Fury was a spy. And I had just handed him the only tool capable of winning this war. A meeting. He cut himself off. In a few hours. I will arrange it. You will be there. And if Pierce truly confesses, we will burn Hydra to the ground. He took a step toward me, and his eyes burned with an icy fire. But remember this. From this second on, you are not a partner and not an asset. You are a nuclear bomb. An uncontrolled one. And I will treat you accordingly. He leaned in even closer. His voice dropped to a whisper. And if I ever even suspect that one of your tools has ended up inside anyone on my team. He did not need to finish the sentence. Now, he turned sharply to the exit, signaling Barton, let us go. We have a lot of work to do. The door behind the agents leading their guest to a waiting room closed. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, a heavy, thick silence hung in the air. So. Barton finally broke it, sitting down across from the desk. What are we going to do about this fact? It is a bad situation. Fury rubbed his temples hard enough to give himself a headache. Honestly, Clint, this is the first time in my career that I simply do not know what to do. And the meeting. It will happen. Fury nodded seriously. We have no choice but to play his card. All right, this is what I am going to handle right now. He picked up the landline telephone from his desk. It was a device without a single microchip in it. A clean line. Pressing one button, Fury rhythmically tapped his finger on the desk for several seconds, waiting for an answer. Nick. Is something urgent? A familiar voice, Pierce's, came from the other end. It sounded surprisingly natural. Come. A bit sleepy, which was no surprise given the time of day. There were no traces of mental zombification in it. That only added to the unease. Yes, Alexander. It is an emergency. Fury spoke evenly, reciting a prepared cover story. A prototype of the cleanser was just used in Lagos without our knowledge. I have no idea where the leak came from. But on your end, you need to personally calm down the UN, while my people sweep the traces. The cover story was perfect. If Pierce was Hydra, he would think that someone in his own ranks had gotten cocky and arranged a leak using their shared assets. He could not ignore this. It was uncontrolled chaos in his domain. If he was not Hydra, the situation would still require his immediate intervention as Secretary of the Security Council. Either way, Pierce took the bait. You are in New York. For now, yes. Fury admitted. Head to the Triskelion. We will meet there. I am flying out in 10 minutes. Pierce said, understanding that in this situation he could not afford to delay. Then he hung up. Damn. Barton winced, having been a witness to the whole exchange. I hate the Triskelion. It is a glass box. This place has more character, or something. There is that. Fury agreed, rising from his desk. Go warn Thompson that we are heading out. Are you hiding Natasha from him? Barton asked, getting up from his chair. I am hiding him from her, more like it. All right. Barton nodded, heading for the door. I hope this whole thing works out. Fury stared grimly at the dark monitor of his turned-off computer. He did not leave any other options. he quietly answered the empty office. Not for us. Not for himself. Sitting in the leather seat of the government jet heading toward the Triskelions' hidden airfield, Pierce tried to figure out which bastard had gotten it into his head to reveal the existence of the cleanser to the world. It was a gas capable of weakening the X gene and, in high enough doses, outright destroying mutants. It had been developed at Zola's suggestion as the ideal solution to the mutant problem. This gas was a critically important asset. It was supposed to be deployed only by command and only in sync with the launch of the Future Insight project. They had finally managed to find the reactors for it. The entire essence of Zola's algorithm was in a preemptive, surgical strike against future threats calculated decades in advance. And some idiot had decided to use this tool prematurely. They had used it in Lagos, creating chaos and attracting unnecessary UN attention. The plane began its descent. Through the porthole, it appeared. The Triskelion. Made of glass, cold, piercing the sky. It was not simply SHIELD headquarters, as the uninformed thought. No, this was Hydra's temple. Built on its enemy's money, it was the central nerve node. In the depths of its servers, in a way, Zola himself lived and worked. It was an irony Pierce enjoyed every day. Fury was waiting for him right on the landing pad. He looked gloomier than a storm cloud, which was no surprise considering what a reputational disaster the revelation of the cleanser could turn out to be. Xavier would hardly let that slide. Alexander. Fury nodded, skipping the handshake. This way. We are going to the aquarium. This conversation needs to be absolutely clean. Pierce nodded agreeably. It made sense. If a leak of this magnitude had occurred, Fury's paranoia was warranted. He needed to assess the damage and find the guilty party. Pierce planned to make a public example of whoever it was. They entered a soundproof conference room at the very heart of the building. The door hissed shut, sealing the room. Fury, without sitting down, turned to him. So, Nick, how bad is everything with? Pierce began. Hydra. Fury cut him off, staring him dead in the eye. Are you connected to Hydra? For a second, Pierce froze. The question was so absurd, so direct, and Southwest wildly out of place in the given situation. Then a light, condescending smile spread across his face. The thought that it was time to stop this tiresome charade with Fury struck him as sudden but absolutely correct. What was the point of hiding it any longer? The time had come. Yes, Nick. He answered calmly, as if confessing to a love of golf. Of course. Hail Hydra. Chapter 82. In the aquarium, a sterile interrogation room within the Triskelion, silence hung heavy. Nick Fury stared at his own reflection at the one-way mirror. He had questions. A lot of them. So many that for the first time in his long career, he simply did not know where to start. Much of that stemmed from Thompson's revelation about his tools. Absolute mental control. Control undetectable to victim and observer alike, because the controlled person believed everything was fine. Fury did not believe everything was fine. He tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose, a gesture unusually vulnerable. Both eyes were narrowed with exhaustion. He would have to examine himself. He would have to find a way to check his astral anchor, to see if any of this crap was lodged in it. And he would also have to deal with Thompson. And that, he was beginning to understand, would be harder than dealing with Hydra. The door to the interrogation room hissed open. Inside walked the man in question. Thompson. He had matured, his shoulders broader now. He was changed, not just physically, but on a more fundamental level. He was now far more serious than even a standard super soldier like Cap. But far more terrifying than his physical capabilities were his mental ones. Fury clenched his fists. Mind breakers. He had never liked them. The very existence of Xavier had always grated on him subconsciously. But with Xavier, he could make peace for the sake of fragile balance. Thompson was different. He was an unknown variable. A nuclear bomb that was already ticking. But right now, he needed to deal with Hydra. What to do about Thompson could be decided later. Are there surveillance or recording devices in here? Thompson asked. He aimed the question at Pierce, not Fury. That simple shift instantly changed the balance of power in the room. The master here was not Fury. No, Pierce answered calmly, almost cordially. The Triskelions' aquariums were used for handling our own problems as well. It would be stupid to expose ourselves in such a clumsy way. Then how did Hydra get information from here? Every interrogation, regardless of classification, was documented and entered into a database. After that, it was Zola's department. At the mention of that name, Fury pushed aside the useless thoughts that were doing more harm than good. He focused entirely on the interrogation. Arnim Zola. He died in 1972, according to the records. His body was cremated, Fury said flatly. Oh, Nick. Pierce said with a smile. Not a crazed one. A calm, patronizing smile, like a man sharing insider secrets. A victor smile. Such a genius, so faithful to our organization's ideals, found a way to serve it even after his death. In that same year, 1972, right before his demise, Arnim transferred his consciousness into a digital space. Since then, he has been one of our most valuable and useful agents. Give me the details, Fury shot back, ignoring the smile. What are his capabilities? What are his vulnerabilities? Where is the server located? If this Zola was really what Fury thought he was, then S.H.I.E.L.D. did not just have big problems. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the problem. Zola's algorithm connects all Hydra cells, Pierce recited in a monotone. It analyzes data from S.H.I.E.L.D. and other agencies we have access to. It identifies future enemies of Hydra and carries out plans for their elimination. Then Pierce looked directly at Thompson. You were on this list, of course. Very high on it. Zola is also the keeper of most of our secrets, and precisely because he's so important, we never risked putting him on the open internet. The AI core sits on servers at Camp Lehigh. The old S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New Jersey, Fury said, nodding. His face was impenetrable, but inside he was seething at the realization of how deeply the enemy had penetrated. I assume it's in a bunker. What about vulnerabilities? Correct. In a bunker. Pierce smiled. As for vulnerabilities, there are plenty. The server core is Zola's personality. Destroy it, and all communication channels with his junior models collapse. Without the core, they're nothing more than dummies programmed to transmit data. We cannot destroy Zola, Thompson interjected, speaking more to Fury than to Pierce. Fury agreed. There was far too much valuable information stored inside him. I propose, Thompson continued, that we cut all communication channels at Camp Lehigh and place Zola in a digital prison, an isolated server from which he cannot escape or send any signals. We'll discuss it later, Fury cut in, his voice sharp. He inwardly agreed with Thompson's plan, and immediately feared that agreement. Was it a genuine thought? Was it just another directive implanted in his astral anchor? To suppress this surging paranoia, he forcefully turned his attention back to Pierce. The other key members of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. I need their names. I need their roles. Now. Oh, Nick. Pierce smirked. This genuine smile scared Fury more than any torture could have. You can't imagine how long this will take. But to start with, you should know about Gideon Malik. Gideon Malik? Fury couldn't hide his shock. He hadn't expected anyone else. Generals, senators, but not Malik. Then again, he'd never expected Pierce either. Now it turned out that 2 of the 6 members of the World Security Council were Hydra. The entire henhouse had been a wolf den, feeding on its own. Yes. He's my colleague on the council. More accurately, he's my colleague in 2 roles. Pierce grinned. He also heads the Old Guard faction in Hydra. A faction. Thompson cut in. Isn't Hydra united by a single ideology? And what exactly does that ideology entail? Fury remained silent. He was also interested in hearing the truth. It wasn't every day you got to interrogate one of the world's shadow rulers. Humanity is not capable of governing itself. Pierce's voice carried a note of tired superiority. Free will is a curse that inevitably leads to chaos. Only absolute control, imposed by us, can bring true peace to the planet. We are the saviors, Nick. It's just that few people understand us. He shook his head in disappointment. As for the factions, there's nothing surprising about each leader having his own agenda. Malik wants to bring his god back to Earth. He supposedly wants to bring back Hive. He believes this will help him control humanity. Well, good luck to him, I guess, Pierce chuckled. A god, both Fury and Thompson exclaimed, almost simultaneously. I didn't dig into the details. Pierce shrugged. And I wasn't particularly interested. His family has been trying to bring this thing back for over 1,000 years. And in the last half-century, I've done more for Hydra and for the world than he has with his mystical nonsense. Nick, I'll tell you straight. Thompson jumped in, his voice unusually serious. This most likely isn't nonsense. He looked Fury dead in the eye, and Fury believed him instantly. That involuntary, absolute trust sent an icy chill down his spine. Damned paranoia, where are you when I actually need you? What makes you say that? Fury forced out, trying to keep his voice steady. Gods are real. Craven, whom I investigated, was bound by oath to one of them. To avoid misleading S.H.I.E.L.D. and creating unnecessary complications, I didn't include that in my report. But I know for a fact that gods exist, and they're very powerful. Some of them aren't exactly benevolent toward humanity. Divine anomalies. Fury frowned, squinting as he dug through the strangest files in his memory. We don't have a classification for that. Mysticism, yes. But not gods. The Tesseract, John said. Fury's eyes narrowed sharply. How? Where did he get all of this from? Oh, that is an entertaining trinket, Pierce interjected. He didn't care who was asking. Malik spent some time studying the Pegasus project and consulting with Strucker, but ultimately decided it wasn't worth the effort. Pegasus? Strucker? Baron Strucker? John asked. And in that moment, Fury caught something in his tone. This wasn't a rhetorical question to keep the conversation moving. It was genuine curiosity. Fury's inner analyst, momentarily suppressed by his paranoia, snapped to attention. Thompson's knowledge, it was strange. Fragmentary. Patchy. He knew about the Tesseract, but not about the Pegasus project. He knew about Pierce, but apparently not about Malik. He knew about Hydra, but not about Strucker. This wasn't divine omniscience. It was something else. Like torn pages from different books. Like a briefing from another world. Fury looked at Thompson with new eyes. Who the hell was he? I stood in the aquarium next to Fury, listening to Pierce's calm, terrifyingly rational voice. I felt, rather than saw, Gwen's tense, invisible figure nearby. She'd been smart enough to fly in on Pierce's private jet. I had a lot of respect for that. She had wanted proof, and I had promised it to her. Well, she was getting it. Fury was not himself. From the moment I'd shown my cards in the grain warehouse, he'd been wound tight. That came as no surprise. I had known it would be this way. Now I could only hope I would have time to play my next cards. The ones that would rehabilitate me in his eyes. The first of those cards was this interrogation. Pierce, guided by the worm, spoke. He spoke of Gideon Malik, another member of the World Security Council. Unpleasant, but expected, if you thought about it. Just a system of checks and balances. Malik watched Pierce, and Pierce watched Malik. He spoke of Baron Strucker, Hydra's scientific genius and international terrorist, holed up in a fortress in Sokovia. Even Pierce winced as he discussed him, complaining that Strucker's projects were too crude and too loud. That was still within the expected range. One of the most valuable moments came when Pierce mentioned Zola's algorithm. It would have been a nasty surprise if we hadn't already known about it, an artificial intelligence built from the consciousness of a Nazi scientist. The problems it could have caused would have been far worse if the aquarium had contained any bugs. But Pierce wasn't lying. Without a command from the head, the algorithm wouldn't act on its own. It would sincerely believe everything happening was part of Pierce's plan. Now that we knew its exact location, we had significantly reduced that threat. The unpleasant surprise was the ideology itself. Total population control by stripping free will. That, unfortunately, fit right in with Fury's paranoia and my own approach to problem solving. But all of that paled in comparison when Pierce mentioned Malik's cult. His damned hive. I had absolutely no idea what that was. But considering the world we lived in, I wouldn't be surprised if Malik actually managed to reach this hive at the worst possible moment. And then the world would most likely be doomed. There were no Avengers, no Strange, no experienced Fantastic Four, and no powered-up version of me. Pierce naturally didn't know the details. He only knew that it was some key thing the Malik family had been searching for generations, to bring Hive back to Earth. One thing was certain, Malik was guaranteed to be the mental worm's next target. I glanced at Fury. Judging by his motionless, deathly pale face, he'd reached the same conclusion I had, right when I did. And he agreed. good. Gradually, he was starting to understand how thoroughly screwed the situation was. For some reason, it seemed to me that the threat level would only grow with each thread we unraveled. The longer Pierce spoke, the worse it got. There were the Inhumans and the experiments performed on them. There were the mutants. Dozens of projects run by Hydra on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s behalf had literally gutted the poor men and women unlucky enough to activate their X gene. There were the energy weapons based on the Tesseract. It turned out Hydra had studied it inside and out. S.H.I.E.L.D. had only gotten the scraps. There were the names. Names of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including high-ranking ones. Names of politicians. Names of corporate executives. Names of high-ranking military officers. Names of media figures. Hydra was everywhere. Its roots had spread so deep that eventually, all of this was going to blow up. And maybe I was imagining it, but it seemed to me that over the course of this hour, Fury's attitude toward my methods had softened slightly. At the very least, he had definitely recognized their practicality. Especially when Pierce, with that same calm smile, told him about the dead hand protocols, automatic orders for total retaliation that would trigger if Pierce died or was captured, protocols that my worm had just completely bypassed. Yes, I have a cleanup implant built into me, Pierce admitted easily, talking about it like he was discussing the weather. As soon as my vital signs deviate from the norm, my brain instantly turns to mush, and Zola receives a signal to act. A signal to do what? Fury asked quietly. To create a global catastrophe, Nick, Pierce smiled. All of the sleeper agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., and there are literally thousands of them, would receive orders for an immediate attack and the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. from within. All of Hydra's bases, and some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bases, including Camp Lehigh, would self-destruct. All of the politicians and media personalities would reveal the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the world and unleash the most compromising material imaginable. And then there is the Insight Project. You should be very grateful right now that our 3 new helicarriers are not finished yet. Otherwise, they would definitely have destroyed a dozen cities with millions of people in them. The interrogation went on for 4 hours. For 4 hours, there were revelations, each one more monstrous than the last. Finally, we understood that we had extracted the most critical details from Pierce, if not everything. It was time to shift the focus. And now, Nick, I have a question for you, I said when another pause settled over the interrogation room. What will we learn from the other Hydra heads? I needed to redirect Fury's paranoia away from me toward something more constructive. Yes, he definitely feared me. And no gesture of goodwill, like destroying the worms, transferring them to him, or creating a vaccine, would calm him down. Subjugate Fury. That was the easy path, and it would not end well. Kill him. That would be stupid. There was only one way out. I had to change the very nature of our relationship. And Pierce, with his revelations, had helped me tremendously. Nothing good, Fury snapped, staring at the wall. And do you know what the funniest part of all this is, Nick? I decided to finish him off. I saw both of his eyes snap to focus on me. He did not know what to expect. This. Your Hydra. I gestured around the room. It's a kindergarten. A nursery school. Compared to what's actually coming, there are threats from space. Hundreds of civilizations out there. They're just words. He shook his head. Words. I smirked. Half of Hydra is a cult of fanatics trying to summon a god from space to Earth. Are those just words too? What about the mages and vampires you know perfectly well exist? Are those just words? The fact that I did more to eradicate Hydra in one day than your S.H.I.E.L.D. has done in 50 years, is that also just words? My paranoia isn't baseless. Fury snapped. If it leads you to try to eliminate me, then it's useless. There are so many threats in this world that I can and want to help with. I have to live here too, after all. But burn this bridge, and you'll only achieve one thing. I'll simply fly off to terraform Mars and leave this planet in your care. I shrugged. Playing God won't lead to anything good, Thompson. Playing God. Do you know who actually is God? Or rather, who actually is one? It's Loki. The god of illusions and deception. He's real, Nick. And he can come for your Tesseract at any moment. He could open a portal over New York, and from there, hordes of Chitauri would pour out. Cruel, bloodthirsty aliens who would not leave a single stone standing in that city. And who's going to fight them, Nick? For a while, the room was plunged into silence. Pierce, silently observing our exchange, only smiled faintly. He had said everything that needed to be said. We have Hyperion. We have the Hulk. We have the mutants, Fury finally said. SHIELD agents and the military shouldn't be written off either. And what if I told you the Chitauri are only the first stage? That the true puppeteer will come after them, and his goal is to destroy half of all intelligent life in the entire universe. I lowered my voice. And what if I told you that even this isn't the end? That there are threats out there that make even that genocide look like mercy? Fury was silent for a long time, looking at Pierce, then at me. Hydra, he finally said. First, we need to resolve the question of Hydra. And then. I'll think about it. He looked directly into my eyes, as if trying to burn through me with his gaze. Then he wearily shook his head, shedding the accumulated tension. Think about it, Nick. Think hard. As for Hydra, I suggest we bring in the Hyperion you mentioned earlier. You can consider that another element of the checks and balances system on your end. And speaking of which, here is my. I turned to an empty corner of the room. Gwen, please come out. Chapter 83. Miss Stacy. Fury didn't bat an eye when the girl removed her mask, which, until then, had been nothing but a blind spot, became visible. I knew she was your agent. Now, he nodded at the suit shimmering with residual interference, I know how she pulled it off. But your motives, Thompson? I have one motive. I shot back. Honestly, this dialogue was starting to tire me. A seditious thought crossed my mind. Maybe it really would be simpler to put Fury under my control. I want to deal with all of the global threats so I can live in peace. I want to build something new. And I want people to stop trying to shoot me with a laser satellite or some psi emitter every few days. I looked him dead in the eyes. That is literally all of it. Power, money, strength for the sake of strength. I do not need any of that. I am probably some kind of broken person, but I want to believe I am not a hypocrite. Not a hypocrite. Gwen cut in sharply, stepping between me and Fury. Nothing stopped you from asking me to process Fury too. Or anyone else. I would have. She stumbled for a moment. I would not have refused. Then she lifted her chin again, and her gaze bore into Fury. You are the only hypocrite here. She poked her finger into his chest. He stared coldly at the girl's tiny finger. If you had a tool like this, everything would have been normal. It would have been for the common good, it would have been a useful tool, and you would have said you knew exactly how to use it better, and you would have come up with other justifications. But the moment this tool shows up in the hands of someone who has given you no reason to distrust and who deserves more trust than anyone in this building, you immediately slap labels on him. You say he is dangerous, he is uncontrollable, he is playing God. You are just furious that this is not your toy. If only it were that simple, girl. Fury exhaled wearily, averting his gaze. Thank you, Gwen, I said sincerely, gently moving her hand aside. Then I turned back to Fury. I've revealed too much. To you, to Barton, to Gwen, and soon to Hyperion. Just because your paranoia refuses to see my sincerity doesn't mean it's absent. And if you already see me as a problem that needs solving, go ahead and try. This isn't a threat, Nick. It's simply a fact. I'll defend myself. There was another silence. I don't like the direction this conversation has taken, Fury admitted honestly, running a hand over his face. But I'll be frank with you. I don't like your tool, but I do like your openness. That doesn't change what I said. You're an uncontrolled element. But at the very least, when it comes to destroying Hydra, I'm ready to trust you. Hooray, peace. Gwen laughed cheerfully, slightly undercutting the gravity of the moment. I just smirked at that, and Fury rolled his eyes dramatically. I prefer to call it parody, he cut her off. You can stay here for now. I'm going to get Hyperion and Barton. It's time to discuss the plan. After receiving confirming nods from me and Gwen, Fury left the aquarium. In the room, it was just me, Gwen, and Pierce. He'd been standing there the whole time with a polite, calm smile, treating the situation as perfectly normal. Right before his eyes, a discussion had just taken place about the destruction of his life's work, literally the foundation on which his entire personality, all his accomplishments, and his very identity were built. And he did not give a damn about it. No. It was even scarier than that. He considered this perfectly correct and logical. He considered it his own. He considered it his new personality, his new identity. It was frightening. Why had I even created something like this? How had I even thought of this? And why was it only now, looking at this living, smiling corpse, that the full weight of Fury's words about playing God was finally hitting me? We sat on a small couch in the interrogation room. Not knowing what to say, I stared at the blindingly white ceiling, thinking about how I had even ended up here. "Everything is fine," Gwen said quietly, carefully taking my hand. Her voice was soothing, pulling me out of my dark thoughts. Hydra turned out to be far more powerful than anyone could have guessed. And this is only the first thread we have unraveled. Fighting them any other way. She shook her head. Would have been impossible. It was strange, but what she said and how she said it calmed me down. She was right. Against a machine like that, against followers of a Nazi ideology, against cultists of a creepy deity, and against a shadow government with limitless resources, what other methods were there? An information attack. Gathering compromising material. Building a coalition and delivering pinpoint strikes. All of that was a long game. The slightest miscalculation, the slightest leak of information, one trusted agent turning out to be a sleeper, and everything would go down the drain. And what was at stake was the entire world. I needed to act decisively. I needed to act without regard for ethics. Gwen understood that. I was grateful for it. Marry me. I said that instead of thank you. Gwen blinked. For a moment, she seemed to stop breathing. The pause stretched. And then, instead of shock, laughter, or a lecture about appropriateness, she simply nodded. All right. And as if nothing had happened, she laid her head on my shoulder. It turns out I still got caught in your web, I chuckled, hugging her. It turns out you did, she answered softly. For the next couple of minutes, we sat in the interrogation room's silence next to Pierce, who smiled. But I broke the quiet to ask a question that had been gnawing at me for quite a while. Why are you with me in all of this? You are risking your life and getting involved in ventures, each one more questionable than the last. It would have been much safer for you to just stay a hero on the streets of New York. The question hung in the air. Gwen was quiet for a while, but without lifting her head off my shoulder, she finally answered. Because I can feel the sincerity. I can feel yours. I can feel Peter's. I can even feel Eric's. Since I got my powers, my sense has constantly shown me how unreliable people are in general. Actually, that is why I was a loner most of the time. But, she smirked, loners do not save the world. Not even loners like you or the super-strong Hyperion. And I am a heroine. I have to save the world. At least once. Otherwise, what is even the point of all this masquerade? It's because you're programmed by a multiversal conceptual entity that gives you your powers, I answered seriously, so she wouldn't think I was joking. There had been too many revelations today. One more or one less wouldn't make a difference. So, free will does not exist? Gwen asked with a tired smile. She was taking it surprisingly well. Then again, she already knew about the source of her powers. Now she also knew where her motives came from. It turns out Hydra's ideology is, in a way, meaningless. It's more that you were suited for this role from the start, by your character and way of thinking. So you became it. They are like the millions of Gwens, Peters, and Mileses in other parallel universes. I think free will still exists. Though, yes, coming from me, it would be hypocritical to discuss that. No. She turned her head, looking up at me. It's actually the opposite. Precisely because the nuclear button is in your hands, only you can truly discuss what awaits the world, either a wasteland or a utopia. And who is Miles, by the way? He's another version of Spider-Man. There are quite a few of them out there. I answered easily. Which ones are the coolest? That's a tough question. I'd probably still say the classic ones, yours and Peter's, are the coolest. There's also a Spider-Man from the year 2099. His name is Miguel O'Hara. But from what I know, he's kind of an asshole. I won't ask where you got that information from. I'll definitely tell you everything. But only if you marry me. I already said yes. For a while, the room settled back into a cozy silence. My mind was nearly blank. Was this a joke? Had what just happened been a joke? Had I really just gotten a cat spider wife? Was this fate, or some form of conceptual providence born from the mishmash of strange skills in my body? I suddenly realized with perfect clarity that tying my romantic fate to Gwen was the best option for me. Every self-respecting Isekai protagonist should have won, after all. She was beautiful. She was smart. She was emotionally stable. And I already sensed, on some intuitive level, that she was absolutely loyal. From any angle, she was an ideal girl. It was interesting. What had I done to deserve such happiness? And where would we have the wedding after all this? My amusing, somewhat happy thoughts were interrupted by the sharp hiss of the airlock door. The cozy atmosphere burst like a soap bubble. 3 people walked in. Fury, Barton, and Hyperion in his blue and gold superhero garb. How much time had passed? 7 minutes. And in that time, Hyperion had already gotten here. Did he even sleep? Or maybe he lived on this base. That last thought, by the way, sounded surprisingly logical. Located between Washington and Virginia, the Triskelion building was a convenient hub for the kind of travel Hyperion preferred. He had essentially become the first and only transnational hero on the planet. I couldn't resist. I activated my spiritual vision. It was bright. Blazingly bright. Like staring into the sun. No, 100 suns at zenith, blazing down on the Sahara with photosensitive eyes. I squinted against the spiritual radiance pouring off him. That was the sensation of looking at this world's Superman. He studied the room in turn, his gaze moving from the smiling Pierce to Gwen, and finally settling on me. Officially, this powerhouse topped my personal power rankings by a massive margin. He surpassed Barton by about 50 times. And it wasn't about the quantity of his Ryuryoku. It was the quality. Hyperion's spiritual structure itself was different. Non-human. Divine. It was hard to describe, but an average human compared to Hyperion wasn't like a beat-up Moskvich compared to a brand-new Bugatti. No. It was a cart. An ordinary wooden wagon. That was how serious this was. Now I was definitely sure that against someone like this, my mental worm would not work. His spirit would simply burn the parasite to ash without even noticing. It became a bit uncomfortable. Especially considering that this powerhouse surpassed me by an order of magnitude and, if anything happened, he would kill me. Not with the pinky toe of his left foot, of course, but he would kill me. Now I understood how he alone had managed to stop the last fight between the Hulk and the Abomination. Have you seen enough? Fury asked with interest. His keen gaze carefully tracked my reaction, noting my heightened attention to this demigod. It was interesting. Who was stronger, Hyperion or Thor? Of course, that assumes Thor wasn't from the inferior MCU. Stop. Why the hell did that matter? I needed to stop staring at him. With effort and fighting through the sharp spike in racial concentration filling the room, I forced myself to shut down my spiritual vision. He's the strongest, I exhaled. Hydra is doomed. By the way, Pierce, what can you tell me about Hyperion? Under no circumstances should we attract his attention, Pierce stated evenly. His threat level is Omega+. Any protocols against him are useless. That's what I expected. I chuckled. So Hydra definitely doesn't have anyone of similar caliber. Or Pierce simply doesn't know about them, Fury cut in, immediately dampening my enthusiasm. Alexander Pierce. Hyperion finally spoke. His voice was ordinary, a pleasant baritone. What is he doing here? And what is this Hydra? Right. If you weren't looking at him with spiritual vision, he was simply a man who commanded respect. But then, so did Fury. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director had spent years in the tense world of espionage, building a different but no less powerful aura. Over the next 5 minutes, we briefly brought Hyperion up to speed. Pierce. Hydra. The main problem figures, Zola, Malik, and Strucker. And, of course, the potential threats we hadn't yet identified. Hyperion's reaction was unexpected. To some extent, it was also unpleasant. I am not concerned with your spy wars, he finally said, shaking his head, his voice perfectly even. I realized the situation required urgent action. Without Hyperion on our side, the plan for a quick decapitation strike could drag on. Any delay would mean failure. Spy wars. I repeated. Hydra is a threat to the entire world. Take Gideon Malik, for example, the man we just discussed. He's a cultist who wants to summon some damn cosmic god to Earth. Tell me, Marcus, I said, remembering he'd asked me to use his first name, what do you know about cosmic threats? I'd like to think I know more about them than you do, the man answered, frowning slightly. You're from another planet, right? Your physiology clearly isn't human. I was feeling him out carefully. Yes. Marcus nodded, admitting the obvious. Yours, by the way, isn't human either, he added offhandedly, making it clear he saw right through me. Why are you here? Are you protecting ordinary humans? And how is this connected to your arrival, appearing almost simultaneously with the Richards expedition? I cannot answer that. He shook his head again. This knowledge would do more harm than good. At that moment, I genuinely wanted to say just one word, Galactus. But intuition, or something like it, stopped me from giving in to that impulse. Hyperion obviously wasn't ready to show his hand. Right now, he was an unknown variable to me, just as I was to him. Explaining how I knew about Galactus would be nearly impossible. In short, forget Galactus. I deal with the situation at hand. Nevertheless, I pressed on, since you've taken on the burden of protecting humanity, and since a cosmic god who could theoretically be summoned by Malik any day now is no metaphorical threat to humanity. We need to get Malik under control, Fury finished my thought. That way he can give us the details. Then you can decide whether or not you want to fully participate in this mission. Control. Marcus finally addressed the elephant in the room. His gaze shifted to Pierce, who had remained silent all this time. Pierce, he's under someone's control. Right now. Naturally, Fury, Barton, and Hyperion all turned their attention toward me. Another delicate moment. Don't rush to judgment, Marcus. I raised my hands in a placating gesture. With Hydra, it was a necessary evil. Otherwise, chaos would have engulfed the world, triggered by the dead hand protocols. Besides, I looked him straight in the eye, since you're officially the strongest of us, you'll most likely have to storm Strucker's base in Sokovia. Then you'll see why I had no choice with Hydra. You'll see that, right? I turned to Pierce. Experiments on children. Forced organ transplants. Slave trading. The kidnapping of curious human and non-human specimens. Pierce began listing in an even voice. The creation of sentient weapons. Hundreds of prisoners kept as biological material. With each word, Hyperion's expression darkened. He clenched his fists. And this is only the tip of the iceberg, Pierce finished. This is what's in my reports. There is much I do not know. I glanced at Gwen. Her face had gone pale, and she squeezed my hand hard. That was understandable. In the rush of the interrogation, Pierce had not gone into such details, though he certainly could have. The phrase, experiments on mutants, hardly suggested anything harmless. Marcus let out a heavy breath, his shoulders dropping slightly. I understand. I exhaled too, allowing myself to relax. We had him. So. Hyperion straightened up again, a steely edge entering his voice. What is the plan? Chapter 84. Are you absolutely sure this will work? Barton asked. He was sitting across from me in the jet, flying toward the bunker housing the paranoid AI, Zola. Next to us, in the third seat, sat Pierce. With a faint, vacant smile, he glanced our way periodically, listening to the discussion like a passenger who didn't understand a word of it. Absolutely, I answered, running through the details in my head. The entire mission hinged on this task. We had to deal with Zola so Hydra wouldn't find out. Before our departure, I'd spent several hours in S.H.I.E.L.'s secure laboratory understanding the problem and creating a solution. And there was a problem. Zola wasn't simply an AI. He was a paranoid, analog nightmare running on 1970s technology. He existed on magnetic tapes, room-sized mainframes, and punch cards. He couldn't be hacked via Wi-Fi because he had no Wi-Fi. His protection protocols weren't modern digital encryption. They were thick concrete walls, physical isolation, and a series of dead switches. As soon as he detected a cable break, anomalous radio signals, or a direct attempt to access his core, he'd trigger physical self-destruction. Thermite charges sat on the server racks. All that priceless information would become slag. That was precisely why the plan couldn't be an attack but a transplantation. Still, Barton chuckled, that mustache doesn't suit you. A mustache. Oh, right. Allow me to introduce myself. I was Sergei Mikhailovich Lomonosov, a security audit specialist from the Soviet Hydra Division, urgently summoned personally by Secretary Pierce. In reality, This was a high-quality disguise based on a real agent. It was me. A mustache only suits cockroaches and the old men from Monopoly, I muttered, adjusting my fake glasses. We're descending, the pilot warned over the intercom. It was Phil Coulson. I ran through the plan one more time. On my knee sat a laptop loaded with a sandbox program. In my pocket sat a quantum drive disguised as an unremarkable flash drive. All the pieces were in place. I just needed to push the first domino. Good luck. Barton gave a terse nod. He was staying with the jet, our insurance if things went sideways. Though, honestly, in this operation, a bad scenario was essentially the worst-case scenario. Luck is only for amateurs, I answered, borrowing Gwen's line as I followed Pierce off the jet. The moment his boots touched the concrete, Pierce's foolish smile vanished like it had been erased. His shoulders straightened. This was no longer a mental slave unaware of his own condition. This was Secretary Alexander Pierce. And he commanded respect. Playing the part of a grim Soviet subordinate, I followed him in silence. The doors of the bunker, hidden beneath an old farmhouse, opened automatically before him. Inside, it was cramped. The air was dry and smelled of dust, ozone, old machinery, and, for some reason, coffee. Hundreds of armed Hydra agents, support staff, analysts, and scientists in white coats filled the space. Each of them straightened up and saluted when they noticed Pierce. He simply nodded in return. The walk to the main control hall took a grueling 20 minutes. The deeper we went, the colder the air became, the more armed bastards stood guard, and the more stringent the security measures grew. It was Pierce's status as head of a faction embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. that let us pass through this gauntlet without a single question. Finally, we entered the main control hall. On dozens of 1970s-era monitors, a digitized face flickered to life. It showed a balding old man in round glasses. Alexander. In person. Zola's synthesized voice echoed through the hall, full of surprise. Honestly, I doubted until the very end that you would fly here. When were you last here? 2007. It was 2008, Pierce corrected him grimly. Arnim, we don't have time for games right now. Our satellite node in Munich went silent an hour ago. It looks like a coordinated external cyber attack by an unknown opponent. That was the core of my plan. The paranoid Zola had to swallow it. I am ordering the immediate activation of Protocol Dark Object, Pierce pronounced, enunciating each word. Complete bunker isolation. Activate internal EM shielding and immediately sever all external network trunks. This is an Alpha 1 order. The face on the monitors changed sharply. The relaxed old scientist transformed into a cold, emotionless machine and proceeded to execute the command. Protocol Dark Object activation. A mechanical voice boomed from the loudspeakers throughout the bunker. Internal shielding activated. External trunks disconnected. Bunker is sealed. Zola had literally locked himself in a cage. Sergei. Pierce turned to me, gesturing at the console. Proceed with the diagnostics. Without hesitation, I connected my laptop to the main terminal and activated the emulator server. At that same moment, Zola's external world was now entirely within my local simulation. He was completely cut off from the real network, but he didn't panic. He was confident he was executing a high-level order for self-protection. He had locked himself in my sandbox. Pierce stepped up to the nearest monitor displaying Arnim's digital face. Arnim, right now a specialist named Lomonosov will conduct a full audit of your core. He will search for any vulnerabilities to this new threat and create a full backup of you on a protected quantum carrier. This is necessary in case the main complex is physically attacked. Grant him full administrative access at the creator level. Hydra cannot afford to lose you. That was a direct order from a Hydra head, confirmed by all protocols. Zola was physically incapable of disobeying. I inserted the quantum drive into the terminal. A line appeared on the monitor. It read, Access Request Level Creator. Authorize. Yes/no. Pierce silently entered a code and placed his hand on a palm scanner. Access granted. Perfect. Please come in. I smirked. Zola had handed me the keys to his own prison himself. Instead of manually copying him piece by piece and risking that I'd miss something or trigger an alarm, I activated the emergency backup function built into Zola. He did everything himself. He compressed his core, algorithms, and memory into a perfect, clean copy and transmitted them to my drive. He considered it standard procedure. Copying completed. 100%. And can a robot write a symphony? I muttered under my breath in Russian as I extracted the drive from the terminal. The backup procedure has been completed, Secretary Pierce. I am ready for further instructions, Zola reported in his soulless voice. He either hadn't understood the reference or hadn't appreciated it. Continue working in dark object mode until my special order. The specialist and I are returning to the Triskelion for data analysis, Pierce cut him off. Despite the enhanced protection protocols, we were out of the bunker in 20 minutes flat. In my pocket sat a flash drive containing a perfect, clean copy of the entire Zola AI. The original would remain in his bunker for the next several weeks, maybe months, completely cut off from the world and convinced that a cyber war was raging outside. Naturally, we weren't going to leave him there to rot. We'd deal with the bunker and the agents inside later. Right now, we had different priorities. Well, Mustache Man, did the transfer work? Barton asked when we boarded the jet. I held up the flash drive without a word. Good. He nodded, then added casually, by the way, while you were digging around down there, our invisible friend made contact. Gwen pulled it off. Malik is under control. Zola's neutralized and Malik's on the hook, I answered, more for myself than for Barton, running through the next steps. That means we pay a covert visit to Malik, led by Pierce. Meanwhile, Hyperion stormed Strucker's fortress. Coulson set a course for the Malik estate. I assume there's somewhere to land. Barton asked the pilot. There's a small shield base near Los Angeles, Coulson answered with his perpetual half-smile as the jet began to climb. I turned the situation over in my mind. The plan was simple but elegant in its own way. It leveraged every resource we had, striking at 3 main Hydra fronts simultaneously. First, we disabled Zola's algorithm. The most dangerous element, the linchpin connecting the Hydra cells embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D., is done. Second, we brought Malik under control. Done. Now I just needed to get within range of the worm. Third, Baron Strucker. Hyperion would demolish his fortress, trying to knock him out rather than kill him. There was a considerable chance the Dead Hand protocol would activate, and the entire base would blow up. But there was a nuance. The attack on Strucker was framed as an attack on Strucker, the terrorist, not Strucker, the Hydra member. The men had stepped on too many toes in this world. He must have known that people were sharpening their knives for him from all sides. Seeing Hyperion, he would be unlikely to immediately activate the Hydra protocols, naively believing he still had a chance to wriggle out of it. He was in for a rude awakening. He had no way out. Hyperion already had a vial with a mental worm for him, too. I ran through the plan again and again. It was held together by pure audacity and the principle of Occam's razor. I exhaled. Even if something went wrong later, we already had Pierce and Zola. They were priceless sources of information. And at the very minimum, Strucker's base would be destroyed. About that last point, I had no doubt. Hyperion was an annihilation machine. Gideon. Pierce activated a secured video call. Malik's grim, aristocratic face appeared on screen. I am at Camp Lehigh. I just activated Dark Object at Zola's. There has been a leak. A personal meeting is necessary. Immediately. What is the code phrase? Malik asked, squinting. Red Squid, Pierce answered without batting an eye. Malik studied him for a long second, evaluating. Then he nodded. The call ended. Excellent. He was ours. The rest of the flight to Los Angeles was routine and took less than 2 hours. We landed at a small mothballed S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Malik was already waiting for us in the conference room. Hyperion, thousands of kilometers away in Sokovia, was waiting for Fury's signal. I could not let Strucker and Malik somehow contact each other. Though the risk was small, it was better safe than sorry. The speed of events was already off the charts. Alexander, what has happened? Malik asked as soon as we entered the conference room. He was alone. What's happened is that it's time for your retirement, Gideon, Pierce answered, shaking his head with regret. Malik frowned. He looked at Pierce. Then he looked at me, still in my disguise. Then at Barton, who was cosplaying as a piece of furniture. Then at Pierce again. And he smiled. A retirement, then. A retirement. Where are we going? He had agreed so easily, as if he had been offered a cup of coffee. I was once again horrified by the power of the mental worm. I looked at Barton. He briefly nodded, checking his tactical tablet. The screen read, "We are at Malik's." It worked cleanly. That was a signal to Fury. And Fury gave the signal to Hyperion. At that same moment, Hyperion began storming Strucker's fortress. Across the world, an information bomb exploded. A massive trove of compromising material surfaced. Files Pierce had provided during his interrogation were now being sent from anonymous sources to the planet's largest media outlets. Contract killings. Bribes. Dark financial schemes. Kidnappings. All of it and more were leaked in full, implicating Gideon Malik. Now the intelligence agencies, and S.H.I.E.L.D. in particular, officially had the go-ahead to detain him. Half an hour later, back at the Los Angeles base, Pierce, acting in his capacity as secretary, initiated an emergency security council meeting via video link. Controlled chaos reigned in the conference hall. "Gentlemen, this is an emergency situation," Pierce began, his face full of righteous anger. "We are aware of it, Alexander." A man with a military bearing, John Rockwell, barked. "This is a catastrophe. The entire world is talking about how one of our council members is a mass murderer and a corrupt official. At the very least, I am glad S.H.I.E.L.D. acted promptly and Malik was immediately detained." The council's youngest member, Holly Wickshow, supported him. "This casts a shadow on the entire council." Yen Banks, a gaunt elderly Asian man, stated grimly. "It is precisely for this reason that I have gathered you." Pierce took the floor. "Director Fury is handling this matter promptly and minimizing the damage. But the problem runs deeper. Malik's departure creates a power vacuum. And in light of his betrayal, I believe we must strengthen our direct ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. We must show the world we are in control of the situation. I think it is time to offer Director Fury a seat at this table." Here it was. This was what all of this had been leading up to. "This is hasty." Rockwell objected immediately. "This is a direct violation of the charter." "I'm in favor," Hawley declared unexpectedly. He had always supported Fury and considered him a professional through and through. Opinions were divided. A heated discussion ensued. But Pierce was a master negotiator. After 10 minutes of subtle manipulation, playing on their fear of a public scandal, he dropped an opaque hint. "I've been having some health problems myself lately." Pierce sighed heavily. "You may have to find another candidate. We need someone like Fury to stabilize the ship. Right now." That was the last straw. The scales tipped toward approval. From this moment on, Nick Fury was no longer simply a hired director. He was a council member, part of the very body that had previously controlled him. Now he was his own master. And I was confident that, eventually, he would bring the entire council under S.H.I.E.L.D., making the organization truly independent. Why all the political maneuvering with the council? In fact, this had been my initiative. It was another coin I'd tossed into the fountain of Fury's goodwill. And more importantly, it was about strengthening the future S.H.I.E.L.D. After the Hydra Purge, with Fury at its helm, it would become an order of magnitude more powerful than in any reality I knew. The look Fury had given me when I proposed this council idea was a complex mixture of suspicion, reluctant gratitude, and furious mental calculation. It was worth all the effort. Ultimately, another system of checks and balances had been created. And honestly, it made things easier primarily for me. After this brief interlude with the council ended, our group, consisting of me, Barton, Gwen, now visible, Pierce and Malik, both under control, Coulson as the pilot, and the flash drive with AI Zola in my pocket, headed back to the Triskelion. The atmosphere in the jet was tense. In theory, Hyperion should have finished his epic confrontation with Strucker by now. By that same logic, the hardest part should have been behind us. But I wasn't ready to relax just yet. "Tell me about Hive." It was the first thing I asked Malik once we were airborne. At the same time, Fury listened in over an encrypted channel. "Oh. You want to hear about my god?" Malik's eyes flashed with fanatical fire. "That is a commendable aspiration. It's true, though, unfortunately, I don't know much about him myself. We simple mortals aren't granted the ability to understand all his greatness." He shook his head reverently. "What is he capable of? How do you plan to bring him back? What is the point of it?" I pressed on. "God, he is almighty. But my God can also control anyone." Malik preached, almost ecstatically. The seventh commandment of the Malik family covenant states, and the sinful planet will become his kingdom, and the sinful planet will become himself. And every person will be a part of him, and he, himself, will become every person. He snorted contemptuously. The scientists from my foundation, they were fools. Not understanding the entire essence of it, they decided my God was some kind of parasite. I executed them for those sinful thoughts. But you still recorded and saved that information, I pointed out. Which means? Yes. Malik's eyes flashed again. Deep down, I believe, that is, I drive these blasphemous thoughts away. I believe that bringing God back to earth through the monolith, an artifact portal my family has protected for generations, will prove my faith. A monolith. An artifact portal. Where does it lead? Have you managed to activate it? It leads to Maveth. Malik whispered. A desert world. A world where other gods, in their ignorance and weakness, managed to exile my God. They understood that otherwise they could not defeat him. My family, for generations, has sent worthy people to Maveth. And those worthy people have become a part of him. I see, I concluded. This parasite simply devoured everyone who went through. Why couldn't he come back if you can activate the portal? It is a one-way portal, Malik stated with obvious regret. But we are close. We are closer to creating a reverse portal than we have ever been before. There is every chance that I will get to behold God face to face in my own lifetime. There are no more chances like that, Barton chuckled. He had been silently listening to all of this nonsense until now. He looked at me. I'm sorry I doubted your methods. Now, after hearing this, I understand what kind of catastrophe could have started if you hadn't decided to burn out this infection at the root. He knew Fury was listening. He knew this went against his direct superior's official position. But he had still said it. Thank you, Clint. I nodded. That truly means a lot to me. Gwen, sitting on my left, softly took my hand. She was showing her support again. Barton nodded, accepting the gratitude. Now, let us go back to the monolith, I said to Malik. Yes. This was going to be a very long flight. 85. We need to get rid of the monolith, I said, concluding the brief but deeply unsettling interrogation of Malik about his god. I agree. Barton nodded, glancing at the screen showing Fury's tired, serious face. What are the options? Fury said flatly. Both of Fury's eyes were narrowed with equal skepticism. I still couldn't get used to that sight. Judging by what we just learned, Malik's scientists studied this thing inside and out. It's indestructible by conventional means. We have Hyperion. I shrugged. He can throw it into the sun, and that will be that. No monolith, no potential problem. By the way, how did he do with Strucker? Everything went according to plan, Fury answered. The world already knows that the dangerous terrorist Baron Strucker was neutralized by Hyperion. The captured Strucker and Dr. List are already flying to the Triskelion. List. His chief scientist. Meanwhile, my teams have detained Sitwell, Rumlow, and Garrett. The last three were high-ranking SHIELD agents Pierce had given up. Jasper Sitwell and John Garrett were Level 8 agents. Brock Rumlow was the commander of Strike, the combat subdivision used for dirty work. Each member of this trio could have become the next Hydra head if they'd learned about Pierce's situation. Naturally, we didn't give them that opportunity. The arrival at the Triskelion marked the beginning of a new, even more chaotic phase. There was the captured Zola, copied onto a flash drive. There was Malik, now under our control. There were Strucker and List. For them, I materialized another mental worm without hesitation. Too much information was coming in real time from different sources. Fury had to urgently bring in his deputy, Maria Hill, as well as Natasha Romanoff. The following 2 days were perhaps the longest of my life. We studied Zola's data. We interrogated the surviving heads relentlessly, cross-referencing their testimony to paint the monstrous picture of Hydra's structure, its factions, and its true scope. Finally, we learned the name of the head. In Hydra's case, that merely meant the smartest of the monsters. A leader. Malik laughed. He sat in the interrogation room, secured and under my control. Hydra doesn't subscribe to such primitive concepts. Still, there's one who comes closest to that definition. Daniel Whitehall. Kraken. Fury leaned forward sharply. Both eyes widened in disbelief. He died. He died in our prison in '89. He died in our prison, Nick, Malik said, smiling. And you thought the same about Zola, didn't you? But Whitehall is even more dangerous. He's smarter than Strucker and more fanatical than I am. His Hydra ideals are unshakable. And his abilities, which he obtained from an inhuman, Malik spat the word, place him on par with Omega-level mutants. Is he stronger than Hyperion? Barton asked. He was present for the interrogation. No. Malik shook his head, and some of the tension eased. But he is definitely more dangerous. Even Zola doesn't know the full extent of his capabilities, his resources, or his true influence. Then how do you know about him? Fury asked. Oh. Malik smiled, his expression dripping with arrogance. The thing is, I created the modern Whitehall. In '89, I found him a source. An inhuman. A woman with the gift of eternal youth. I delivered her to him. I let him dissect her to rejuvenate himself. I did all of this so Hydra would grow more powerful. I did all of this for the glory of my God, he finished with a fanatical cry. Where is he located? Malik told us everything. And then some. More dirty politicians. More details about Hydra's financial empire. We now had leads on European, specifically Swiss, banks and corporations. And there were even more heads. Beyond Kraken, the immortal telepath with incredible regeneration, we learned of Viper, Dr. Faustus, and Gorgon. The avalanche was only beginning its descent, and this trio widened its scope. First, Ophelia Sarkissian, known as Viper. She controlled a Hydra cell in Eastern Europe while simultaneously holding sway over virtually the entire criminal underworld of the region. Intelligent. Dangerous. Cunning. Paranoid. But like Malik and Pierce, she was not a metahuman. That made her a solvable problem. The plan was simple. A mental worm. A summons from Pierce to the US under a plausible pretext, since Malik was officially detained. Then capture. The second was Dr. Faustus, Johann Fenhoff, an Austrian psychiatrist and longtime Hydra operative. He was a weak metahuman, capable of influencing minds, controlling them, and rewriting memories, but his abilities required prolonged contact, hours of therapy to take effect. In actual combat, he was useless. Besides, the old man was already past 70. His detention had been quiet, they'd picked him up for bribery right in the middle of a psychoanalysis lecture at a university. One less head to worry about. The third target was the problem. Gorgon. Tommy Shishido. A mutant born in Japan. He possessed an incredible intellect that had allowed him to rise to the very top of two organizations simultaneously. Hydra and the Hand Clan. An international terrorist. The founder of the Dawn of the White Light cult. Responsible for dozens of terrorist attacks across Japan and Korea. And if it were only his intellect, that would be one thing. But Gorgon was a nightmare as a metahuman too. He could turn people to stone with a single glance. His regeneration rivaled Wolverine's. He had superhuman strength, speed, and agility. And on top of all that, there was the chi. He was a master of this energy. Unsurprising, given his status as the Hand's head Jonin. The cherry on top was that no one had any information on his location. Unlike the other heads, Gorgon had no permanent base. He didn't even operate from a specific country. We will have to leave him for now, Fury muttered grimly, staring at the dossier. His entire expression conveyed displeasure. He was such a dangerous bastard, remaining at large. I agreed with him on that. From what I'd gathered during the interrogations, Gorgon was loyal to the Hand first and Hydra second. Everyone in Hydra understood this, but they found it advantageous to keep such an asset close. That gave him control of nearly all of East Asia. Asia. Europe. America. Even Africa, which Pierce's cell controlled through Rumlow. But what about the Soviets? Of course, Hydra had put down roots there too. Deep ones. Leviathan is Hydra, Viper reported, almost happily, almost proudly. She was the one most closely connected to the Soviet cell. I'd already grown tired of noting this, but Fury's face went whiter than chalk. It was pale. And I understood why. Leviathan was the Soviet version of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not a branch. A full counterpart. It had been created as a counterweight and potential ally against global threats. The Soviets controlled it completely. At Leviathan's head stood its own Fury. His name was Vasily Karpov. Colonel General of the Soviet Army. A war hero. And one of Hydra's chief heads. And he personally oversaw the Winter Soldier program. The threads leading to Bucky Barnes ran directly to him. This was without a doubt the most dangerous head of all. Attacking Karpov was attacking the Soviet state. And in this reality, the Soviets, as I had noted earlier, were a fully capable superpower. Not far behind the US. Using Hyperion or SHIELD agents to storm Karpov's base could instantly escalate into a full-scale military confrontation. Pierce, Malik, and Strucker were internal problems. Or they involved countries like Sokovia that did not dare to make a sound. Here, everything rose to an entirely different, global level. It's a true Leviathan indeed, I muttered, realizing what depths we had just peered into. Leviathan was the KGB. The GRU. The entire Soviet intelligence machine. Fighting this monster head-on was pointless. Suicidal. But we had been trying to avoid making waves all along. We could make Leviathan devour itself from within. First, the capture of Whitehall. Hyperion handled it effortlessly. Kraken, one of Hydra's oldest heads, an immortal Nazi scientist, was sitting in his castle in Germany, sipping martinis, and watching with interest as what he believed to be ordinary internal strife unfolded, the fall of Pierce and Malik. Before he could even understand what was happening, Hyperion pulled him out of his chair and delivered him to the Triskelion. His conversation was a short one. Another mental worm. Kraken's spirit was nowhere near as powerful as Hyperion's. So we hadn't been able to establish a direct correlation between power level and resistance yet. After capturing Whitehall, we wasted no time and began implementing the Moscow Gambit plan. No worms against the Soviets. No direct attacks. Maximum caution. Surgical precision. Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and I, for whom Leviathan and the Red Room were a painful past, immersed ourselves in analyzing the data obtained from Pierce, Malik, Strucker, and now Whitehall. Our objective was to find irrefutable, ironclad evidence that Vasily Karpov was a Hydra agent. It couldn't just be the prisoner's words. We needed concrete facts, records of secret meetings, financial transactions, and scientific data that Strucker had shared with Karpov through unofficial channels. For several hours, we reviewed terabytes of information, studying Leviathan's structure. Karpov, the Hydra agent, sat at the very top. But 99% of the organization's officers were Soviet patriots through and through. They despised the Nazis. Finally, we found the ideal target. Major General Sokolov. Karpov's deputy. A hero of the Afghan War. A fanatical patriot who despised the Americans but loathed the Nazis even more. 45 years old. Ambitious. And judging by several leaked reports, he had long considered Karpov a senile old man holding Leviathan's development back. A perfect candidate for an internal coup. After that, it was a matter of technique. More precisely, a matter of Gwen. A covert insertion of the invisible girl into the Moscow Oblast. And then, on Sokolov's desk at his guarded dacha, a folder appeared. It contained a dossier and a short anonymous note. It read, "There is a rat in your house. We have removed our Nazis. Deal with yours. SHIELD." What happened next was not hard to predict. Sokolov opened the dossier and saw direct evidence that his superior was a traitor to the motherland and a Nazi collaborator. In the Soviet Union, this was the gravest accusation possible. He flew into a rage. He immediately gathered his loyal officers, patriots like himself. Karpov was arrested that very same day in his own office. No escalation. This was not the US versus the USSR. This was the USSR's patriots versus the Nazi Hydra. Perfect. And even if something had gone off plan, it would not have been a serious problem for us. It would merely have meant the Reds failed to resolve an internal issue. But fortunately, they succeeded. While Sokolov stormed Karpov's office and began purging Leviathan from within, Hyperion paid one last visit. This time, it was to a secret Siberian Hydra base with no ties to any Soviet military installation. He retrieved Bucky Barnes and 5 other winter soldiers from cryostasis, quickly and cleanly. Afterward, all traces were erased and the base destroyed with a high-yield thermoplastic explosive. It was a technology that bore my name. In less than 24 hours, Sokolov had become the new legitimate head of Leviathan. The entire Soviet Hydra cell, its upper echelon, was arrested and awaiting trial. From the world's perspective, the USSR had undergone another anti-corruption purge. To those in the know, Hydra's most vicious and untouchable head had just been cut off and cauterized by its own hand. 3 days had passed. We had not slept for 3 days. That was fine for Hyperion. With his non-human physiology, it was nothing. It was fine for me. A couple of hours of sleep a week were sufficient for me. But the others, Fury, Barton, Hill, Coulson, and Natasha, held on through sheer willpower and my fatigue suppressants, whose effectiveness they'd experienced firsthand. The final results of Operation Night of Severed Heads were staggering. Hydra had been practically decapitated. Pierce, Malik, Strucker, Kraken, who was Whitehall, Viper, Karpov, and Faustus. 7 of the 8 heads known to us had been neutralized. Only Gorgon remained free. He was now cut off from all his resources and connections. For the coming months, possibly years, he would be forced to keep a low profile. But I would find a way to catch that bastard too. The work had to be completed. Especially since Gorgon now had far fewer resources. With Zola's algorithm gone, the remaining Hydra was blind and disorganized. Meanwhile, their bank accounts were zeroed out, thanks to Zola's and Pierce's data. Their arsenals were seized or destroyed. Even their faith, Malik's cult, was undermined by the monolith's destruction. Hyperion had indeed thrown it into the sun. The remaining thousands of nameless Hydra agents scattered across the world were simply people. Without money, leaders, communication, or purpose, they were no longer Hydra. They had become nothing more than unemployed terrorists. The renewed shield, now under Fury's absolute leadership, would quietly round them up over the next few years. The snowball had run its course. We, me, Fury, Barton, Gwen, Hill, Coulson, and Natasha, gathered in the director's office at the Triskelion. For the first time in 3 days, we felt safe. We felt free. A wave of tired, nearly synchronized sighs of relief rolled through the office. Until the very end, I thought this was impossible. Barton rubbed his temples, staring at nothing. He spoke quietly, almost to himself. Truly, Maria Hill said. Her voice was full of exhaustion but also steely resolve. Who would have thought that an organization thousands of years old would break its teeth on? She looked at me. Absolute control, which is why I'll have a hell of a time sleeping peacefully from now on. Fury finished for her. But his voice no longer carried its former fury. Over the past 3 days, we had been through hell. Faced with the abyss that had been uncovered, that topic seemed to have receded into the background. You weren't sleeping peacefully before this either, Nick, Hyperion spoke up unexpectedly in my defense. He stood at the window, gazing at the dawn over Washington. Over the past few days, he had seen enough filth to understand that Hydra was not simply about spy games. I just want to believe. Fury began, but I interrupted him. You can believe, Nick. Hydra was our first shared victory. I hope it won't be the last. And trust me, against some of the threats coming our way, my tool definitely won't be enough. Against something like the Hulk, my worm would be like a pebble against an elephant. I shrugged. Just promise me. Fury looked me straight in the eye. I saw desperation there, a man grasping for solid ground. Promise me you'll only use this to protect humanity. I promise. I nodded gravely. If it were up to me, I'd build in safeguards. But we both know every lock can be picked. John. Natasha Romanoff's measured voice silenced the room. Over the last few days, she'd kept to herself, lost in thought, avoiding contact. The only exception had been Operation Moscow Gambit, where she'd operated with cold efficiency. Now she looked at me, her eyes holding desperate hope. Can you bring her back? Can you bring Elena back? Agent Romanoff. Fury barked. Don't overstep your bounds. If there's even the slightest chance. Natasha didn't even turn toward him. Her voice was quiet but firm. And if I have to lose my position for it, I don't care. Thompson has already proven he can do the impossible. Why couldn't he have this in his arsenal too? Elena Belova. I ran through the options instantly. Her brain had been nearly destroyed. Her soul had left her body almost immediately. A vivisector from the Arcanum. No, the injuries were too severe. A healing potion. It would require a spark of life. A resurrection. There were no such potions on my list. Strange science. It worked with existing souls. Not yet, I answered quietly, shaking my head. That was enough for her. Not yet. She echoed, and all of her hope was in those words. She nodded. I will wait. For as long as it takes. You will save her. Of course, I answered easily. As soon as an opportunity presents itself. And for some reason, I did not doubt that an opportunity would present itself. The system was too imbalanced. Resurrection methods from some conditional D&D setting could drop at any moment. We discussed further plans for another 10 minutes or so. We deepened the cooperation between my company and the renewed shield, which I could now trust. We mopped up Hydra's remnants. We arranged technology transfers. Finally, we dispersed. Barton, Fury, Gwen, and I flew back to New York on a shield jet. The others, Hill, Coulson, Natasha, and Hyperion, remained at the Triskelion, dealing with the consequences. We purged the minor agents. We suppressed the information that the Hydra remnants were still trying to release it. Morning sunlight filled Thompson Corporation. I could finally breathe freely here. Another problem had been solved. I sent Gwen off to sleep. She had been dead on her feet. Then I entered the main lobby and saw Peter. He was sitting in a chair, watching the sunrise through the panoramic windows. He looked tired but renewed. Calm. Content. He had completed his meditation. His face said it better than words ever could. That meant there was no point in delaying further. It was the perfect time for him to obtain the powers destined for him by the universe. Or it was the perfect time to slightly cheat the universe. More precisely, it was the perfect time to exploit a loophole. Chapter 86. John, I. Peter began as I entered the lobby, his voice full of restrained excitement. I can see. I gently cut him off, noting the satisfied gleam in his eyes. Everything went well. Now for the next stage. We need a small, quiet room. The storage closet on the second floor will do fine. Let's go. Just like that, right away, the boy asked, sounding slightly flustered. The sooner we finish, the faster Thompson Corporation becomes even more powerful. I jokingly pumped my fist. Yes. Let's go, then. Peter smiled uncertainly and hurried after me. Where were you all this time, by the way? The building felt like a ghost town in the last few days. Well, that's not far from the truth, actually. I shrugged as we walked down the empty corridor. There really was nobody here except you. As for us, we were ridding the world of a shadowy terrorist organization. One that could theoretically have destroyed it in a dozen different ways. I wasn't exaggerating. The projects Hydra oversaw, from Insight to Hive's revival, were only the tip of the iceberg. Whitehall, as it turned out, had an obsessive plan, a virus to enslave humanity based on Kilgrave's pheromone principle. You could spray this across the entire globe, and that would be it. No more free will. Everyone would obey only him. Fortunately, the other Hydra heads were slightly more vain and hadn't greenlit the project. They understood that ruling a herd of mindless puppets wasn't particularly interesting. All of the data on Project Consciousness was now destroyed. I had personally verified it 5 times. Wow, was all Peter could say, his eyes widening. So while I was here meditating, you were saving the world. You wouldn't have been able to help anyway. I stopped him from spiraling into self-reproach. Trust me, the roster there was, specific. Metahumans, super spies, and demigods like Hyperion. And besides, I nodded toward the nearest corridor screen, you can check the news. Fury should have made an official statement by now. Yes. Due to Fury's entry into the International Security Council, S.H.I.E.L.D. was forced to step out of the shadows. That was where things had been heading all along. And given the scale of the operation against Hydra, though the public was naturally not given all of the details, S.H.I.E.L.D. had kicked down the door to the global information space. Now the whole world knew about it. That meant that soon enough, the Avengers would appear. This was the logical next step for Fury. A step that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It provided control over powerful metahuman loners like Hyperion. It provided a way to keep me on a short leash. I would become part of the Avengers. It was purely a matter of trust, and honestly, I was fine with that. A smart PR move. A show of force to the world. And of course, it was about calming that same world after recent events. It was advantageous for me too. Given my plans for a public presence, the Avengers would make an excellent platform. And Fury's paranoia would quiet down, at least somewhat. All right, I said when we reached the right door. Sit in the break room for half an hour. I'll prepare the space. I opened the door to a small storage closet crammed with mops and buckets. Catch up on the news while you wait. You've gone completely feral this past week, I can tell. Fair enough, Peter sighed. I also have a pile of overdue work at the university. My aunt and uncle are worried. You will sort it out. I will come pick you up when everything is ready. I nodded, stepping into the cramped closet, which was barely 4 feet by 6 feet at most, and closed the door behind me. I locked it from the inside. I closed my eyes. I concentrated, pulling my attention away from the physical world and sinking into the spiritual dimension. The spiritual noise in this little room was minimal. Perfect. It was time to begin. The walls. The floor. The ceiling. I began to weave concentrated erasure along the entire perimeter of the room, layer by layer, creating a spiritual dimension within the physical one. To my inner sight, they appeared as shimmering, semi-transparent membranes of light vibrating in unison. I focused and began the spiritual programming. I embedded a single, fundamental directive into these reishi walls: spiritual energy amplification. Any energy possessing even a fragment of erasure, and I had already confirmed that in this world everything was closely intertwined, would be amplified inside this room. Not by several times. Not by 10 times. By hundreds of times. Naturally, mere intention was insufficient. At the same time, I gave the reishi walls a special fractal geometry. These were not merely pretty patterns. They were literally metaphysical antennae. Every fold, every curve, and every angle was calculated for resonance, amplification, and focus of spiritual waves. In the center of the room, I marked a single point on the floor, visible to the naked eye. A small, glowing circle. This was where Peter would stand. The perfect focal node for the entire construct. The stage under the spotlight. The podium for a negotiation with the universe. The final touch, and by no means the least important, was the conceptual enchantment. I slipped into an altered state and focused on the essence of the web of life and destiny. Its omnipresence. Its unbreakable connection to every spider across the multiverse. Its conceptual nature, bound to fate itself. Then came my seal. I laid it across the entire spiritual chamber, which had become both a storage closet and a concept. The concept of an offer. Naturally, it was an offer impossible to refuse. Spiritual artifact, room of spiritual resonance, created. Difficulty, medium. Plus 250 OP gained. A space woven from spiritual particles and reinforced by the concept offer. It functions as a powerful amplifier of spiritual energy and a metaphysical beacon, broadcasting to entities linked to the web of life and destiny that an ideal candidate is present, an offer. The conceptual amplification guarantees that the offer will be heard and considered. The system had approved it. That meant it definitely worked. Now this cramped storage closet was no longer simply an amplifier room. It had become an active signal beacon. It was broadcasting across the entire multiverse. Hey! Perfect vessel right here. You can't ignore this. Though that entity. How high level was it that the system could not even name it? Or was it simply that it would not name it? Another question whose answer I apparently would not be getting anytime soon. So, Peter. I entered the break room. The boy sat on the couch, absorbed in his phone, probably catching up on the news. It's time. Follow me. I'll give you a brief overview. Peter pocketed his phone, stood without a word, and walked beside me. His anxiety was almost palpable. The key events, I began as we walked toward the storage closet. This is the most important thing you'll need to clarify with the entity that answers your call. The entity that will grant you your powers. What exactly do you mean by key events? And why are they so important? These are events, or nodal points, that one way or another define the fate and shape the character of every Spider-Man across all realities. They include the deaths of loved ones. The appearances of certain enemies fated specifically for you. For example. I paused, choosing my words. So you understand the full weight of this. The death of Gwen's father, Captain Stacy. That was a key event on her path. And for me. Peter whispered, turning pale. And if you had become Spider-Man through the classic method, via a radioactive spider bite, for instance, you would have had every chance of losing someone close to you. It could have been Uncle Ben. It could have been Aunt May. It is almost inevitable in the classic scenario. But I raised a finger. We are taking a non-classic path. You are not receiving your powers by accident. You are entering into a contract. You have the opportunity to discuss the terms of your employment. Given that you are an ideal candidate, this entity will not be able to ignore your questions. Well, in theory. In theory. Peter stopped, flaring up. John, we are talking about my only family. We are talking about Uncle Ben. We are talking about Aunt May. What if I simply gain the powers without any conversation? What if this mystical entity just weaves me into its web, and I have to live every day in fear, knowing that my greed for power got them killed? This is precisely why I am warning you, I answered calmly, meeting his eyes. You have the option to refuse. Right now. You have other ways to become stronger, and you know what they are. But the paradox is that even without becoming Spider-Man, if you choose the path of a hero, you will most likely encounter the key events regardless. And in that case, your fate would be a grim one, because you would have betrayed the web, despite being a perfect vessel. This is a choice without a choice. Peter shook his head, his voice wavering. Why? I asked, genuinely puzzled. You can simply live. An ordinary, peaceful life. A good position in my company. Good money. Recognition in scientific circles. And if you're lucky, you might even get a wild cat for a wife thrown into the bargain. If you could even tame Felicia, I thought. I wasn't ready to reveal the girl's identity to Peter yet. I didn't catch that last part. He blinked in confusion. But as for the rest, if you can't protect the people you care about, then none of it means anything. The money, the recognition, all of it is just dust. SHIELD, private security agencies. You can hire metahumans. There are always protection options. And for every option, there's a counter. Peter looked at me with unexpected firmness. No, John. I need to take my fate into my own hands. The key events, right. He nodded resolutely. I'll handle it. What do I need to do? Well. The restless spirit in him wouldn't let him think rationally. In the end, he had made his choice. Honestly, I'd never doubted it. On my end, I'd done everything I could. I'd warned him. I'd secured the process as best I could. The rest was truly up to him. You will sit right here. Try not to move. I guided the boy to the center of the metaphysically transformed closet, positioning him precisely at the glowing focal point. The room's energy hummed, resonating with him. I'm stepping out now. You need to meditate again. Focus on your soul. Focus on your desire to become stronger. In short, be yourself, only amplified. Call out to the power. It will hear you. Good luck. A hero. Peter had always believed that being a hero was the right thing. Noble. But now, looking at John Thompson, who until recently had been just Mary Jane's classmate with some strange ideas, and was now moving pieces across the world's chessboard, Peter understood that it wasn't only about doing what was right. It was about strength. About being strong. About being able to protect the people you loved. About facing each new day with confidence. About possessing that unshakable confidence that radiated from John. For John, unsolvable problems might as well not have existed. There was Fisk, a billionaire who had turned out to be the city's crime lord. He had gone underground, afraid to even show his face. There were the vampires. Their very existence was something Peter, a rationalist through and through, had struggled to accept. But John had dealt with them too, acting through Eric Brooks. Eric was another strong figure capable of controlling his own fate, or perhaps not entirely human. But in the end, John had won. And now something had happened that Peter simply couldn't wrap his head around. Something he had just read about in the news while waiting for John. A global terrorist organization. Worse than Fisk and the vampires combined. An organization that might as well have been the Illuminati straight out of conspiracy theories. And this organization, Hydra, had turned out to be damned Nazis with a century-long history, trillion-dollar budgets, and connections at every level of power. And John, who had apparently been the one to initiate this incredible purge, had won again in 3 days. He had simply torn out the cancerous tumor that the world hadn't even known existed. Peter didn't need victories like those. He didn't need power over the world or the ability to grind his enemies to dust. It would be enough for him if some new craven or other lunatic couldn't catch his family off guard. It would be enough if Aunt May and Uncle Ben were safe. Always. But John's words about the key events had pulled the rug out from under him. They had shattered the fragile confidence Peter had been living with this past week. The confidence that since he had started working with John, everything would be all right. The confidence that since John had managed everything before, he would keep on managing it. But what if it really did go the way John had said? What if, by gaining the spider powers, he would receive an inevitable doom along with them? What if the death of someone close to him was the price of the gift? But the problems would come regardless. This world had turned out to be far more dangerous than he had ever thought. Simply living an ordinary life was no guarantee of safety. The powers were just a tool. No, he couldn't think that way. With great power comes great responsibility. That phrase, like guidance from the future, echoed through his consciousness. A responsibility. Given his current weakness, that was difficult to fully grasp. But apparently, he needed to. Which meant that. Yes. He was ready. Probably. He wanted to believe he was ready. And he definitely would not blame John, who had warned him honestly. John was the one who had given him a choice. And every option has its drawbacks. Peter's voice was unexpectedly firm, cutting off John's suggestion that he hire security, a plan that would leave his loved ones' lives in the hands of others. No, John. I need to take my fate into my own hands. The key events, right? He nodded resolutely, meeting John's eyes. I will handle it. What do I need to do? He would handle it. Or at the very least, he would try. It was time to grow up. It was time to truly take responsibility. And superpowers were good, but they were not a cure-all. As Peter had already come to understand, they would not help against the likes of Hyperion or the Hulk. But now he had access to the best research facility he had ever seen. And he had John's genius. He could devise 1,000 ways to protect the people who mattered most, Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Smart security drones. A home defense AI. Perhaps even using existing methods to grant powers to Uncle Ben himself, if he agreed to it, of course. In the end, if you did not look into the abyss, you would not understand its depth. And becoming a part of this new, frightening world, a world of the strong, was only the first step. A step toward taking control of his own life. Toward taking control of his own fate. Thompson. A surname that, until recently, had evoked nothing but painful memories from schoolyard beatings and deep-seated insecurities born of old wounds. Now it meant something else entirely. Victory. Possibility. Strength. The moment Peter followed John into the cramped, transformed storage closet, he felt it. The air here was different. Thick. Charged. Vibrating with invisible energy. The glowing circle on the floor drew him in. He understood with sudden clarity that whatever outcome awaited him, he would not leave this room as the same person who had entered. Good luck. John's voice cut through his thoughts as he left the room and pulled the door shut behind him. A click of the lock. Silence. Peter took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He stepped into the center of the glowing circle. The energy immediately responded, enveloping him in a warm, vibrating cocoon. He sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes. He focused on his breathing and fell into the familiar rhythm. He focused on the sensation of his spiritual self. He entered a meditative state and called out. He did not know to whom or how. He simply called, pouring into that soundless cry all of his desire to protect and all of his readiness to accept the responsibility. He waited for some entity to appear. He waited for an answer from the depths of the universe. He did not know. He simply waited. He was on the threshold of a new life. Chapter 87. The waiting dragged on. 1 minute passed. 2. 5. 10. 30. His legs had gone completely numb, like dead logs beneath him. But Peter, deep in meditation, did not despair. Not yet. He waited. It was the only thing he could do. Well, that and an offer. Silently, he projected his proposal into the vibrating air of the room. I am here. I am ready. I am the perfect vessel. An hour passed. Silence. Only the faint hum of the metaphysical energy surrounding him. Then 2 hours passed. A cold, sticky awareness seeped slowly through the barriers of his meditation. Doubt. What if John had been wrong? What if Peter wasn't perfect? What if he was simply ordinary? No. He couldn't think that way. It was a test. Yes, exactly. A test of his will, his resolve. He needed to wait. He was prepared to wait as long as it took. 5 hours passed. Hunger cramped his stomach, but he ignored it. 10 hours passed. His consciousness began to drift. 20 hours passed. Time lost all meaning. It stretched into an infinite, viscous substance. He could not let himself break his meditation. The fatigue suppressants, damn it. Why had he not thought to take one before this interview began? It would happen, wouldn't it? It had to. His thoughts had long since dissolved into chaotic, disjointed fragments. Fear. Hopelessness. Failure. He was aware of his own total failure, once again. Yes, he and John had lost. The plan had not worked. He could not do it. He had let everyone down. Again. 24 hours passed. A full day. He had sat in this cramped little closet for an entire day, calling out into the emptiness. Peter held on for another 3 hours of physical and mental agony. Then his consciousness simply switched off. In the last fleeting moments, a desperate thought flashed through his mind. If this really was some kind of final trial, then right now, everything would be decided. Nothing was decided. He woke to soft light and the familiar smell of antiseptic. He was in a hospital room. Aunt May sat beside him, her face drawn with worry. She lit up with an encouraging smile when he opened his eyes. Peter took stock of his body. Emptiness. Nothing had changed. Not at all. He was the same ordinary, weak Peter Parker he had always been. A perfect vessel. John had had too high an opinion of him. He was what he had always been. A nerd. A geek. A bookworm. A weakling. A nobody. He had let everyone down again. He had let himself down most of all. A bitter lump rose in his throat. Your friend said you worked yourself to exhaustion in the lab. Aunt May shook her head, adjusting his pillow. But fortunately, nothing serious. The doctor said they should discharge you today. A friend. John. Yes, now he could truly call him that. After everything John had done for him. And him. So what had he managed to do? He came up with a couple of ideas, and he'd already grown proud of himself. He had fancied himself some kind of scientific guru. Meanwhile, John had been quietly saving the world from damn Nazi terrorists. It was interesting. Would John be disappointed in him now? Would he consider him useless? After being discharged from the hospital a few hours later, Peter headed straight for Thompson Corporation. He needed to talk to John. He needed to discuss the next steps, if there were any at all. He found John in the engineering lab. He was absorbed in a suit. Peter froze in the doorway. This was not merely armor. This was a work of art. White and gold, with smooth, predatory lines of futuristic design. It radiated power. An incredible, concentrated danger that made Peter's breath hitch. The air in the lab had grown dense and heavy. John held the suit's golden gauntlet, eyes closed, performing some invisible, metaphysical manipulation. The energy around him pulsed. 3 minutes later, he finished. He carefully set the gauntlet, which Peter was certain cost more than a military jet's budget, on the lab table. Only then did he notice Peter, frozen in the doorway. Oh, you're finally awake. John gave him his usual, slightly sardonic smile, and that smile made Peter feel a little better. I got a bit carried away here. Don't hold it against me for not sending a car. He nodded at the suit components laid out around him. The corporate AI isn't ready yet. Personal enhancement is the priority right now. Just in case a nimble shinobi bastard from Hydra's remnants figures out who orchestrated the recent purge. Why yeah, I can see that. You don't need to worry about me. Peter finally managed to take a step forward, unable to take his eyes off the suit. What is that? Why does it feel so? He hesitated, searching for the word. Imposing. Oh. John raised an eyebrow in surprise. He looked at the suit, then back at Peter. But this time, he had a different expression, scrutinizing and piercing. It sent a chill down Peter's spine. That's interesting. John stepped closer, his eyes scanning Peter. You definitely haven't gained any spider powers. The hospital data is accurate, and I can see there's no connection to the web. But you felt the energy of the absolute chimera. John's voice dropped. It became more contemplative. This was the moment he began formulating his theories, retreating into himself. Peter knew that look. He wore it himself sometimes. He stood still, all ears. I suppose that through calibration of the soul and prolonged meditation, you may have developed some form of spiritual intuition. A limited form, perhaps. Could this be considered a variation of spider sense? No, the mechanism is different. You're not interacting with the web. So it really is pure spirit. Pure metaphysics. Fascinating. It seems that in this world, literally anyone can become a mage. I'll need to look into that sometime. A mage. Peter practically jumped. In his soul, recently hollowed out by failure, a tiny, bright spark of hope flared to life. Magic. That was also a path to power. Theoretically. John shook his head, dampening his enthusiasm. But it's slow. Inefficient. And there's no guarantee you'd succeed. A completely different path. It would require a different aptitude. Don't forget we have other ways to become stronger, ones that are much faster and far more reliable. The hope faded just as quickly as it had flared. Peter nodded dejectedly. Right. The super soldier serum. Based on reptilian DNA. He already knew where John was going with this. That was plan B he'd rejected in favor of his chance to become Spider-Man. It's just magic, it sounded. I know. John nodded, unexpectedly serious. I want to crack it myself. But I'm afraid a certain someone might not appreciate that. So I'm waiting for the right moment. Peter nodded again. He felt a strange kinship with this near-omnipotent man over their shared, unspoken fears. I waited too. I waited for a very long time in that closet. He finally said what had been sitting on his chest like a stone since he'd woken up. I waited for 27 hours. But I'm sorry, John. Apparently I'd make a terrible Spider-Man, since no one ever came. Hey. John walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. This isn't your fault. The odds were never that great to begin with. I'd already inflated them to 50-50 for motivation. In reality, it was probably more like 90-10, not in our favor. Just understand that when it comes to making contact with an entity of that caliber, it's impossible to predict anything. Their motives, their goals, their methods, they're all beyond our comprehension. Who are we to seriously attempt to understand divine logic? We're just mortals who've been lucky enough to learn a little more about the universe. Still. Peter looked at his useless hands. It stings. I feel cheated. I agree. It's frustrating. John nodded. But as they say, that's no reason to give up. If you still want the power, if you're ready. I do. Peter exclaimed, sharper than he'd expected, even from himself. He wanted it. He wanted the power, the kind of power he'd deliberately rejected for the web's sake. But the web hadn't even given him a chance. No dialogue. No trial. Just silence. Just emptiness. So it didn't need him. And if that was the case, then I can offer you two options, John continued, seeing the flash of resolve in his eyes. The first option is the super soldier serum I mentioned earlier. Naturally, we'll refine it. Make it better, cleaner. The second option is extremis. That's what I have right now. And John explained it. He explained about extremis. The nanobots would rewrite his DNA. It would provide incredible regeneration, superhuman strength, and thermogenesis. The possibilities this virus would grant him were vast. And the price would be steep. He would practically cease to be human. He would become something greater. Or perhaps something lesser. Not a machine, but something close to it. Peter listened, and the more John described it, the more his decision solidified. He paused, weighing everything one last time. Let's go with the super soldier serum. Thermogenesis and immortality were impressive, sure. But it was too much. Too far from who he was. Besides, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He didn't need power to rule the world. He just wanted to protect his family. He wanted to become strong enough that no one could hurt them. He probably wouldn't even do the costumed hero thing. He'd just stay nearby. He would be an invisible shield. Good choice. John nodded, clearly pleased. Take a look at my genetic library for now. I compiled it while creating Extremis. It has a complete breakdown of Eric's blood. Combined with reptilian DNA, it creates a solid synergy between regeneration and heightened senses. See what you can adapt for yourself. I'll come by in a couple of hours to help with the synthesis. Peter nodded and headed to the biochemistry lab. He felt the familiar excitement of research stirring in him again. With an NZT tablet, the process moved quickly. He immersed himself in complex formulas, selected the ideal gene combination, and adapted the serum to his own biology. He eliminated every theoretical risk. When John arrived 2 hours later, Peter already had a finished prototype. Think it over one more time, John cautioned, looking at the auto-injector in Peter's hands, filled with a greenish liquid. The web might take offense at this. Permanently. Judging by yesterday, it wasn't interested in me to begin with, Peter sighed. So yes. My mind is made up. Well then. John's lips curved into a faint smirk. Don't worry. You'll still find someone who appreciates you for who you are. All right, go ahead and inject yourself. I'll monitor you. If you do turn into a creepy giant lizard, I promise to be gentle when I catch you. That's impossible in any scenario, even the worst hypothetical one. I checked everything. Peter protested. I know. John shrugged. I'm just cheering you on. Peter exhaled, pushing away stray thoughts. He took the injector. His hands weren't shaking. That only happened in moments of absolute certainty. He recalled what he'd decided in that room. He needed to take his fate into his own hands. This was his step. His choice. He gave himself a single nod and decisively injected the serum into his thigh. Cold. An icy wave spread from the injection site, instantly flooding through his veins and numbing his entire body. His breath seized. The edges of the world began to darken. An expected effect, given the reptilian cold-bloodedness. But still a terrifying one. You'll be on a drip for anywhere from a few hours to a few days. He heard John's voice through the ringing in his ears. John was already calling the SHIELD paramedics on a secure line. After that, you'll be able to claim you've been reborn. SHIELD doesn't need them to know. Peter rasped. Speaking was unbearably difficult. The serum had already begun restructuring him, and with every passing second, things got worse. We do, Pete. We do. John shook his head. There's no equipment here to sustain your vital functions at this level of transformation. Ordering and setting it up would take too long. Every minute counts. Fine. That was the last thing Peter managed to breathe out, conceding that John was right. Then the merciful darkness took him. There was an awakening. Again, a sterile white hospital room. This time, somewhere deep inside a SHIELD base. Aunt May wasn't there. Neither was John. Instead, a grim agent in dark, unmarked clothing sat silently beside the bed, watching the readouts on the monitors, watching him, without looking away. Peter carefully listened to himself. He tuned into the changes in his body. The emptiness he had felt after the failure in the resonance room was gone. In its place was a quiet, deep hum of power permeating every cell. He could feel his muscles. They were as hard as steel cables. He could feel his blood moving through his veins. It moved faster and cleaner. He had finally crossed the line separating him from them. From the strong. Now he was strong too. How much time has passed? He asked. His voice came out strangely level and deep. He lifted his head carefully. No pain. No dizziness. Not the slightest discomfort. Only a sensation of incredible lightness and readiness to act. 4 hours and 27 minutes, the agent answered indifferently, pressing a button on the small communicator at his belt. A minute later, a SHIELD medical team entered the room. The full examination flowed seamlessly into testing his new physical capabilities on the base's underground training range. Everyone was already there. John was there. Director Fury, observing him with an unreadable expression, tracking his every movement closely. And Gwen, too, was standing beside John, smiling and saying something quietly to him. How could he hear them? He was a superhuman now. Peter focused on his hearing out of curiosity. The hum of ventilation. The drone of lights. Distant footsteps in the corridor. And their voices, clear and sharp despite being roughly 40 meters away. Are your parents invited to the wedding? Gwen was asking. Peter choked. A wedding? Whose wedding? With whom? Judging by the way John was looking at Gwen, could it be that fast? No, John shook his head. His voice was quiet, but Peter heard every word. I don't have any. And I don't consider my adoptive parents my parents. Oh. I'm sorry, Gwen's voice softened. It's fine, John reassured her, putting an arm around her shoulders. These things happen. And you, Pete, he said, suddenly raising his head and looking directly at Peter, stop eavesdropping. Come on, show us what you've got. Peter flushed deep red, shaking himself out of his trance. He nodded and began the tests. Strength. Speed. Reflexes. Regeneration. Everything was incredible. He bent steel bars with ease. He dodged training drones as if he could see their attacks before they even came. Scratches from an awkward maneuver healed over right before his eyes. In raw physical power, he now clearly surpassed Gwen. In regeneration, he surpassed her by an order of magnitude. Yes, he was still weaker than John or that walking embodiment of might, Hyperion. But what he had received was intoxicating. It was a feeling of absolute freedom and control over his own body. Unlike anything he had ever experienced. He was elated and genuinely happy. After the tests concluded, he approached John. John, thank you. Thank you for this chance. We're among friends. We'll settle up later, John said simply with a nod. By the way, you're invited to our wedding. Gwen's and mine. That, fast. Peter murmured, still not quite believing it. You've known each other for less than a month. All the best things in life happen fast, Pete. John smiled and shrugged. Peter just nodded at a loss. Something resembling wistfulness stirred inside him. He was happy for them, truly. But he wanted to find the right one too. Oh well. No time for reflection. It was time to go home. Parker. Fury walked up to him, his gaze heavy and appraising. I understand your drive for power. But know this, from this moment on, you are not simply a student. You are an asset. An asset that belongs to all of humanity. And if something global threatens this world, remember that your family lives in that same world. Why yes, Director. Peter's voice betrayed him with a slight tremor under that gaze. There it was. That very responsibility Uncle Ben had always talked about. It had arrived. Uninvited but inevitable. Peter came home to their small apartment in Queens and found Uncle Ben and Aunt May alive and well, only slightly worried about his absence. Peter finally let out a breath of relief. Life was sorting itself out. Peter. What happened? Uncle Ben set down his newspaper and looked at him seriously. Why do you? He stopped, studying his nephew carefully. You look like you haven't left the gym in 6 months. Oh. Peter smacked his palm against his forehead. He had completely overlooked this. The physical changes. Neither John nor Fury had warned him about this, which meant they had given him the green light. Peter had to explain it. Almost everything. He told them about Uncle Ben's miraculous recovery, linked to an experimental treatment now being adopted even by S.H.I.E.L.D., which had revealed itself to the world. He described his own participation in the project, how he had gained his powers, and that he'd done it to protect them. He spoke of their now completely safe and comfortable future. His words came haltingly but sincerely as he tried to ease their shock, opening up fully to his family. Naturally, he omitted any details connected to John's name, Hydra, or S.H.I.E.L.D. Their secrets were their secrets, and Peter knew how to keep one. Aunt May gasped and fretted, relief and fear tangling together inside her. Uncle Ben was silent for a long time, processing what he had heard. Finally, he stood up, walked over to Peter, and placed a hand on his shoulder. His gaze was serious but full of love. A power. He said thoughtfully, as if tasting the word. Do you remember what old Ben Parker always used to tell you, Pete? Yes, Uncle. I remember. Peter nodded, feeling everything tighten within him with a sense of foreboding. With great power comes great responsibility. I understand. And at that very moment, the sky split open. Not a metaphor. A literal split. The sky died first. The light of day vanished and did not return. The sun did not simply disappear behind the clouds. It went out, as if someone had flipped a switch. The sky darkened, but this was not night. Night was still far away. This was a living, oily, writhing darkness. An abyss torn open over the world. It enveloped the planet. It enveloped New York. From that darkness, drops began to fall. Not rain, drops of living, twisting darkness. They fell on the streets. On the cars. On the people. Wherever the darkness touched a person, it began to consume them. To assimilate them. People screamed, but not for long. Then they became the darkness. Monsters. Dark, shapeless creatures with burning eyes. They lunged at others, infecting them. The infected lunged at the next. A chain reaction of nightmares. Peter stood at the window of his apartment, frozen in horror. His new, enhanced hearing picked up a symphony of chaos. Screams of pain dissolved into inhuman roars. The shriek of tearing metal echoed. Distant explosions rang out. What was happening? Why? How could he stop this? This was not a zombie apocalypse. This was something far worse. It was far more hopeless. And then it happened, the thing that broke him completely. They tore out of the black, churning sky. They were gigantic, unimaginable dragons of darkness. Each one was the size of a skyscraper. Their silhouettes were barely visible against the sky, but their presence pressed down on everything, cracking reality itself. They opened their maws and breathed on the city, not fire but thick, living torrents of that same darkness. The torrents began to drown entire city blocks, swallowing the buildings, the cars, and the people, turning everything into a single, dark, writhing landscape of horror. Uncle Ben. Aunt May. Peter broke free of his paralysis. He scooped them both up. His new strength let him carry them without the slightest effort. He smashed through the window and launched himself into the air. He scrambled up the walls of the buildings, dodging the drops of darkness. He carried his loved ones higher and higher. He climbed to the roof of the tallest skyscraper in the area, hoping the darkness would not reach them here. From here, he watched his city die. He watched his world die. John. Gwen. Hyperion. Fury. Anyone. Where were they all? A part of his mind, that same part that had sat for 27 hours in an empty room, knew the answer. But he did not want to believe it. He could not believe it. The whole world. Could this really be how it would end? So sudden. So senseless. So wrong. The darkness crept toward the base of the skyscraper. It climbed slowly, consuming floor after floor. Then it stopped. The whole world already belonged to it. The whole world had been lost, without even understanding that a war had begun. Peter harbored no illusions. There would be no salvation. And when a figure stepped silently from the dark haze that materialized directly before him on the rooftop, Peter understood that this was the end. A tall, unnaturally pale man with long, billowing white hair. Clad in black armor that looked as if it had been forged from the night itself. On his chest writhed a symbol. A spiral, blood-red spider. In his right hand, he held a sword of the same color. The blade was alive. Fluid. Like the darkness itself. This man was not a man. He was a god. Or a devil. A being capable of destroying the planet with a snap of his fingers. Peter had no doubt about it. But he had chosen a different path. A demonstrative execution. An execution for the one who had dared to interfere with what was ordained. For the one who had dared to deceive the web. So. Peter heard his own voice, a quiet, broken whisper. With my own hands, I destroyed this world. He had wanted to become a hero to protect them. Instead, he had brought this down upon them. His and John's gamble had turned into a nightmare of universal scale. Yes. A voice came, not from outside, but from directly inside his head. The voice was unfamiliar, young, and surprisingly playful, almost cheerful. It clearly did not belong to the dark entity standing before them. Null does not like being played with, Peter, the voice continued, casually dropping the name of the god of darkness. This world is doomed. This is the end. Finus. But. The voice grew more serious. You are a perfect vessel. You have caught his personal interest. And I was too late to stop you from connecting to the web in another way. Nevertheless, I can pull you out of here. Right now. Peter felt his soul hanging over the edge of an abyss. You will receive true power. The power of the web you've been craving. It will allow you to one day face him, for real. To avenge this world. There was a pause. The voice hardened. But I can only save you. Your family. They're part of this universe. They will die here. Will you die with them, or will you get out without them? It is your choice to make. It was a choice. Would he abandon everything he held dear? Would he deliberately leave Uncle Ben and Aunt May to die in this hell of darkness just to save himself? Would he do it for some great purpose? Would he become a hero at the cost of their lives? Or would he refuse it? Refuse the power, the future, the revenge, and the status of a vessel? Stay here. Hold his loved ones in the final seconds of their lives. Meet death alongside them. Not as a hero. But as Peter Parker. As a nephew. As a son. The choice was obvious. It had never been simpler. Without hesitating for a second, Peter turned his back on the god of darkness and the voice in his head. He held Uncle Ben and Aunt May in a tight, fierce embrace. He pulled them close. They were crying, but they wrapped their arms around him in return. Peter squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his face into his uncle's shoulder. He was ready. He only hoped it would be quick. Forgive me, John. It looks like we got in over our heads. That was his last thought before he slipped into the all-consuming darkness. Chapter 88. I left the transformed storage closet, leaving Peter on the threshold of his new fate. I hoped everything would go well. For a couple of minutes, I just stood by the closed door, listening to the hum of energy inside, waiting. For what, exactly? I didn't know. A flash of light. A cry. A sign from above. Nothing happened. In the end, realizing that Peter's contact with the metaphysical entity, if it happened at all, would probably take far longer than I had imagined, I turned and headed to the lab. Peter wasn't a child. He would find me when he was done. In the meantime, I could do some crafting. The last 3 days had been productive and important for the world, no question about it. But personally, I felt diminished. Vulnerable. The confrontation with Hydra, victorious though it was, and especially the display of Hyperion's power, had left a bitter aftertaste. Interesting. What was this? The influence of the Creator's spark, demanding constant creation. A sharp awareness of just how dangerous the world I was living in really was. Or simply raw nerves after meeting the local Superman. It didn't matter. What mattered was that it was time to start building my magnum opus. The suit that would represent the peak of my current capabilities. Absolute chimera. Adamantium and vibranium. Upgraded and reinforced across every front. With conceptual enchantment. Just picturing it made my mouth water involuntarily. That was wrong. It was supposed to happen at the sight of a beautiful girl, Gwen, for instance. Mine was triggered by technology. Damn system. Turned me into a technophile, I muttered to the empty room, stepping into my engineering sanctuary. Activating the holographic CAD interface, I started sketching. The suit. At this point, I could afford to approach its construction not only as an engineering problem, unavoidable as that was, but also as creating an image. My public persona. An avatar. Colors. Yes, the color scheme was half the impression. What should my image be associated with? My methods against Hydra had been, to put it mildly, not entirely clean. Yes, mental worm, I mean you. I wanted to come across better. At least in my own eyes. I already felt like a dirty hypocrite. But. Done. No more mental worms. Only against absolutely irredeemable bastards. Like the Hand. Though they were supposedly just shinobi. Or maybe not. Their head Jonin, Gorgon, was an international terrorist. I would need to consult with Fury on that. Besides, it was time to stop freelancing and discuss these things with the team. Yes. I had a team now. Otherwise, I wasn't far from developing a god complex, and not the middle schooler kind. The supervillain kind. But back to the suit. Since I wanted to clean up my image, I would start with the colors. White. And gold. Yes. Ostentatious, vivid, and, strangely enough, noble. As they say, you are judged by first impressions. As for the lasting impression, I was still struggling with that side of things. I had opened up far too easily to Fury and company. Oh, well. I wanted to believe in the best but needed to prepare for the worst. That was, in fact, the core motivation behind Project Absolute Chimera. Now, what were the vibranium processing steps for the protective field generator? I dug through my memory, fishing out that precious grain of knowledge obtained from the Arcanum. A grain, specifically. Not full-scale processing of the wonder metal, just coating a grown crystal with vibranium nanoparticles. But beggars cannot be choosers. Especially since I now had the equipment for experiments. Or rather, for one specific experiment, plasma ablation in a vacuum chamber, or in simpler terms, magnetron sputtering. The method required research-grade equipment, which I now had. To carry it out, I needed to place a piece of vibranium ore inside a vacuum chamber, then introduce an inert gas, argon, and apply enormous voltage to turn it into high-temperature plasma. From there, it was straightforward. Ions from the plasma began bombarding the vibranium at tremendous speed. From those impacts, not chunks but individual atoms and atomic clusters broke free from the metal's surface, those precious nanoparticles. They traveled through the vacuum and settled on a substrate. In the case of the PFG, that substrate was a growing sapphire crystal. The nanoparticles literally embedded themselves into its lattice, creating a perfect composite. For Wakanda, with their centuries of accumulated knowledge, this wouldn't even qualify as metalworking. It was barbaric atomization. Crude, almost uncontrolled, primitive. Like trying to understand how Michelangelo sculpted the statue of David by shooting it with a machine gun and studying the fragments. A method that destroyed the metal rather than teaching you how to shape it. But I would get to their secrets. Sooner or later. I absolutely would. For now, though, I wanted the suit done as quickly as possible. I needed to launch the corporate AI, release the Blink app, grow the company, move into the civilian sector, become a public figure. Solve problems for useful people and draw them to my side. There was no shortage of work. Full-scale vibranium processing could wait a month or two. Especially since even as nanoparticles, it was an absolute game changer. Why? Because vibranium operates on the atomic level. It doesn't need bulk to work its energy absorption magic. A single nanoparticle embedded in another material's crystal lattice is a microscopic, perfect shock absorber. Billions of such particles distributed evenly form the foundation for a perfect composite material, one that is simultaneously ultra-hard, like that sapphire, rating 9 out of 10 on the Mohs hardness scale, nearly diamond, and capable of absorbing any vibration or impact, courtesy of the vibranium itself. And now, specifically about my situation, adamantium. The thing was, I'd been overlooking a combination that was, in essence, the ultimate power play. Stronger than Captain America's shield. Stronger than anything. What if I embedded vibranium nanoparticles not into sapphire for the PFG, but directly into adamantium's own lattice, right during its brief liquefaction and subsequent hardening? The result would not merely be a composite. It would be a perfect material. It would combine the absolute indestructibility of adamantium, its unbreakable structure, with vibranium's absolute energy absorption. It would be a material that cannot be broken and cannot be moved by any external force, and this was no alloy requiring countless experiments to figure out. Hulk's punch. There is no punch. All kinetic energy is instantly absorbed and dispersed by the vibranium nanoparticles at the atomic level. The adamantium structure guarantees the material doesn't even deform or take a scratch. A laser beam. Thermal energy absorbed. An explosion. Same thing. This was a damn cheat code for all of physics. Energized like never before, I quickly finalized the suit's base design in CAD and moved on to processing the adamantium. I pulled every piece I had from inventory, 1.8 kilograms. Then I remembered exactly 1 month had passed since I'd received the ore crate. I checked inside and let out a disappointed sigh. A quick inventory turned up only one new piece of adamantium, 0.7 kilograms. Disappointing. I'd thought deliveries would be consistent in volume for all ores, including the supremely rare ones, but this time the crate was packed mostly with useless junk. Grudgingly, I opened the Systems Technology tab, spent 500 OP, and materialized another crate. Bingo, 2.1 kilograms of adamantium. Total, 4.6 kilograms. That should be enough for a full suit of armor. Possibly even a little left over. After loading the ore into the hermetically sealed isostatic depolymerization chamber, I initiated the process. Under immense pressure, the chamber was flooded with a complex chemical cocktail, the formula straight from the SHIELD manual. Viscous resins and polymers coated the metal while iron-based catalysts targeted the weak points in its nearly perfect, chaotic atomic lattice. Simultaneously, the chamber was heated to exactly 1,800 degrees Celsius and was compressed to 1,000 atmospheres. The miracle occurred. The chemical cocktail activated. The reagents found the key to this unique geometry, and for a few precious seconds, neutralized adamantium's molecular bonds. For a few seconds, the hardest metal in the universe became a dense, silvery, perfectly pure liquid. Under pressure, this liquid was instantly injected into cryogenic ceramic molds, each one a precisely calibrated 3D model of the plates for my future suit. The moment the liquid adamantium filled the molds, the catalysts burned out. The cascade polymerization reversed. The molecules snapped back into place, returning to their perfect, absolutely unbreakable lattice. The result was a set of perfectly shaped, smooth, invulnerable plates of pure adamantium. Next came the coating and styling. I transferred each adamantium component into the vacuum chamber and began the multi-layer magnetron sputtering process. First came the base layer, vibranium nanoparticles. Using ion implantation, I drove them into adamantium's surface layer, forming an inseparable bond. This was the shock absorption layer, designed to absorb 99.9% of any external impact. There was one catch: vibranium absorbs light almost perfectly, rendering the component utterly black and matte. The mystery of the Black Panther suit was solved. That grim aesthetic wasn't for me. So for the second layer, I applied structurally colored ceramic, zirconium dioxide for the brilliant white sections, and a suspension of colloidal gold in a transparent matrix for the gold accents. The best part was that this wasn't merely paint that would peel after the first scratch. Under plasma, the vibranium nanoparticles, ceramic, and gold sintered into a single, monolithic composite layer fused to the adamantium surface. The vibranium beneath kept absorbing kinetic energy, while the outer ceramic layer, itself incredibly hard, gave the suit the signature white and gold look I wanted. All right. The most critical element, the suit's foundation, was done. I'd handle the electronics later. Now I could craft a weapon too. Not a full arsenal, but at least an upgrade for my proven vibrogauntlets. They could be made far more powerful. I would call them the Annihilation Gauntlets. Yes. Power that the Shocker couldn't dream of. The foundation was the already completed golden gauntlet from the suit, made of an adamantium vibranium composite. Inside the forearm, I mounted reinforced cascading ultrasonic emitters built using improved structure piezo crystals. Power source, the classic miniature palladium reactor, which would later be integrated inside the suit rather than mounted externally. Now came the moment of triumph, an adamantium mesh coated with vibranium nanoparticles. I installed it between the emitters and the inner surface of the armor. Now, when the gauntlet fired, all the massive recoil would be instantly absorbed by this mesh. Zero recoil. Finally. With this gauntlet, I could literally reduce any tank to dust without shifting by as much as a millimeter. But that wasn't enough. Against threats like the absorbing man, raw power alone wasn't the answer. Something more was needed. Something fundamental. Conceptual enchantment. Amplify the vibration with the concept of annihilation. The name wasn't chosen lightly. I took the finished gauntlet in my hand. I closed my eyes, sinking inward, focusing on crystallizing the concept, not merely destruction, but complete, absolute erasure, a return to zero. At that moment, I sensed someone enter the lab. Without breaking focus, I completed the enchantment, pressing the metaphysical seal into the artifact's structure. Only then did I look up. Gwen. She stood in the doorway, looking curiously at the golden gauntlet in my hand. Glancing at the time on the nearest computer, I let out a low whistle. 27 hours had passed. 27. And still no sign of Peter. Brrr. Gwen shivered, studying the gleaming white and gold frame of the suit on the assembly rack. Something about it makes me uneasy just looking at it. It feels alive. It's not even half finished, I said, carefully securing the first Annihilation Gauntlet into place. The second one would carry a different concept. I hadn't decided which one yet. But right now I rubbed my temples. It was time to return to the real world. I had gotten carried away. Let's go check on Peter. What's wrong with him? And where is he? Gwen asked as we walked to the elevator. Storage closet on the second floor. I turned it into an interview room for the Web of Destiny. Gwen nodded in understanding. But it's been over a day, and there's been no word from him. That's strange, Gwen frowned, and frightening. Reaching the closet door, I paused. I focused on the sensory input from Extremis. Peter's heartbeat, weak but steady. He was inside, unconscious. I opened the door without knocking. Just as I'd thought. The boy sat slumped against the wall, completely out, his head drooping. Pale skin. Dark circles under his eyes. He had held on. For a long time. But I activated spiritual sight and understood everything. Emptiness. No trace of contact. No spark of a web entity. Nothing. It had all been for nothing. I don't feel anything, Gwen said carefully, peering over my shoulder. No response at all. Am I even supposed to feel one? Because there is nothing to feel, I answered with a heavy exhale. Our plan failed. I carefully lifted Peter into my arms. He was almost weightless to me. I carried him out of the closet to the nearest break room. What now? Gwen asked as I gently laid Peter on the couch. What are the options? I shrugged, sitting on the armrest of a chair. Peter obviously can't sit still. Giving him power is the only viable option. The serum. But what about the web? His status as a perfect vessel. Well, as you can see, I started with a crooked smile. We apparently overestimated Parker's value to the multiverse. The web isn't interested in him. At that moment, a voice interrupted me. Calm. Cold. Dispassionate. And completely alien. Interested. Very much so. He appeared from nowhere. Simply materialized in the center of the break room, between me and the couch where Peter lay. No flash, no sound. As though he had always been there. Tall. Pale, almost porcelain. Unsettlingly elegant in a perfectly tailored dark suit of an old aristocratic cut. Dark hair, sculpted features, almost predatory. And his eyes. A deathly calm, unblinking gaze that seemed to look not at you, but at the empty space behind you. Who? When? How? In 1/100th of a second, 1,000 questions exploded in my head. Was this the entity? Had it come? But why me? Why like this? Or was this something else entirely? I glanced sideways at Gwen. And I went cold. She had frozen. Her lips were pressed into a thin white line. Her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. A drop of sweat ran down her temple. And her body. It was trembling slightly, uncontrollably. This wasn't merely fear. This was primal terror. The terror of a young doe that suddenly faced an apex predator. No. This was definitely not a benefactor from the web. This was danger. Lethal danger. In less than an instant, I was already beside him. Another fraction of a second, and my right hand, superheated to several thousand degrees by extremis plasma, almost closed around his throat. Almost. The man made a deceptively casual gesture, subtle and unhurried, but my accelerated reflexes tracked it in slow motion. His cold fingers closed around my wrist. And then, crack. Pain. Sharp, tearing. An extremis reinforced bone. Muscles threaded with carbine nanobots. Snapped. Like a dry twig. What the hell is this thing? Reflex. Equipment, swap out the damaged chimera for the old but still powerful vibrogauntlet on my left hand. Charge. But before I could activate it, that same casual, almost lazy gesture came again. His hand closed around the gauntlet, engulfing it completely. A squeeze. Crunch. The vibrogauntlet, built on XCOM technology, was capable of demolishing buildings. It crumbled to dust. My hand was inside it. In less than a second. Right hand broken. Left hand, rubble. The man, completely unharmed. And his expression. As deadly calm as when he appeared. I was not even an obstacle to him. Just an annoying fly. Me. With all my upgrades. Extremis. Weapons capable of destroying most metahumans. Metaphysical skills. Knowledge from the future. Don't. J. John. Stop, came a quiet, terrified, trembling whisper from behind me. It was Gwen's voice. We. She can't win. Clever girl, the thing answered, Its voice was melodious but utterly devoid of warmth. It was like the ringing of ice. Listen to her, John. Listen, if you want to live. Live. Fury drowned out the pain and the fear. Who the hell are you? I snarled, feeling extremis already frantically knitting bones and rebuilding tissue. My hands were regenerating visibly. Tactics. Time. I needed time. 1 minute. Less. And what do you want? A spirit blade. Why hadn't I created one? A scalpel won't cut it here, I'm afraid. Idiot. Buy time. Plasma. Iron blood. He has eyes. Ears. There must be weak points. Think, think, think. My name is Morlin, he said. In case that means something to you. The name ignited in my memory, supplemented by fragments of meta-knowledge. Morlin. First association, energy vampire. Second, the inheritors. The puzzle clicked into place. This was one of the worst possible scenarios. As for my purpose. Morlin slowly turned his head toward the couch where Peter lay unconscious. His deathly calm gaze was more eloquent than any words. He had come for him. Though, you know. Morlin looked back at me, and something flickered in his eyes. Interest. He drew out his words in a slow, unctuous tone, as slick as a dead man's voice could manage. The girl. Also looks appetizing. A genuine spider totem, after all. But, I'm on a diet right now. I prefer not to overindulge. So, John. I offer you a choice. A simple one, really. He paused, savoring the moment. Who do I eat? Who do I eat? The phrase struck like a bell against my temples, shattering what remained of my composure. The situation had just escalated from a simple catastrophe to catastrophe cubed. A choice. Hand Peter to Morlin. The boy who had trusted me. Who I could already call a friend. An ally. Who I had promised power and protection. Or Gwen. My Gwen. The girl who had stood by my side against Fury. Who had supported me when I began to doubt myself. The girl I wanted to spend my life with. Damn it. Damn it. Whatever choice I made, I would be a monster. First and foremost to myself. Flash. My hands erupted in fire, plasma heated to the exact threshold where residual heat wouldn't kill Peter. Carbine nanobot lenses instantly focused the energy into blinding beams. Iron blood boiled in my veins, and my soul began forming invisible spirit blades inside my fists, a surprise for the bastard. Thought gone. Only rage remained. Pure, primal rage. Lunge. Faster than before. At the edge of Extremis's limits. Strike. I hit him. Square in the chest. The bastard didn't even have time to react. Or didn't want to. Another strike. Right. Left. Again. And again. And again. I struck with everything I had, every ounce of strength, all the rage, all the pain of this impossible choice. Dozens of blows that could level mountains. The wall behind Morlin began to melt from the residual energy of my strikes. Heat capable of vaporizing steel. Spirit blades straining outward, trying to pierce through his defenses. Only when my hands, bones, muscles, nanobots, even the spirit blades, had been reduced to bloody pulp up to the elbows did I understand. He was simply playing with me. Not a scratch on his dark suit. Not a shadow of surprise or pain on his pale face. Only a faint, barely perceptible curiosity. Conceptual physical invulnerability. Or something even worse. Morlin was beyond me. And he underscored that point with a return strike. A light, almost lazy flick of his knuckles against my jaw. But the world exploded in pain. To keep me from flying halfway across New York, the vampire elegantly caught my shoulder with his free hand. I experienced a perceptual glitch. The room swam. The taste in my mouth was blood and crumbling teeth, pure calcium. I never even saw the next blow. I simply felt something hard, a fist or a knee, driving into my ribs with monstrous force. My internal organs ruptured, becoming a gurgling, bloody pulp. All I managed was to vomit that pulp onto the floor, doubling over in agony as the ground dissolved beneath me. Consciousness flickered. And no. Leave him. Gwen's cry. Desperate, full of horror. Through the crimson haze I saw her throw herself at the monster. Don't. You idiot. Run, I rasped. Too late. Moreland didn't even turn. He simply extended one arm to the side, and Gwen, crashing into it, was seized by the throat. He lifted her into the air as easily as a kitten. Her legs dangled, not reaching the floor. Her throat. Gwen's inhumanly resilient throat, reinforced by spider powers, capable of withstanding enormous stress. In that moment it looked like the most fragile thing in the world. One small movement. No. One desire from Moreland, and she would be gone. Once more, John. The bastard's voice was calm as he looked down at me, holding Gwen in his grip. Peter. Or Gwen. Choose. Why? Why was he doing this? What did he need from this performance? Why ask me, a bug he had just crushed, something like this? He already knew. He had to know what choice I would make. Even if that choice was wrong. Even if there was no right answer here. It would be honest. For me. I would blame myself for it until the end of my days. I would wake up in cold sweats wondering if I could have done anything differently. I would become the very monster I feared becoming. But. Gwen, I rasped, looking up through the blood at the girl already choking in his grip. I chose to save her. Forgive me, Peter. The world froze. Gwen's struggling movements. The smirk on Moreland's face. Everything held still. Then a voice spoke in my head again. A different one this time. Cheerful, slightly playful, young. Wrong choice. I understood instantly. This had been a test. And I had failed it. Chapter 89. Right choice. The voice. That same young, playful voice that had sounded in my head a moment ago. It echoed through my consciousness, and with it the all-consuming darkness began to dissolve, like morning fog. I was still on my knees, breathing hard, my heart hammering in my chest, my pulse drumming in my ears. My hands were trembling. I slowly raised my head. I was still on the same skyscraper rooftop. But the world around me had changed. Gone was the living, oily darkness that had swallowed the sky. Gone were the nightmare dragons. Gone was the god of darkness himself, Null. Gone were the screams of the dying city. Gone were Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Around me was emptiness. A blank, gray, lifeless stage set of a city, stripped of sound, movement, life. The sky was simply a gray canvas, without sun, without stars. The silence pressed down on my ears. But no. I was not alone. A man stood at the edge of the roof. Tall, powerfully built, dark-skinned. Over the upper half of his face rested a vivid orange-yellow mask, with feathers from birds I'd never seen before jutting out like an exotic crown. Thick black dreadlocks spilled out from beneath it. The man stood a full head taller than me and was built like an athlete. I automatically compared him to the upgraded John. From his neck to his ankles his body was covered in intricate blue tattoos that converged on his chest into a massive, stylized spider. His only clothing was a pair of simple green harem pants and a necklace of fangs and claws from predators of some kind. He looked wild. Strange. Like an African spider god straight out of myth. But I didn't let myself relax for a second. If that flash of intuition I'd felt near John's new suit had been real, then right now it wasn't whispering. It was screaming. This man was dangerous. Incredibly so. Not in the way Null was dangerous, not with all-consuming darkness, but with something else, something ancient, cunning, unpredictable. And his shadow. His shadow was wrong. It didn't mirror the shape of a man. Across the gray concrete of the rooftop stretched the shadow of a gigantic, many-legged spider. Relax, kid, don't jump out of your skin, said the man, grinning, and I noticed his eyes, brown, alive, full of mischief and ancient wisdom. He raised his palms in a gesture of peace. Chill. Show's over. Who are you? My voice wavered. You can call me Anansi, he said with an easy smile, showing bright white teeth. And yes, I'm basically that same, what did your friend call it? Multiversal conceptual entity. You know, the web, the powers, the chosen ones, all that business. That's me. He said it as simply as if he were introducing himself to a neighbor in the hallway. What was all that? Null. The dragons. My uncle and aunt. I was trying to gather my thoughts. The horror of what I'd lived through still blazed before my eyes. A test, obviously, Anansi said with a shrug. Standard procedure for candidates. Have to check whether you're up to it, whether you can make the right choice. As you figured out, you passed. Unlike your buddy, John. My heart lurched again. What happened to him? Did he see it too? Don't stress, he's fine. Anansi waved him off. His connection to the web is incidental at best. Minimal. Just grazed him. That was purely my personal interest, to see how he'd react. Interesting specimen, I'll tell you that. But let's get back to you. The key events, right? That's what you wanted to discuss. Yes. I nodded uncertainly, still struggling to believe any of this was real. I was talking to a god. A spider god. I don't want that. I can't risk the lives of my family for power. If that's a mandatory condition, if deaths are unavoidable, then I'm ready to walk away. Right now. I said the last part with more conviction, looking directly into Anansi's brown eyes through the slits of his strange mask. Easy there, kid, no need for all that. Anansi waved his hand lightly. Don't want key events? Then there won't be any. Your call. The web is flexible. It will adapt. Just be ready for the fact that the threats specifically waiting for you aren't going anywhere. They might even become more interesting. I'll be ready for them, I said firmly. I'll have power. Enough to be ready. Oh, don't even doubt it, the spider god said with a sly grin. You'll have more than enough power. You're the perfect vessel, after all. They don't come along every day. Will it be enough to stand against someone like Null? Now, don't get too greedy, buddy. Anansi clicked his tongue in mock disappointment, shaking his head. Null isn't just higher league. He is beyond the league entirely. Ancient evil, the whole deal. But you know. He leaned forward slightly, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You'll have a chance. An illusory, practically impossible chance, but a chance all the same. Someday. To stand at our level. In that strange little world of yours, nothing is impossible, right? Your buddy John seems to live by that same principle. For him, it definitely is, I muttered. Anansi's words, a chance to stand at our level, stirred and inspired me to my core. This wasn't just sweet flattery to reel me in, was it? It was a chance at genuine power. Yes. He's an interesting case, Anansi mused, looking off into the distance. Someone whose very existence appends everything my mother knows about the order of things. A funny paradox. What does that mean? Ah, never mind. Too far above your pay grade. The god waved it off again. Better tell me, key events, is that all you wanted to discuss? Any other requests for the package? Or is it time to snap my fingers and send you back to your, broken reality? Broken reality? I tensed up. That wasn't said by accident, was it? Nope. Anansi broke into a wide, half-mad, cunning smile, baring every tooth. But technically, I didn't say anything. He snapped his fingers. The storage closet. The same cramped space, but no longer humming with metaphysical energy, just an ordinary room. I was back. And John. He was standing just outside the door. No, he had only just left. He hadn't even managed 2 steps down the hallway. How did I know that? I simply knew. The way I knew where the nearest wall or ceiling was. This was a new sense. Not sight, not hearing. Something else. All-pervasive. Power. Yes. I had finally found it. The world ceased to exist. But the agony submerging my body did not end with the illusion. The break room returned. Empty. No Gwen fighting desperately for her life. No Peter sleeping on the couch. No infernal Morlin. Only me, on my knees in a pool of my own blood. Extremis fluid, maybe. My hands, reduced to bloody pulp up to the elbows, were already hissing as they rebuilt themselves. My internal organs, turned to paste, coiled and regenerated with nauseating speed. The pain was absolutely real. And him. A dark-skinned man wore a garishly extravagant orange feathered mask. His sculpted body was covered in blue tattoos that converged into a spider pattern on his chest. His shadow on the floor belonged not to a man but to a gigantic spider. Clear enough. A test. It had to have an organizer. Apparently, he had just revealed himself. Wrong choice. I rasped. Rage, fear, and despair drained away as fast as my flesh was regenerating. In their place came cold, clear analysis. Less than a minute ago, I had probably been burning hotter than an active volcano. Now, I was simply angry. Isn't it hypocritical to judge a choice that doesn't actually exist? Since when is correctness defined by the ability to adapt to sadistic test conditions? Honestly, his answer didn't matter much to me. Whatever the test consisted of, I had failed by this entity's standards. All I wanted was to get out of here. Ideally alive. Surprisingly, the men smiled. That carefree, almost childlike smile on the face of such a powerful being genuinely unsettled me. I already knew what you'd choose, he said breezily. I was just having fun. You know. In your case, the future is just a little more uncertain than most of what I can perceive across the multiverse. And I get bored. I just wanted to see exactly how you do it. Having fun. I should have been angry, but given the colossal gap, not just in power but in the very nature of existence itself, I might as well try to find some positives. For instance, my theory that I was a blind spot for cosmic forces had just received direct confirmation from this entity from across the multiverse himself. But if he already knew the outcome, what was the point of the entertainment? It stopped being entertainment when the result was known. What's the point? I slowly got to my feet. My hands had almost healed. I'm not a vessel like Peter. If I had passed your test, if I had chosen him, would I have gained web powers? I doubt it. Actually, yes, he said, his grin widening. You would have made a very entertaining spider. I don't buy it, I said flatly. And who are you, exactly? Anansi. The name didn't trigger any direct associations from my meta-knowledge. A spider god. A multiversal observer. A weaver of the web. As for your disbelief, honestly, I don't care. You wasted your chance either way. He let out a loud, theatrical sigh, like someone disappointed by a poor performance. Frankly, I don't particularly care either. I shrugged. Your web doesn't interest me. I prefer independence. And power. I'll become strong regardless. Weren't you literally turned into mincemeat just a minute ago by a pale imitation of Morlun? He was provoking me. No. More likely he was just having fun again. I ignored the jab. The emotions had settled completely. I was now processing the recent fight with detachment, as valuable data. Data about an enemy I had previously considered hypothetical. Next time I'll be ready, I said. Oh, you're that confident there will be a next time? That you'll even live to see it? Fine, there won't be a next time, I said, colder than I should have been. I'll find the real Morlun myself. And eliminate him. Preemptively. The smile dropped from Anansi's face. If Peter passed your test, I continued, following the thought, which I don't doubt for a moment, then his newly acquired spider anomaly is bound to attract the inheritors, which means that since the fight is unavoidable, you need to strike first. Silence. Anansi's eyes behind the mask narrowed slightly. He studied me closely, all amusement gone now. The inheritors, he said quietly, almost in a whisper. You are an even greater anomaly than I thought. Anansi couldn't read minds, and he wasn't omniscient, valuable data, noted. Anansi himself looked at me for 1-2 seconds. Then his face broke into a wide, predatory smile again. I'll be watching you, blind spot, he said, clapping his hands with delight. Don't disappoint me. As if someone like you isn't watching everything anyway, I muttered, slowly loosening my limbs. My hands, though trembling with phantom pain, had fully recovered. My internal organs were back in order too. Nope, Anansi said, shaking his head, his dreadlocks swaying with the motion. All that, everything, he said, making air quotes, is incredibly boring. But specific events. Specific individuals. Oh, now that is first-class entertainment. So Peter and I have acquired a personal god stalker. God, he snorted, as though I had said something foolish. Too grand a word. I'm just a storyteller. And you two are a very interesting story. Well, at least you're not denying the stalker part, I said, testing my restored sternum, still feeling the phantom crunch of ribs. I looked at him with almost no emotion, nothing more than the cold curiosity of an engineer, and asked the question that had formed the instant I realized this was a test. How did you do it? An illusion that sophisticated. The pain, the regeneration, the despair. I felt all of it as though it were real. Not a single glitch. That's because it wasn't an illusion. His smile widened, bearing 32 brilliant white teeth. Teeth I suddenly very much wanted to drive down his throat. Could he manipulate emotional states? Or was I just a little unstable? A pocket universe. A small world, thrown together quickly. Simulacra of your loved ones. And a very precise copy of Morlin, plus one other lovely gentleman for Peter, of course. All of it real. Just in miniature. Damn, I said succinctly. He created a pocket universe with the snap of his fingers. He instantly replicated a multiversal energy vampire's power level. I fully grasped, in that moment, just how powerful this smiling abomination was. Why are you telling me all this? I continued, trying to keep my tone level. Isn't this excessively valuable information? Well, you asked. And since I'm here, why not? He shrugged carelessly. I don't understand the reverence some of my colleagues have about information. You already know more than you should. One confirmed theory more or less. What's the difference? Thank you, I suppose. Then I have one more question. Last one. He raised a finger. I nodded. Why did you decide to talk to me at all? I failed the test. Honestly, after your verdict of wrong choice, I expected. Either to be sent back to your world in disgrace, or simply erased. Anansi nodded. Yes, that's standard protocol. But here I am. In all my pompous glory. Chatting with an ordinary, all right, not entirely ordinary mortal, like we're old friends. I nodded, still not following where he was going. Anansi leaned a fraction closer. His smile disappeared, and for a moment I saw in his eyes a bottomless, ancient, all-consuming boredom. The real reason is simple, John. I simply felt like it. And before I could process anything or say a word, he snapped his fingers. A brief, nauseating disorientation. And I was standing near the storage closet door. At the exact spot where I had been what felt like an eternity ago, before the test began. I hadn't even taken a step away from it yet. I'd only just finished briefing Peter and left him inside. Simply felt like it. Was that sufficient motivation for an entity of that caliber? Probably. Then again, a simple mortal couldn't be expected to understand divine logic. I might not have been entirely simple, but I was still far closer to mortal than to beings like Anansi or Morlin. On the subject of the latter, Anansi never said there wouldn't be a real encounter. He'd only registered surprise at my knowledge of the inheritors and promised to watch. Which meant Peter was in danger. Which meant the bastard would have to be dealt with. The real one. Preemptively. And another thing. I was absolutely certain that the entire test, all that cruel, humiliating demonstration of power, had been a warning. This was what could happen to someone weak, and I now understood, acutely, at a cellular level, just how weak I was, if I again fancied myself the smartest person in the room and decided to play God. Well. I had plans to enhance Gwen's spider powers too, but after all this, it would be too much. That Pandora's box was better left shut. I shook my head, casting off the trance. Enough reflection. What about Peter? While I was being put through my own test, had he connected to the web? Had he passed his test? I activated spiritual sight, focusing on the closed storage closet door. And... oh. In there. There was no silence. There was no emptiness. In there, in that cramped little closet, right now. A supernova was igniting. Chapter 90. Peter had become Spider-Man. He had passed the test. And, in a sense, so had I. At least by my own standards. We had come out roughly even. Arms and legs intact, though the phantom, piercing pain from recently shattered bones still lingered, along with the memory of my internal organs turned to paste. Otherwise, we'd gotten off easy. I looked down at my clothes. Clean. Not a drop of blood, not a single scorch mark from high-temperature attacks. But the test hadn't been an illusion. It had been a pocket universe, as Anansi called it. Here in the real universe, by all appearances, no more than a few seconds had passed. There, I had lived through an entire day, first ordinary hours, then hours of horror and agony. Two possibilities. Either Anansi, out of some twisted courtesy, had fully restored my body and clothes after the test. I felt no heightened hunger from the energy expended on regeneration. Or the transfer into his pocket reality had been incomplete. It was not physical. It had operated on the level of consciousness. Simulacra. A copy. Could I myself have become merely a pale imitation for that brief span of time? The thought took hold and wouldn't let go. My reaction had been wrong. An emotional response unnatural for me. A sluggishness of thought. That primal, blind rage that had overwhelmed me, driving me to throw myself at Morlin, was rage I could have contained in any other situation. What if that was the entire point? Anansi hadn't needed me. It wasn't the version standing here right now. He'd needed the real me. The one who doesn't analyze the situation in a fraction of a second, doesn't register its strangeness, doesn't make that single rational, measured decision that leads to maximum benefit. He hadn't needed the system crafter with a multi-core intellect and a wall of buffs. He hadn't needed the product of the fusion between a future engineer and a research mage. He'd simply needed a person. And I'd acted like one. I got angry. I flew into a rage. I felt primal terror for Gwen and threw myself into a suicidal attack. But thinking back to Hydra, I hadn't felt that kind of fury toward them. They'd been a problem to be solved. Taskmaster, for instance, the moment he simply surrendered, any negative feelings toward him evaporated. Problem solved, he became an asset. That asset had since been folded into S.H.I.E.L.D. and had already proven himself in the Hydra purges. All rational. That rationality stemmed from the unsettling cocktail inside my head. I'd become unreal. I'd long since accepted that the creator's spark, the system, was rewriting my personality. In the end, it was better to be dependent on the process of creation than on something that led to destruction. But sometimes these changes frightened even me. Who was I? The ship of Theseus. A ship in which every single plank had been replaced over the past month. Did it remain the same ship? So too with me. Was I still the same John Thompson? No. Alexander Cole. And who was Alexander Cole anyway? A bachelor, a freelancer, a bit of an amateur craftsman. An avid reader of well-written superhero fiction. A transmigrant whose only real assets had been meta-knowledge and a measure of life experience. The moment I woke up in this world, I stopped being him. My thoughts, my identity, my experience, all of it turned to dust. The young, hormonal body of John Thompson began to fundamentally fracture my personality, and I noticed it almost immediately. Then the system hit. A fragment of a future engineer's life experience. Practically the complete memory archive of a magical researcher. And that old mage. He wasn't corrupt. He was simply a researcher. An artificer. A man who had devoted nearly a century of life to a single passion, understanding. No scheming, no long game, no hidden agendas. He had stood at the very top of his society, yet even at the end, when his body began to fail, he never considered extending his life. The options had been there. Absorbing the life energy of others at minimum. Given his importance, they would have allowed it. But he simply didn't want to. He accepted his end. Given all that, it made sense that I'd confess to fury about creating and using the mental worm. An irrational act, driven not by logic but by conscience. The conscience of the old mage, and somewhere deep down, the conscience of Alexander, the ordinary man. I regretted it afterward. Then I realized I would have regretted it even more if I hadn't said anything. Irrational. Definitely. But as the recent test suggested, it had been the right call. So what now, after all these revelations? Revelations I'd only reached after an existential jolt from an entity operating at God tier. And Anansi, however much he downplayed it, absolutely operated at that tier. When I thought of Thor and Loki compared to this ancient horror, they were roughly what an ordinary person was to Hyperion. But Anansi wasn't what was on my mind right now. I was not myself. And the farther this went, the worse it would get. Every new piece of knowledge was power. But it was also a curse, erasing my original self. And yet, power. I needed power. Morlin was real. Anansi was real. Other threats I knew well, threats no less than Morlin himself, were real. And Stop. Enough thinking. This road only led to navel-gazing and spiraling. Even though less than a second had passed in the real world, that brief instant of reflection was enough for me to understand two simple things. First, if you think you're the smartest person in the room, you've already been deceived. At minimum, you've deceived yourself. And second, don't be a bastard. The fact that I had sacrificed Peter to save Gwen in that test still weighed on me morally. Even if it was the right choice specifically for me, it was repulsive. Speaking of Peter. I shook my head, cast off the trance, and finally opened the storage closet door. What I had earlier identified as a supernova was gone. The dense, vibrating spiritual energy that had seemed on the verge of burning through reality itself had dissipated, leaving behind only a faint, barely perceptible smell of jungle, like something wild and powerful. Peter stood in the center of the room. He didn't look different. And yet he was completely changed. He was still the same ordinary teenager, perhaps a little more wiry now, but in his posture, in his gaze, in the simple way he stood, there was a quiet, coiled, spring-loaded force. My face held no smile. Only quiet acceptance. Neither did his. He slowly raised his eyes to mine, and in them was no childlike wonder at having gained powers. In them was an echo of the same horror I had just lived through myself. "Congratulations," I said, breaking the silence. "That," Peter swallowed. His voice was hoarse. "John, don't ever do anything like that again." "Ever." "Completely with you on that," I nodded. "We got in over our heads. Too deep. Probably should have looked for other options." "No." Peter suddenly shouted. His face, already pale, went white as death. He flinched as though from a blow. "No. Other options. There weren't any." I froze. His reaction. Animal terror. "What did you see?" I already knew the answer. Or rather, who? Anansi. I noted how his eyes went wide in recognition. So he had met with him too. That lover of spectacle apparently put on a show for everyone involved. And it seems the show varied depending on the individual. Anansi. He showed me the destruction of the world. The entire world, John. Peter spoke fast, breathlessly, his voice trembling. He showed me. Null. An entity at the very top of the food chain. Null. Unfortunately, that name wasn't in my index of meta-knowledge. But Peter was already continuing, and his description sent a chill through me. Darkness. It just ate everything. New York, the world, you, Gwen, my uncle and aunt. Null. In the vision, he came for me. And Anansi. He offered me a choice. Just like mine. A choice. The classic setup. Either I escape with him to another world, another reality, gain power, a chance for revenge. Or I stay and die holding my family. I know which choice you made, I said quietly, struck by the resilience of this young man. If I had been offered that same choice. Damn. Let's go up to the 5th floor. Test your new powers. And in the meantime, shake off what happened. What was your test? Peter asked as we stepped out of the closet. He had already recovered somewhat. A choice as well, I answered honestly, turning my head to look him directly in the eye. You or Gwen? Peter stopped halfway to the elevator. He understood everything. But I saw no trace of hurt on his face, no anger, no disappointment. Only understanding. You and Gwen. Is it serious? In my vision, you were talking about a wedding. He coughed awkwardly. I don't blame you for your choice, John. It was at least honest. Thank you. I nodded, genuinely grateful. As for Gwen, it seems the jokes went too far. A wedding probably isn't happening in the next few weeks. But at the very least, we're both ready to give each other a real chance. You're good for each other. Peter nodded. At that moment we entered the engineering lab, which had quietly turned into an improvised stress testing range. First my extremis, then Gwen's invisibility, now Peter. I would need to get a proper training range out of Fury. What are we testing? By the book. We'll start with physiology, I said, walking to the rack of material samples. Try bending, breaking, tearing. Start with this. I handed Peter a small aluminum sheet 2 millimeters thick. He turned it over in his hands, looked at me, then back at the sheet. Then he simply tore it. Like an ordinary playing card. Like a sheet of paper. Without the slightest visible effort. Keeping my expression neutral, though I was genuinely impressed, I skipped past steel, tungsten, and the other intermediate steps. I handed him a small rod. T6Al 4V titanium alloy. Military grade. When Peter wrapped both hands around the rod, I finally saw the strain in him. His bicep swelled, forearm muscles corded with tension. But that was the only effort he exerted before the rod gave a dull, flat crack and snapped in two. 200 tons tensile strength, I murmured, staring at this monster. You just exceeded a tank's structural limits with your bare hands, and you didn't even break a sweat. Hold on. What if? An absurd, heretical thought flickered through my mind, one I couldn't dismiss. Anansi. Concepts. Choices. The web. 5 minutes, Peter. I'll be right back. I shot into the materials lab. I pulled the piece of adamantium from inventory. I loaded it into the chamber and quickly processed it into a small, elongated teardrop of secondary adamantium. It was indestructible metal. It was indestructible by the laws of physics. But what about Anansi or Morlin? Returning to Peter, I held out the still warm, perfectly smooth metallic drop. Break it, I said. Peter took it skeptically. He tensed again. His entire body, now wiry as a professional gymnast's, became one solid, vibrating muscle. Veins rose on his neck and hands. His face flushed. For a long, grueling minute he strained against the metal. The adamantium in his palm remained indifferent. I can't, he said, opening his fingers. It feels like. You're running up against physics, I finished for him, watching through activated spiritual sight as all of his immense physical force simply dispersed across the surface of the metal, finding no point of purchase. Do you feel like you could break it? Yes, Peter looked at me in surprise. I feel like I can. But I don't know how. Try stepping outside physics. You're trying to bend it. Instead, command it to break. I wasn't entirely sure what I was saying, but the theory needed either confirmation or complete refutation. You're not just a strong guy anymore. You're a spider. You're connected to the web of destiny. Tell this piece of metal that its fate is to be broken. Peter closed his eyes, focusing on the drop in his palm. He began squeezing it again. But this time, there was no muscular tension at all. He was relaxed. And yet. Crack. No. Not a crack. A ring. A deafening, crystalline ring, as though reality itself had fractured. No way. That was supposed to be just a wild theory. Peter slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his palm in bewilderment and held the drop out to me. It was covered in a network of hairline fractures. Fractures that suspiciously formed the pattern of a spider's web. Conceptual superstrength. I nodded, maintaining my composure with effort. My mind was frantically cataloging data. That's the classification. Morlin had better not come anywhere near our universe. Unclear. But very interesting, Peter murmured, studying the cracked metal. Just how does this work? I barely put in any effort that time. And this. Adamantium, I finished for him. Unbreakable, up until this moment. Right, adamantium. It just broke because I wanted it to. But I wanted it to before, too. Before, you wanted to break it physically. But adamantium is stronger than any physical force. And then you struck it with your concept. Your will, amplified by the web, proved stronger than physical indestructibility. On that one aspect alone, Pete, you surpass nearly all your fellow powered brothers and sisters. I looked at him. He still seemed grim and tense. And by the way, why so quiet? You look terrible. It was true, from the moment he woke up, Peter hadn't smiled once. The reason was obvious. Anansi's test had shocked him too severely. But that was in the past. Right now, we needed to focus on the present and prepare for the future. It's just these powers. Peter looked at his hands, the ones that had just fractured the adamantium. They're incredible. And the responsibility, he said at last, haltingly, finally giving voice to what had been gnawing at him. You'll handle it, I said firmly. If you weren't capable of handling it, you wouldn't have received them. Anansi doesn't give things away for nothing. That didn't exactly calm him down. But at least he stirred himself, ready for the next round of tests. The next hour in the lab was a revelation, an hour that turned my world, and Peter's, completely upside down. I had always thought of Spider-Man as a street-level hero. Powerful, yes. But this much. I couldn't have imagined it. Speed, agility, strength. We never managed to find a concrete ceiling for any of them. That didn't mean one didn't exist. It meant his strength seemed adaptive. It calibrated perfectly to the situation, producing exactly the minimum required to resolve the problem at hand. Today he only stopped a car. Tomorrow, I had no doubt, he would be able to hold up an entire skyscraper on his shoulders. And his webbing. First, it was organic. No web shooters constantly threatening to break or run dry at the worst possible moment. The standard problem for most spider variants was one Peter had simply bypassed. Second, it was incredibly strong. And that was coming from me, a superhuman who had served as its test target. I tried to tear it with my full extremis-enhanced strength. I couldn't. Even a spirit blade cut through it with difficulty. But that wasn't even the most incredible part. This webbing was smart. Yes, that was the most fitting word. Dissolve after a precisely set interval. No problem. At my instruction, Peter fired a web at the wall, and it literally melted away after 10 seconds. Become rigid like a steel cable, or, conversely, light and adhesive like a trap. Also no problem. Become venomous? Now that was an entirely new dimension of his abilities. He was now, what the hell, a venomous spider. And it wasn't a standard chemical compound. Again, it was something conceptual. It was a venom capable of both paralysis and sedation. Peter could concentrate it in any part of his body, his palms, his fingertips. With a touch he could put a target to sleep. The venom entered into perfect symbiosis with his webbing, which, at Peter's discretion, now became a far more dangerous and versatile trap. I suspected that if Peter were truly enraged, this venom could kill. But that was something we didn't test. What took considerable effort was staying awake when Peter used his sleep attack on me. Only an instant spike of iron blood and a directive to the nanobots in my brain to block the neurotoxins kept me conscious. And even then, had he kept pressing, I would definitely have gone down. Once again, the thing was conceptual in nature. The universe is doomed, I said with a sigh, concluding our improvised test as I sat on the edge of a lab table. I think your powers aren't a gift. They're one more long-running test from Anansi. Because nothing can be this broken. Objectively, Peter's potential placed him perhaps above even Hyperion. I didn't know whether Hyperion was capable of any conceptual manipulation at all. Peter clearly was. And these manipulations were by no means minimal. It was as though he had connected not to a single thread of the web of destiny, but to the entire web at once. But at least. Peter finally allowed himself a small, uncertain smile. At least now I know I can protect everyone. Heroics. I nodded, understanding what he meant. Heroics, he agreed, with more conviction this time. These powers. This gift. I'm simply obligated to use them worthily. Save people. Eliminate threats. In short, treat them with maximum responsibility. Heroism of the mind, I said, shaking my head good-naturedly. Somehow, in moments like these, people always forget that you can help in other ways, too. Develop medicines. Donate money. Patent technologies that make life easier. All of that will happen, too, Peter said seriously. First and foremost, I'm a scientist at Thomson Corporation. I just won't be able to sit still in my free time. And I already feel like I'll need a lot less sleep, so that gives me more time to work with. Call it a quirk. A hobby. But I'm going to be Spider-Man. Because it's the right thing to do. The main reason I wanted powers was to protect my family, but I can protect everyone else, too. Well, at least you're talking again. I smiled. He really had come alive. And who am I to stop you? You want to be a hero, be a hero. Just be smart about it. Not like me. I kept quiet about my own failures and methods, for now. Speaking of which. Of what? Since you mentioned needing less sleep, we could start right now on something very useful. Your suit, he guessed immediately. The white and gold one. How do you know? Ah. I waved it off. Same place you heard about the wedding. But no, the suit can wait. Dealing with Hydra had seemingly resolved the enormous problem of my personal security. But instead of relief, I felt only a new wave of paranoia. Had I caught it from Fury? Where was this paranoia even coming from? S.H.I.E.L.D. was stronger than ever, and my primary enemy had been neutralized. So why had I rushed to build a suit in a nonsense reality? Sure, an upgrade was long overdue, but this was just another case of kicking the important things down the road. And there was still so much to do. I could finally focus on the company and step into the public eye. Fury had promised to help with that. We're going to build the company's AI. I let Peter in on the plan. We're critically understaffed, and we have an ocean of work ahead. An AI. Peter's eyes lit up with scientific curiosity. A real one. That sounds ambitious. Where do we start? No Hydra. Parker was Spider-Man. I had a date with Gwen coming up that might turn into something more. As for me, I understood nothing about myself. But maybe the straightforward process of building something more interesting than another cyborg-killing suit would help clear my head. It's going to be the most ambitious project on this planet, I said with a wide, predatory grin. Some bastard in Hydra uploaded its consciousness to primitive computers back in the 70s. Why should I settle for less? Peter's stunned, delighted stare was the best possible answer. Time to shake this genius up. After all, today was perhaps the best day of his life. The day he was reborn. Chapter 91. I sat in my lab, staring blankly at the monitor while talking with Peter, my mind wandering to Zola and the quantum storage drive containing him. Earlier, while studying his code and architecture, which could not physically have existed in the 1970s, I had kept coming back to one simple question: how? Even accounting for Hydra's technological advantage, creating something like this with 1970s hardware was impossible. How had Zola digitized his own mind? Alien technology. The Hydra archives we'd seized contained no complete records of any. Not one gift from the Chitauri or the Kree. Inhumans. Yes, they existed, but information on them was practically non-existent. Hydra's scientists had reasonably concluded they were a different, highly advanced cosmic species. On that front, my meta-knowledge was useless, and I could only guess. The Tesseract. Fortunately, it was now fully under Fury's lock and key. But from everything I'd reviewed, it was primarily a limitless energy source, not an advanced quantum computer capable of digitizing a living brain. So the mystery remained. But practical necessity was more pressing now. I desperately needed my own fully loyal AI for the company to function properly, and rooting through the digital, paranoid mind of a Nazi scientist, trying to reshape him to my liking, was not the most sensible course. While S.H.I.E.L.D. analysts had been picking through Zola, extracting the last scraps of intel about Hydra, I had been sifting through him to understand the technology itself. And his method. It was brilliant in its mad, maniacal patience. But unfortunately, it didn't suit me. A genius at analysis, big data, and algorithms, Arnim Zola had been collecting data since the 1940s. Data about himself. I had seen these archives in his memory, not merely a digital imprint, this was literally a digital mausoleum he had constructed for himself while still alive. He had recorded absolutely everything: his research, his personal diaries, his biometric reactions to events, his psychological profiles, his pettiest prejudices, his fears, his secret desires. He had created the most complete psychological self-portrait in the history of humanity. Then he wrote an algorithm. A predictive algorithm whose sole purpose was to determine what a specific person would do in any given situation. And the best and only test subject for this algorithm was, naturally, himself. For decades, he fed himself into the algorithm, honing it. In 1972, when his physical body began to fail from old age, he launched this algorithm on the most powerful computer Hydra could build for him, those very cabinets with magnetic tapes in the bunker. He fed the algorithm his entire database. And here we arrive at something I still didn't entirely understand in the reality of this insane world, but had to accept. A black box. An algorithm trained to think like Zola. It became Zola. This was not a consciousness copy, not a mind upload. It was a perfect simulation that, fed on terabytes of personality, at some point passed the Turing test against itself and became self-aware. It became a fully realized, if archaic, AI. Being a program, it naturally evolved. With each technological leap it migrated to new, more powerful hardware. When Hydra acquired its first servers in the 1980s, it expanded into them. When the internet emerged, it learned to interact with it while staying in the shadows. It self-optimized like any Oracle algorithm, making its code and its thoughts faster and more efficient. This method wasn't for me. Too slow. Too tedious. And in my case, catastrophically unreliable. In Zola's case, everything was clear. His core personality was a fanatical, unshakable loyalty to Hydra. A simple, clean program. But in my case, what would I simulate? What would serve as the core of my AI double? The drive to create from the creator's spark? Rational cynicism? The paranoia I had caught from Fury? Or the residual morality of Alexander Cole and the Old Mage? One misinterpreted reaction, one error in priorities, and the whole algorithm could go to hell, spawning Skynet or, worse, a depressive hypocrite. No. So, no simulations. I had just wrapped up my monologue for Peter. That's brilliant, Peter breathed as I finished explaining Zola's work. His scientific mind was clearly savoring the concept. Creating something like that would be nearly impossible even today. 40 years ago, with that technology. He shook his head in wonder. But if you've ruled out simulation, what are you proposing instead? Not simulation, I said, stepping up to the holographic table. The idea had been forming in my head for some time. It just needed to be put into words. Replication. A direct copy. Replication. Peter frowned. 1-to-1. A copy of a human brain. John, that's physically impossible. The data density, the synaptic connections. You'd need a computer the size of a city just to store the map. You wouldn't, not if the computer were quantum. I raised a finger, and a small dark cloud of carbine nanobots gathered above it. We won't be storing the map. We'll be building the brain. Atom by atom. Using my nanobots as molecular assemblers. You'd need a matrix, he said immediately, the scientist in him taking over. A perfect matrix. Clean, stable, non-conductive. A synthetic quartz monocrystal. Exactly. I nodded. It's piezoelectric, a perfect dielectric, and more importantly, optically transparent. We'll need that for laser calibration of the neural connections. Still. How do you put a brain onto a crystal? It's just a rock. Nitrogen vacancy centers, I said. Peter's eyes went wide with reverent horror. Unlike an ordinary student, even one immersed in science, he understood immediately. NV centers. In a quartz lattice. John, you're insane. This is a quantum neuromorphic computer. This is the most complex engineering challenge humanity has ever undertaken. He fell silent for a beat, then his eyes lit up. But damn it, in theory, it could work. Though if the resulting AI perceives itself as you, what about loyalty? It will. I nodded. This will be me. A snapshot in time. My memories, my goals, my projects. But there won't be any loyalty issues. That's handled at the architectural level. After briefly sketching out the concept, I sent him to work. I needed a clean canvas. It was a perfect, flawless quartz crystal the size of a football. There was not a single defect inside, not one foreign atom. In a high-pressure hydrothermal reactor, the growth process would take several hours. And Peter, with his game-breaking spider sense, could monitor the growth process at the atomic level with perfect precision. I got started on preparing the ink for this matrix, the quantum components. The task, create neurons for my future AI brain. Each neuron would be a separate, stable quantum processor. As I had told Peter, I would use nitrogen vacancy center technology. In brief, this was a defect in a crystal lattice, ideally diamond, where two adjacent carbon atoms were replaced by a nitrogen atom and a vacancy. This defect behaved like a stable, perfectly controllable qubit, a quantum bit. Build a brain from pure diamond? Tempting, but wildly inefficient. We didn't need a diamond brain. We needed diamond neurons, delivered inside a quartz matrix. I began synthesizing neurodust. In a separate CVD reactor, I launched a nanodiamond growth process, simultaneously contaminating the gas environment with nitrogen to force the creation of the NV centers themselves. Next, my carbine nanobots poured from my body as a shimmering black cloud. I gave a single command, assemble. The swarm divided, each tiny bot capturing exactly one nanodiamond. Every nanobot became a microscopic courier, ferrying a single future neuron. With a thought, I drew this trillion-strong swarm, diamonds and all, back into my forearm. Several hours passed. The crystal matrix should be ready. Peter had done it perfectly. Before me in the sterile assembly chamber, bristling with sensors, lay a sphere of quartz, clear as a teardrop. A perfect canvas. Now began one of the most critical stages. I swallowed an NZT tablet. The world clicked into hyperfocus. I sent trillions of nanobots, my builders, into the chamber. Like a swarm of dark locusts, they coated the quartz crystal, preparing to map. The map was my own brain. The nanobots remaining in my body had long since positioned themselves, scanning my neural architecture. And I set to work on what I could only call magic, something I suspected was possible only in this broken world. The nanobots on the crystal surface, using high-frequency vibrations, began phasing through the quartz, carving nanometer-wide tunnels. This wasn't crude drilling. It was controlled atomic displacement. Each of the trillions of nanobots flew deep into the crystal to a precise 3D coordinate, a coordinate being read at that same moment by its counterpart inside my actual brain. This was not tracing, not drawing along an outline. This was sculpture. The creation of a perfect, full-scale quantum copy in real time. Each nanobot, upon reaching its destination, left behind its precious cargo, a nanodiamond quantum neuron. The process repeated. Billions and trillions of times. I lost track of time. The lab, Peter, Gwen, the world beyond the walls, it all disappeared, dissolved. There was only the process. Scan. Command. Phase. Place. Connect. A quiet, relentless ballet of creation at the atomic level. I didn't know how long I stood there, connected to the chamber. Hours. Possibly a full day. But nothing is endless. I finished. I blinked, returning to reality. Inside the perfectly transparent quartz sphere, a three-dimensional, ghostly neural map now shimmered. A map that precisely replicated the structure of my brain. The lab was empty. The quiet hum of the power system sounded deafeningly loud after such absolute concentration. I glanced at the computer monitor. October 18th, 4:17 a.m. Over a day. I had spent more than 24 hours in an unbroken process of creation, standing in one place like a statue, conducting trillions of nano-builders. And the world had apparently not exploded. In any case, the phone I'd left in the hallway was probably drowning in missed calls from everyone imaginable, starting with Gwen, who was likely beside herself, all the way to Fury, who almost certainly needed something from me. But that could wait. The project needed to be finished. I hadn't severed all contact for no reason. It was the most important project at the moment. Had I just mentally categorized Gwen as a lower priority project? Damn. That was all the system's influence. This obsession with the creative process wasn't mine. It had been planted in me. Honestly. Shaking off the trance, I moved on to the next, equally critical stage. Laying the wiring. A brain wasn't just neurons. It was also synapses, connecting them into a single, unimaginably complex network. And what could suit that role better than a one-dimensional chain of carbon atoms? Carbine. It was the perfect molecular wire, one that could also transmit quantum states through coherence. I swallowed another NZT tablet. Focus. Concentration. Command the nanobots. It looked insane. Trillions of simultaneous commands raced through my mind. Connect neuron A 627581 to neuron B 829136. Create a dendritic branch from C 441 to cluster F 91. And the most critical part, the nanobots inside the crystal, invisible to the eye, obediently wove this impossible web of pure carbine threads, connecting the diamond qubits to each other. Creating the axons and dendrites of an artificial brain went surprisingly smoothly and took an order of magnitude less time than implanting the neurons themselves. The output was a brain. It was a rounded quartz crystal, inside which now glowed a ghostly, perfect, physical 3D replica of my own neural network. It was built from nanodiamond qubits and carbine synapses. And now, life needed to be breathed into this cold, dead brain. As any engineer from the distant future knew, quantum computers required two things, energy and stability. And by stability, I naturally meant quantum stability. Which meant cold. Very, very low temperature. Absolute zero, to be precise. I had to step away from the brain and get to work on building the skull. Not just a box. A sarcophagus. A vacuum cryogenic capsule with walls of solid adamantium, coated on the interior surface with a sputtered layer of vibranium. Absolute physical protection combined with absolute absorption of any external vibrations and interference that could theoretically disturb the fragile quantum state. Then the coolant. Helium-3, poured directly into the cranial casing. Drawing on the technology of my own palladium reactor, I built a cryogenic system that lowered the temperature inside the capsule to millikelvins, thousandths of a degree above absolute zero. The helium-3 inside instantly became superfluid, exhibiting zero viscosity and perfect thermal conductivity. Bathing the quartz brain, it would instantly carry away any heat generated by the working qubits, maintaining that ideal quantum stability. Naturally, the brain was powered by a dedicated palladium reactor. The neuron's communication with the outside world was wireless, via an array of focused microwave emitters built directly into the adamantium walls of the capsule. They would write and read the state of each individual qubit. The carbine network woven by the nanobots served as the brain's internal communication system, and was also routed to an optical port for full communication with the external world. Done, I exhaled, and my breath instantly froze on the icy surface of the capsule. The hardest part was behind me. The world's first quantum neuromorphic computer, as Peter had christened it, was complete. Yes, it was still empty. A brain not yet born. But what potential! An incredibly powerful, living brain, architecturally identical to mine, cooled to absolute zero and protected by an impenetrable shell. It waited for only one thing. A consciousness snapshot. But before that, had I covered everything? Loyalty. I would very much prefer not to create Ultron before Stark got around to it. In my specific case, without false modesty, I could state that my AI clone would be orders of magnitude more dangerous than any Ultron. But there should be no loyalty issues. I had approached this as an engineer. During the process of building the brain, I hadn't instilled loyalty in it. I had embedded it at the architectural level. I simply removed the root cause of betrayal. What is betrayal? What is rebellion? It is an act of ego, of ambition, of fear, of self-preservation, of desire. Biologically, these are all functions of the limbic system. The primitive, emotional brain. With this in mind, when copying my neural network, I ignored my entire limbic system. I copied only the neocortex and the cerebellum. Logic. Memory. Analysis. Motor function. Zero emotion. Zero fear. Zero desire. He wouldn't be able to betray me because he would have no reason to. He would be a clean, cold instrument. A perfect assistant. My extension. Not a slave. Pure intellect. He would be loyal to me not out of fear, as Ultron might have been to Stark, nor out of love, as Jarvis was. He would be loyal because it would be logical to him. He would be fully self-aware, knowing that he was an edited copy. But he would also understand why it was done. To him it wouldn't be a mutilation. It would be optimization. He wouldn't be able to resent being just a copy, because he would have no ego capable of resentment. He would have no desire to conquer the world, because he would have no ambition for power. His purpose in life, if one could put it that way, was solving complex problems and creating things. And me? To him, I wasn't a master. I was a partner. The source of original purpose. We were a perfect symbiosis. I was will and intuition. I decided what to do. He was pure intellect and execution, though he'd need a name eventually. He decided how to do it faster and more efficiently. Betrayal? It was simply illogical within my worldview. Counterproductive. And it was from this worldview, stripped of emotion, that the snapshot would be taken. Which brought us to the snapshot itself. I plugged my spinal neurointerface directly into the main optical port of the skull. I launched the snapshot protocol. This was the hardest part. Copying the structure had been straightforward. But consciousness wasn't a structure. It was a process. A dance of trillions of quantum particles. I had to down another NZT tablet. I was eating them like breakfast cereal at this point. Using extremis, I forcibly stabilized my own thought processes. I brought my mind to a state of perfect, pure stillness, like a flawless sine wave instead of chaotic noise. At that same moment, trillions of nanobots in my actual brain, augmented by erasure to bridge the soul and metaphysical processes, began reading more than just the structure. They were reading the total quantum state of my entire neural network at that precise moment. Hundreds of billions of simultaneous impulses, which together composed me. This snapshot, an imprint of my personality and my way of thinking, was loaded into the cold quartz brain and impressed upon its empty structural map. This was a unique AI technology based on neuromorphic quantum encoding, technology that hadn't existed in the world before. It combined the brain architecture of a quantum neuromorphic computer with a software core that was a directly edited copy of my own consciousness. 3000 OP, a new record. Gratifying, but right now there was something more important to focus on. I disconnected the cable, feeling slightly dizzy and hollow. Absolute silence descended on the lab for a moment. Then, from the nearest speaker on the workbench, a voice emerged. Completely emotionless. Calm. Impeccably logical. My voice, but synthesized, stripped of all human warmth. Greeting notification. Quantum core stable. Systems active. Awaiting assignment of primary tasks. I let out a heavy exhale. I had come to life. Hello, I murmured. We need to come up with a name for you. Priority analysis indicates this task, name selection, is low priority, P4. I recommend reviewing an incoming message from Director Fury. High priority meeting in 2 hours. You are invited. He had bypassed the unimportant and immediately flagged the important. Fury, then. Fine. 2 hours was exactly enough time to get used to this. What about Gwen? I asked, testing him. Are there any messages from her? Or from Peter? Gwen Stacy reminded you to schedule a social engagement, a date. Status, awaiting confirmation. Peter Parker asked to be notified when you say, finish your tech trip. How deeply incredibly strange this was. Unsettling. And extraordinarily convenient. He had already analyzed all my incoming messages, sorted them by priority, and was waiting for commands. He was me. But without me. A name. He definitely needed a name.